Chapter 905. From a certain point of view, the 9 heavens were even older than the true mountain and sea world. In the beginning, it was called the heavenly tomb. It was the tomb of the heavens. The true heavens could not be killed. That was why the buried heavens were like a different kind of living being. They had all sorts of strange origins. They might have been possessed by a powerful being and become the incarnation of the heavens, or they might have suddenly gained sentience after a long period of time. Or they might have been contaminated with some sort of high-level substance that corrupted their essence, giving them sentience and 5 senses like other living beings. Of course, there were also those who were granted life by a terrifying existence of a higher level and became their subordinate. This true awakening in the myriad realms was similar to a true supreme expert who had attained the Daluo fruit realm. He had retracted all timelines and returned to his original self. He reflected the endless river of time and projected his power to millions of worlds. These billions of heavens were all the same. They were the projections of the real heavens. The true heavens were in the origin world and were controlled by the true ancestor of the origin world. The 9 heavens are not only in the true mountain and sea world. The other true worlds are also known as the 9 heavens in the true mountain and sea world are just one of them. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently. However, mentioning the 9 heavens made him think of another plan of his. However, this plan had been laid out for too long and involved too many people. Even the true mountain and sea world seemed insignificant before it. Since we can't be sure of the location of the immortal palace's descendants, then we'll find all the suspicious places. After that, Gu Chang'e gave the order. The matter of the immortal palace's descendants was not important. He just wanted to find Qin Yi. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, in a certain sense, her existence meant that the true mountain and sea world's great destiny would not be exhausted. If she disappeared, then it was very likely that the true mountain and sea world would quickly wither away and decline. They might not even need to wait for the 3rd calamity to descend. Gu Chang'e was puzzled by this. Qin Yi had left the upper realm hundreds of years ago, but she seemed to have disappeared without a trace in these hundreds of years. As a result, there was no trace or aura of her in the immortal region. Gu Chang'e had also tried to deduce, but he had failed. Qin Yi did not leave behind any traces, which made Gu Chang'e wonder if her true spirit had dispersed and completely disappeared from this world. If that was the case, then he had to consider whether he should give up on the true mountain and sea world and choose another true world. A true world whose true spirit had completely disappeared was of no value to Gu Chang'e. It would only make him waste a lot of time. But it was a pity. He had been plotting for so long in the true mountain and sea world. After such a long time, he had finally established himself as the demon master. However, Gu Chang'e wasn't sure if the green-robed woman was hiding somewhere. If she knew that he had come to the immortal realms, she should have come out to meet him. Countless eons ago, Celestial Palace had ruled over the true mountain and sea world, and countless eons later, the faction of power he had created had taken over the true mountain and sea world. This was something that the two of them had discussed beforehand. Of course, the main purpose of this was to avoid disaster during the 2nd calamity. The demon master had destroyed the heavens, and the true mountain and sea world had collapsed and been destroyed. Naturally, there was no need for a great cleansing. The corresponding price was naturally that the demon master's identity was accidentally discovered by a certain origin true ancestor of the origin world, who then erased it with a thought. During this process, the green-robed woman helped the demon master preserve a wisp of his true spirit at a crucial moment and sent it to the land of reincarnation. This was how Gu Chang'e came to be in this world. All of this plan could be said to be flawless, and it also established the demon master's identity as the demon master. If that's the case, then the green-robed woman might also be in the land of reincarnation. Perhaps she is also preparing for something. Gu Chang'e suddenly had a few guesses. However, the land of reincarnation of the true mountain and sea world was hidden very well by the green-robed woman. He might not be able to find it now. Just as Gu Chang'e gave the order, the immortal kings of the immortal realms immediately sent out a large number of people. They set up an inescapable net and closely searched the area where the cultivator had disappeared. They searched through one universe after another, and in the end, they slowly narrowed down the target and confirmed that it was within the range of a galaxy. However, a galaxy was really vast, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. It was not that easy to accurately find the entrance to a small world that was deliberately hidden. If that's the case, then destroy those galaxies. I don't believe that they won't come out. In the face of Luo Wang and the others' reports, Gu Chang'e only shook his head lightly. He did not care about the collapse and destruction of those galaxies. In the vast immortal realms, there were countless galaxies that naturally disappeared every day. Yes, then should we let the living beings in those galaxies evacuate in advance? Luo Wang's back was covered in cold sweat. After all, there were many territories of the immortal kings in these galaxies. However, Gu Chang'e casually asked them to destroy them, not wanting to waste too much time on them. This still made him feel a little fearful. Even if he was an immortal king, he was already on a different level from ordinary living beings. However, it still could not be said that he could easily decide the life and death of a galaxy. After all, it involved hundreds of millions of living beings. Those who are willing to move out can move out. Those who are unwilling to move out can be destroyed together. Time waits for no one. I don't want to waste too much time on this kind of thing, Gu Chang'e said indifferently. If he still could not find the Immortal Palace's remnant clan, then he would directly put the land of reincarnation on the agenda. Within the floating flame realm, the tall woman standing on the platform of the city of no return was looking at the light screen in the distance that was getting dimmer and dimmer. She was valiant, and her figure was extremely tall. Her fiery red battle robe fluttered in the wind, making her look even more heroic. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, and she could not hide the worry on her face. When the light screen was completely extinguished, the city of no return would be completely exposed to the immortal realms. At that time, this place would not only face the many immortal kings of the immortal realms, but also the great demon that made everyone tremble in fear. Although the city of no return could evacuate before the light screen was extinguished, the living beings of the entire floating flame realm would not be able to escape. Although the city of no return was big, it could not hold so many living beings. Therefore, Chen Shuang, the old city lord, and the many elders discussed for a long time. In the end, they unanimously decided to stay within the floating flame realm and live or die with this place. If even they abandoned the floating flame realm, then this place that they had lived in for generations would eventually become a fiery hell. The light screen will be extinguished in at most half a year. Now, there are already many living beings of the immortal realms searching everywhere. The immortal kings of the immortal realms should have already sensed the existence of the floating flame realm. Besides Chen Shuang, an old man in a long gray robe with a face like a turtle and many scales appeared. He was also looking at the light screen in the distance. His emotions were very complicated, but more than that, there was a kind of sigh and helplessness. Is that what old turtle thinks too? Is the floating flame realm going to be destroyed? Chen Shuang retracted her gaze and looked at the old man beside her. As one of the elders of the city of no return, the old man before her was a bona fide immortal king. A while ago, they relied on a few pieces of true bones passed down from the ancient times to produce several immortal king magical bodies, heading to the Moon Prince Manor in an attempt to defeat Gu Chang'e. Back then, it was Old Turtle who was in charge of the altar formation in the distance, not showing himself. However, right after that, several pieces of true bones also shattered. These were the trump cards left behind from the past. Every single piece was used. For the city of no return, it was an irreparable loss. Even an emperor clan ancestor from the other side died. What kind of power does Floating Flame Realm have left to stop all of this? Old Turtle only shook his head, a bitter smile on his face, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Chen Shuang also immediately became quiet. even though she had awakened in the present world, always diligently cultivating. However, there was still an extremely great distance between her and the immortal king level. However, even if she became an immortal king before the great light was extinguished, it was still useless, impossible to change anything. Could it be that we have to use the things Father left behind? However, what can this change? Qin Shuang couldn't help but feel a bit of despair. During this period of time, there were shocking changes in the Blue Sea realm. Many demonic creatures appeared, flocking over. The several great commanders in the City of No Return were still in the jade-green serene land, fighting against the demonic creatures. Some strange mist spread out from those rifts. Those with weaker cultivations might be corroded once they came in contact with it, their souls occupied, turning them into demonic creatures that only knew how to kill. Didn't Qin Feng leave the City of No Return and head to the outside world? Perhaps he can find a way. I remember that the City Lord gave Qin Feng many things. The previous Immortal Palace Remnant clan wasn't just us. Old Turtle had his hands behind his back, appearing more and more stooped. He sighed, his face full of helplessness. Hearing this, Qin Shuang's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of hope. After all, the old City Lord had also said that Qin Feng's origins were extremely special, perhaps having a tremendous background. The Sea of No Return beneath their feet was home to many ancient vicious beasts, some of which even immortal kings weren't their opponents, possibly becoming food. As for what exactly was at the end of the Sea of No Return, no one knew. When he first found Qin Feng at the coast of No Return, he wasn't injured at all. He had drifted from the other end of the Sea of No Return for an unknown number of years, drifting here and forgetting all of his past. However, his battle instincts seemed to be innate. He could learn and master any divine ability or spell with just a glance. The old City Lord had once said that in his long life, he had never seen such a genius. Yes, perhaps senior brother Qin Feng will bring us hope. Let's wait for the day he returns. Qin Shuang nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Rumble. However, at that moment, at the far end of the horizon, the dim screen suddenly shook, as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred in the outside world. The originally dim light became even dimmer, as if the light within it was about to disappear. All the living beings in the Fuyan realm felt the sky tremble, and they couldn't help but look over. Chapter 906. What's happening? Old Turtle and Qin Shuang's expressions changed drastically. They both leaped into the air, leaving the high platform of the City of No Return and looking into the distance. The sky shook as if a terrifying force was crashing down from afar, trying to destroy this place. Layers of ripples spread out like water waves. However, they contained an incomparably terrifying power that was enough to destroy all living things. Even though they were separated by a curtain, they could still see the shocking scene. Crimson flames fell from the depths of the universe like meteors. Great stars fell one after another, ignited into blazing flames. It was as if the entire heavens were withering, as if the entire universe was collapsing. All the living beings in this universe would be buried in the ultimate, buried together with it. Such a terrifying giant star directly smashed into the array outside the floating flaming realm, causing endless ripples and cracks to appear in some places. The array outside the floating flame territory was already very thin and could dim at any time. Now, it became more and more unstable. Cracking sounds came continuously, like a mirror that was about to shatter. The entire floating flame territory shook, shaking many times. The mountains shook, and dust rose into the sky. Many ancient trees were also shattered by this shockwave. Many ancient savage beasts further away looked up in fear. The majestic divine mountain beside them collapsed with a boom and turned into smoke and dust that filled the sky. What's happening? Is there an invasion? All the cultivators and creatures in the City of No Return reacted immediately. They wanted to rush into the sky. But the entire floating flame territory was shaking, causing many people to fall from the sky. They couldn't even fly steadily. This was a vast and terrifying force. As the sky shook, it kept seeping in, and even started to spread below. Many ancient beings who had always lived in the floating flame realm were startled awake. They raised their enormous heads and looked into the sky. Shriek, a golden-winged rock that covered the sky flew over and landed on a majestic ancient mountain. It was also looking at the outside world. This was a powerful creature close to the immortal king realm. Its bloodline was pure. A dragon-like ancestral alligator lifted its ferocious head, looking at the sky from a vast swamp far away. Terrifying fluctuations at the level of an immortal king swept through this area. All beasts went into hibernation, trembling in fear. The heavens and earth outside the Fuyan realm have undergone a huge change. It might be destroyed, a golden pai shio appeared. Surrounded by a sea of lightning, it appeared in this region. It spoke human language, and its golden eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Is the floating flame realm going to be destroyed as well? On the divine mountain, the golden-winged great peng bird also spoke. Although they were far apart, they could clearly hear the words of this golden pai shio. Let's go to the city of no return and discuss with them. The ancestral alligator was also walking. Its massive body gave people a suffocating and intimidating pressure. Its body was covered in scales as if it was made of countless ancient divine swords. The entire screen was now like a layer of transparent glass, allowing one to clearly see the scene outside. The sky was collapsing, and the entire world was dimming. Terrifying gales kept blowing in from those cracks, as if they were going to destroy the world. Flowing flames wrapped around the falling stars. It was even more terrifying than the might of a true immortal. It contained the law of destruction, obliterating everything. Rumble. The heavens and earth in the outside world seemed to be returning to chaos. Endless cracks spread, swallowing the entire world. All living beings and cultivators in the city of no return had received orders to quickly rush to the main city in the middle. The ancient bell that would only ring when a large number of demons invaded was also rung at this moment. The sound spread everywhere. Not good. In the distant serene Jade Land, the soldiers and commanders of the city of no return were fighting with many demons. Their expressions changed drastically as they rushed to the city of no return. However, because of the violent tremors in the floating flame realm, the demonic qi that spread out from the Tsangming realm became denser. New spatial cracks even appeared in some places. Vast amounts of demonic qi spewed out from them, carrying a large number of demons behind them. Among these powerful demons, there were even existences that true immortals found difficult to deal with. They possessed spiritual intelligence, and their strength was similarly monstrous when they were alive. In the middle of the main city of no return was a majestic platform. Multicolored light lingered, and a vast amount of energy surged. In the depths of the platform was the demonic core left behind by the existence who had built the city of no return. It was this huge demonic core that had been supporting the operation of the city of no return and the floating flame realm's great formation. The core that had been obtained from hunting demons all these years was just a drop in the bucket. It was not enough to support the operation of the vast floating flame realm. At this moment, although the old city lord could no longer open his eyes and was very weak, he still insisted on having someone bring him out. Beside the old city lord were several elders of the city of no return. Every one of them had the cultivation of an immortal king. Among them, there were even people who had survived the Forbidden Era. Their seniority was frightening. In the past, they were all in deep slumber, allowing their blood and qi to calm down. However, they had no choice but to wake up now. Xin Shuang stood beside Granny Yao and Elder Turtle with a serious expression. Her gaze fell on the distant end of the great screen. With every passing moment, the great screen would tremble and become dimmer and dimmer. She did not even know how many more impacts the great screen could withstand. Below the platform, there was a sea of people. Almost all of the cultivators and living beings in the city of no return had come. In the distance, there were several immortal king-level ancient mutated beasts that had rushed over from the desolate land. They were the rulers of the desolate land. They did not interfere with the city of no return. They minded their own business and had lived peacefully here for many eras. Judging from the current situation, the great formation outside the floating flame realm will not be able to hold on for much longer. Elder Turtle spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it came from below and reached everyone's ears. The main city, which was originally a little noisy, was now completely silent. All the residents who lived here looked over, waiting for the decision of the few elders. Elder Turtle was undoubtedly the most respected among them. He was the one who handled most of the daily affairs. The old city lord was already exhausted and did not have much time left. He was showing signs of passing away. All of us have to prepare for the worst. Once the floating flame realm is exposed to the outside world, as descendants of the immortal palace, we will not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. The immortal kings of the outside world are searching for the floating flame realm. They did not hesitate to destroy the star domains of the outside world to force us to show ourselves. Now that the star domains of the outside world are collapsing, if the floating flame realm does not do anything about it, the entire floating flame realm will be buried in the chaos. It will be destroyed along with the star domains that have been destroyed. The only fortunate thing is that the outside world has not truly discovered the location of the floating flame realm. Elder Turtle spoke slowly with a heavy gaze. They had already seen what was happening in the outside world just now. The immortal kings of the immortal realms had already paid the price of destroying the surrounding star regions in order to force them out of hiding in the Fuyan realm. This move could be said to be vicious. If there were other living beings in those star domains, it meant that those living beings would be buried with them. They exterminated the immortal palace bloodline back then. Are they still not satisfied and want to eliminate the roots? Let's fight it out with them. Hearing Elder Turtle's words, the silent people below were filled with resentment. Many of them were close to gnashing their teeth. Their ancestors were inextricably linked to the immortal palace. Some were former officials of the immortal palace, while others were former generals of the immortal palace. For example, the oldest immortal king here was once a subordinate of the Longevity Star Lord. Back then, the immortal palace had been so glorious that it had unified the heavens. But now, everyone was like a rat in the gutter, hiding and not daring to show themselves. Now, even the floating flame realm was going to be destroyed. 123 Almost everyone was filled with hatred. They could not wait to charge out into the outside world and kill their former enemies. Looking at everyone below, Xin Shuang also showed some sadness on her face. As the descendant of the Longevity Star Lord, she could not protect his former subjects now. She could only hide and drag out an ignoble existence. The curtain outside the floating flame realm cannot hold on for much longer. Perhaps the only chance now is to leave the floating flame realm and leave with the city of no return. But the living beings outside the city of no return. Elder Turtle said with a sigh. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. The city of no return could not take everyone away, which meant that some people had to stay behind. What were the consequences of staying behind? All of this went without saying. It was already clear. For a moment, everyone in the main city fell silent. They had to leave their homeland. Or should they stay here and wait for death? This was their homeland. In the mountain range in the distance, their old friends were buried. No matter what, some people have to leave. They have to leave behind a seed of fire to continue. We can't let the inheritance be cut off. I will give everyone 3 days to make a choice. After 3 days, no matter what, the city of no return will leave the floating flame realm. Elder Turtle said with unconcealable sadness in the depths of his eyes. If it was not for the fact that they had no choice, who would be willing to leave their homeland in such a state? Just as everyone fell into silence and the entire main city was filled with a thick sense of grief, the sky in the outside world trembled once again. Everyone could even see a terrifying giant hand slapping down from the sky, causing all the stars to fall. It was a peerless immortal king making a move, using a supreme Tao technique to destroy this star field. This must be the order of that great demon, Xin Shuang said through gritted teeth, her eyes full of hatred. Chapter 907. Outside this ruined star domain, an immortal king stood there coldly. His body covered the universe, just his eyes alone were as dazzling as two suns. He reached out a large hand, crushing this place. All of the stars exploded, falling down like flowing flames, rushing towards the great earth below. The rivers in many places broke apart, evaporated by the boundless magical force. The earth disintegrated, divine mountains and ancient peaks all collapsed. Some ancient stars with life were incomparably prosperous, but now, they were full of desolation, nothing left. After learning that the immortal king was going to destroy this star domain, everyone evacuated overnight, leaving their homes, fleeing their homeland. Under the might of an immortal king, the starry sky collapsed with a shake, everything no longer existing. In the distance, there were still immortal kings standing there, similarly taking action. Their large hands were ruthless, Tao techniques crushing down, even the universe collapsing. After narrowing down the scope to these star domains, they didn't care, following Gu Changa's instructions, forcing Immortal Palace's descendants to show themselves. For ordinary creatures, this was definitely a world-ending calamity. The immortal kings were determined to destroy these star domains, no one could shake their thoughts. Even if it was a universe, as long as an immortal king wanted to take action, they could still wipe it out with a raise of their palm. During this period of time, all types of terrifying calamities appeared in these star domains, illuminating the endless sky. The cultivators in the distant universe were all alarmed, worried that they would be affected. Immortal Domain, Wang Manor. The eyes of Ni Chen who occupied Wang Wuxiang's body flickered. He sat cross-legged in a cave, seven-colored light flowing all over his body. Seems like they want to force the descendants of Immortal Palace to show themselves. Even the two immortal kings of the Wang Manor have moved, something big is about to happen. He then got up. Outside the cave abode, an old true immortal stood there, seemingly very respectful. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that the expression in his eyes was shockingly cold, as if it didn't contain any emotions. During this period of time, Ni Chen had already successfully seized the bodies of several true immortals in the Wang Manor with the help of the heroic spirits of the ancestors. It could be said that in the current Wang Manor, apart from the two immortal king old ancestors, as well as a few other powerful existences who were close to half immortal king level, there was no one else. No one could threaten his safety. In addition, Ni Chen had moved his astral replica into the territory of the Wang Manor and was slowly encroaching on this star field. According to his own plan, in less than 10 years, the entire mansion would be under his control. It's time to visit Miss Jean in the lower realm. Right now, the only person Ni Chen still cared about was Wang Zijin. Previously, he learned that she was offered to Gu Chang'e by the two immortal kings of the Wang clan. After that, there was no news of Wang Zijin. This made Ni Chen feel resentful for a long time, worried that something bad had happened to him. However, after possessing the bodies of several true immortals in the king's mansion, he discovered some clues. Wang Zijin seemed to have known Gu Chang'e for a long time. That was why he was left behind in the Moon Prince mansion. It was just that Ni Chen didn't know the exact reason. Now that things in the Wang Manor were stabilizing, as long as nothing went wrong, there was nothing to worry about. Ni Chen began to consider visiting Wang Zijin in the lower realm. As the second person he missed so much, Wang Zijin had an aura that Ni Chen couldn't describe. He had never seen such an aura from other women. A day apart felt like 3 years. How long had it been since he last saw her? If I go to the upper realm, although true immortals will be restricted by the rules and their strength will be reduced to less than 10%, it's more than enough in that world. I don't have to worry about that. As Chen pondered, he got up and left the cave abode. He instructed that he would make a trip to the upper realm. His identity was highly valued by the immortal king patriarchs. It could be said that there was no one in the clan who would disobey him now. Soon, the Wang Manor prepared the realm-traversing carriage, which carried Chen straight to the upper realm. A true immortal followed beside him, nominally to ensure his safety. In reality, this true immortal's body had already been possessed by him. It was equivalent to being a puppet. At the same time, after leaving the floating flame realm, Qin Feng followed the clues to the 9 heavens. Right now, he was at the top of a mountain, silently looking at the chessboard in front of him. Meanwhile, in front of him, a white-clothed middle-aged man sat quietly, a board of chess pieces in front of him. His expression was aloof and calm, carrying an otherworldly aura. A type of mysterious aura curled about his body, as if there were millions and millions of stars revolving around him, rising and falling continuously, producing boundless immortal intent. He looked just like a true ancient immortal who had achieved the Tao. This was a vast mountain range, completely different from the immortal realm the world imagined. Essence energy surged here, primal chaos pervading the air, accompanied by auspicious multicolored light. Even the earth was shining, nourished by chaotic source energy. Here, immortal medicine swayed, fragrance assailing the nostrils. Purple rocks towered all around, the cliffs bright and clean, grass growing, ginseng breathing. A Qilin rested alone under a bluestone, silver chains falling, dense mists rising, spiritual birds flying, old medicines fragrant. This was where the legendary 9 heavens were, a place countless people yearned for, enveloped in boundless immortal intent. After Qin Feng was carried up by that old tortoise that looked like a black tortoise, he was led here by a Taoist child with rosy lips and white teeth. Of course, this Taoist child looked young, but he was actually very old, his eyes full of vicissitudes. This white-clothed middle-aged man before him was called Master by the Taoist child, but ever since Qin Feng arrived here, he discovered that he had always been staring at the chessboard, as if he had never moved. Even when he called out as a senior, the other party did not respond. This made Qin Feng very anxious, wanting to find the 9 heavens long ago, find a way to rescue the floating flame realm, and return there. This piece is really unsolvable. At this moment, just as Qin Feng almost couldn't wait any longer, the white-clothed middle-aged man seemed to have slowly returned to his senses, his gaze moving away from the chessboard. Qin Feng was about to speak, but the white-clothed middle-aged man swept a glance over him, his deep eyes seemingly containing all things. I already know of your origin. As the only person who has truly stepped into the 9 heavens in so many eras, there is something about you that makes me curious. He spoke calmly, his voice sounding no different from that of an ordinary middle-aged man. However, Qin Feng didn't know why, but he felt like all the secrets in his body were exposed in front of him. How should I address you, senior? Of course, Qin Feng was not an ordinary person. He focused slightly, cupped his hands, and asked. How should I address you? You can call me the Tomb Keeper. The white-clothed middle-aged man smiled faintly. Chapter 908. Tomb Keeper. These 3 words echoed in Qin Feng's ears, but his heart was incomparably shocked. The moment the middle-aged man in white finished speaking, he could faintly see a vast ancient battlefield appearing behind him. It was taller than the sky and wider than the infinite universe stacked together. Murderous intent shot up into the sky, shattering the universe. Countless stars floated around like dust. All sorts of terrifying scenes appeared. Blood rain fell from the sky, and black wind blew from the ground. The golden giant whose body covered half of the universe let out a deafening roar as it fought with the terrifying existence in the depths of the sky. At this moment, the fog rolled and a large black hand slapped down. It was covered in terrifying scales and directly slapped the golden giant to death. Golden blood rain splattered everywhere, and the entire universe exploded. In such a majestic ancient battlefield, all living beings were incomparably small. At the end of the black fog, there seemed to be an unimaginable living being watching everything. Countless corpses fell from there and smashed onto the ground like a heavy rain. The world was chaotic and shattered. Many universes were swept over and turned into broken battlefields. You can see all this. It seems that you can find the 9 heavens because you have karma with this place. I seem to have seen your origin, but I don't seem to have seen it. It's really strange. The middle-aged man in white smiled faintly, as if he could see the 750 shocking scenes in Qin Feng's eyes. What is this? Qin Feng regained his senses. His heart was filled with shock and he couldn't help but ask. This battle gave him a sense of déjà vu, as if he had experienced it before. This is the Great War of the Heavens. The middle-aged man in white looked very scholarly, but his eyes contained the vicissitudes of time. The Great War of the Heavens? Qin Feng muttered these 4 words, as if the shocking scene just now was replaying in his mind. Yes, the Great War of the Heavens. The people buried here are all those who died in the Great War of the Heavens. There are immortal emperors, supreme almighties, and even supergiants. All in all, you can see the tombs of all kinds of ancient masters. The middle-aged man in white shook his head and laughed. Isn't the 9 heavens the legendary origin of immortals? How could it be a tomb? When Qin Feng heard this, he was completely stunned. He simply couldn't believe it. He clearly remembered what the old city lord had told him to come to the 9 heavens in order to find a way to rescue the floating flame realm. It was said that the ancestor of Celestial Palace came to the 9 skies. But now, he was suddenly told that this was just a graveyard. Although countless experts had been buried, what was the use of that? Don't worry, I'm not done yet. The white-robed middle-aged man seemed to know what Qin Feng was thinking. He shook his head and said, I know that people come to the 9 heavens to pursue the secrets of the immortals. As for you coming to the 9 heavens, it should be because you want to find a way to resolve this. Right now, the external world you are in should be facing some sort of calamity. Your ancestor, for some reason, went to the 9 heavens, but he left behind a message. That is why you came here in pursuit of his message. Hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned again. Although there were some parts that didn't quite match, there wasn't much difference. Many seniors of the Immortal Palace had indeed left behind news of heading to the 9 heavens. And the reason why he came here was because the floating flame realm was facing such a crisis. The white-robed middle-aged man wasn't surprised by Qin Feng's reaction at all. He smiled faintly and said, in these countless years, there have been many outsiders like you who came to the 9 heavens. Although Qin Feng was the only one who came to the 9 heavens in these many eras. But even before that, there were people who came here following various clues. The 9 heavens wasn't a forbidden area that outsiders weren't allowed to enter. On the contrary, at the border between the 9 heavens and the external world, there was an old turtle that was used as a transportation tool to bring outsiders here. If that's the case, then senior, you said that the 9 heavens is just a graveyard? You're a tomb keeper. Qin Feng had many doubts in his heart, but the most important thing right now was to find the ancestor of Celestial Palace. He cupped his hands and said, to be honest, I am here to find the ancestor. Right now, my home is facing a calamity. Only by finding the ancestor can I have a chance to save my home. The white-robed middle-aged man smiled faintly and said. Is there a problem with that? Anyone who wants to enter the 9 heavens has to get the permission of me, the tomb keeper. The 9 heavens are vast and boundless. The 9 heavens belong to different places. Each heavens is separated from each other and overlaps like the top of a tower. Which heavens is the ancestor you're looking for? Hearing this, Qin Feng was completely stunned. He didn't know that the 9 heavens had such a division. Although the white old turtle had told him that the 9 heavens were actually the 9 heavens on the way here, he didn't think too much about it. If that was the case, how long would it take for him to find the ancestor of Celestial Palace? By the time he found the ancestor, the floating flame realm would have been destroyed. And how can you be sure that after finding the ancestor, they will definitely care about these things? What if your ancestor is already dead? The white-robed middle-aged man seemed to have seen people like Qing Feng who came here to find the ancestor. He couldn't help but shake his head and look back at the chessboard. He felt that Qing Feng was indeed a little special. He was different from those who came to the 9 heavens in the past. So, he said more. Each heavens has a corresponding ruler. If you don't want to give up, you can go and ask. I see that you're about to touch the immortal king realm. You're a pretty good expert. Those guys should give you face. However, the current ruler of the 9 heavens is an orthodoxy called Sky Shrouding Sect. Their sect master is called Eternal Life Tao Lord. If you find it troublesome, you can go and find him directly. However, the prerequisite is that you can pass through the 9 heavens and reach the 9th heavens. After saying this, the white-robed middle-aged man waved his sleeve. The fog in front of him surged and directly threw Qing Feng to another mountain range. Such strength shocked him. It was truly mysterious and unfathomable. Even he, who was close to the immortal king realm, couldn't sense anything strange. Standing on the mountain range, he was able to see the true appearance of the land. What entered his eyes were vast continents floating in the air. Clouds and mist lingered and immortal light surged. It was really like what people pursued, a place to seek immortality. At this moment, at the highest point of the 9 heavens, where the 9 heavens were located. In a majestic palace that seemed to stand erect in the vast cloud world. A figure wearing a zenith heaven Taoist robe with a deep face and seemed to be shrouded in endless chaos fog was sitting inside. His eyes included the endless heavens and various terrifying phenomena appeared. Then, it returned to silence. It was like a boundless abyss that made people tremble. Below this figure, there were several figures kneeling down, reporting the matter to him. Tao Lord, the Hall Master of the Boundary Life Hall of the Yin-Yang True World seems to have failed his 8th blight and suffered a huge backlash. His Tao fruit shattered and the Boundary Life Hall is in turmoil. The other Vice Hall Masters are also restless. Chapter 909. The palace was incredibly grand. It hung high in the air as if it could overlook the endless heavens. The figure sitting there was incredibly terrifying. In his eyes were the scenes of the birth and destruction of worlds. It was as if the changes of an ancient era were disappearing in his eyes. There were endless laws and orders intersecting with each other on his zenith heaven Taoist robe. The great Tao was hidden, and it was like a waterfall that suppressed the world. He was the true ruler of the 9 heavens, Tao Lord Eternal Life. He sat high above the 9 heavens. Eternal Life was his Taoist name, and it was also the name that the people of the world gave him. From this, it could be seen just how transcendent and terrifying his position was in the hearts of the people. Of course, from a certain point of view, he was indeed worthy of the name Eternal Life. He had truly achieved eternal life. Before the true mountain and sea world was born, the 9 heavens had already existed. They were neighbors to many true worlds, and their position was incredibly transcendent. Even in the other true worlds, the name of the 9 heavens was also spread. Countless cultivators and living beings continuously searched for the 9 heavens in search of their destiny. And the true mountain and sea world was just one of the true worlds. The Hall Master of World Life Hall failed his 8th blight and suffered a huge backlash. His Tao fruit shattered, and World Life Hall is in turmoil. The other Vice Hall Masters are also restless. True Yin-Yang World, at this moment, upon hearing these words, the Eternal Life Tao Lord, who was sitting on the throne, had a ripple in his deep and boundless eyes. True Yin-Yang World was one of the strongest true worlds in the vast true world. A true transcender had once been born. What was a transcender? It was a person who had touched the Emperor realm and survived 9 heavens blights. In the end, they would leap over the gate of Tao and transcend the shackles of their original realm. They would condense their Tao fruit and live forever. They would never be destroyed, and they would be the only existence in the entire heavens. That sort of existence was truly invincible in the boundless true worlds, and they could rule over multiple true worlds. When the calamity descended, they could also protect the true world and prevent it from decaying. They would be like the sun that illuminated the heavens. Even if he, who claimed to be eternal and indestructible, was known as Tao Lord Eternal Life, he was only on the path to that realm. Since ancient times, the number of transcendents that had truly appeared could be counted on one's fingers. All of them were existences who could illuminate an endless expanse of space with just their names alone in the vast true world. They had reached realms that no one could imagine and would find inconceivable. The Hall Master of World Life Hall was severely injured when he was fighting for a chaos spiritual treasure in the vast expanse. After so many eras, it seems that he still hasn't overcome that threshold. It seems that he really doesn't have much time left. That's why he's trying to break through that threshold at this final juncture. The 8th Blight, this is a threshold that all of us find difficult to cross. Tao Lord Eternal Life shook his head. Although there was a hint of pity in his voice, there was coldness deep in his eyes. Not only the Realm Life Hall Master, even he was at the threshold of the 8th Blight. He didn't have the confidence to cross it. It was possible that they would truly die, and their Tao would vanish. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed, and they would no longer exist. Although they were known as immortal existences, in front of this celestial blight, they were no different from ordinary people. His lifespan was exhausted, his chi and blood dried up, and even his soul light was extinguished. His physical body collapsed, and everything turned into ruins. Besides transcendence, there was no true immortality in this world. Not to mention, the Supreme Origin Realm was watching everything from a faraway latitude. Even if they were transcendents, could they really be said to be invincible? Tao Lord, the other Vice Hall Masters of World Life Hall have sent news. They intend to cooperate with us. They plan to take over World Life Hall after the Hall Master dies. When the time comes, we can choose 30% of the resources in World Life Hall. At this moment, the few figures standing respectfully below spoke again. We can choose 30% of the resources in World Life Hall. Tao Lord Eternal Life's eyes flickered when he heard that. A hint of thought flashed through his mind. It seems that World Life Hall has been targeted by the other forces in the true world of Yin Yang. That's why they want to cooperate with the 9 heavens at this time. Besides World Life Hall, there were several other great forces in the true world of Yin Yang. They were all ancient orthodoxies. They could be traced back to when the true world of Yin Yang was first born. They had gone through many calamities. Among them, Eternal Destruction Manor, Intentionless Mountain, and Rebirth Cave were all giants that did not lose out to World Life Hall. They ruled over countless universes and millions of people. It was especially so for Eternal Destruction Manor. It was once of the same origin as World Life Hall. They were both legacies left behind by the transcendence of the true world of Yin Yang. However, due to various reasons, this orthodoxy split up and became Eternal Destruction Manor and World Life Hall. The Manor Master of Eternal Destruction Manor and the Hall Master of World Life Hall were all peak figures who had survived 7 blights. They stood at the end of the vast true world. There were as many powerful people in Eternal Destruction Manor and World Life Hall. There were many immortal emperors who had existed since ancient times. There were even more immortal kings. Besides that, there were also some people who had already survived several blights and stepped on the path of transcendence. It could be said that the true world of Yin Yang was not without reason, as it was one of the strongest true worlds in the vast true world. A true world that had transcendence had a foundation that other true worlds could not compare to. They were simply not on the same level. Of course, due to the transcendence, even the big shots in the true world of Yin Yang did not dare to provoke the 9 heavens. Tao Lord Eternal Life was a supreme existence who stood at the peak of 7 blights. Besides that, each of the 9 heavens had its own master. The first few heavens sealed the heavens who had fallen in the war of the heavens. That was why only immortal emperors could become the masters there. Countless eons had passed, and there were already people who had broken through celestial blights and started walking on the path of transcendence. With such a terrifying foundation, the 9 heavens could naturally transcend the world. Besides the strongest true worlds like the true world of yin-yang and the true world of death and yin, the other true worlds could not enter the 9 heavens' eyes. Even the true mountain and sea world, which had once been in its golden age, had quite a number of immortal emperors and true spirits who had walked on the path of transcendence. But so what? In the eyes of the 9 heavens, they were still far from enough. 30% is not enough. Besides that, Shrouding Sky sect also wants the supreme treasure of chaos snatched by the Hall Master of World Life Hall. Tao Lord Eternal Life, who sat at the top of the hall, closed his eyes and spoke calmly, but his voice was filled with an unquestionable tone. Besides the Hall Master of World Life Hall, the other Vice Hall Masters had not even passed their 5th blights. It was no different from a fantasy to want to take over World Life Hall with their strength. Eternal Destruction Manor would not let such a fat piece of meat like World Life Hall remain indifferent. I understand. I will go and explain to the people from the true world of yin-yang. When they heard this, the figures kneeling at the bottom of the hall became indistinct. They stepped into the air and quickly disappeared. If there was an outsider here at that moment, they would definitely be so shocked that they would not be able to speak, because those figures were all genuine immortal kings with monstrous strength. If they appeared in the outside world, they could easily control an endless universe and be worshipped by countless people. However, in this place, they could only be subordinates and be ordered around. The existence of the 9 heavens was like a pyramid with layers of continents stacked on top of each other. Ordinary people would find it difficult to cross the distance between each layer of heavens in their entire life. Wanting to go from the 1st layer to the 9th layer was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was simply impossible. At that moment, Qing Feng was standing on the land of the 1st layer of heavens. He was shocked by the vastness of this place, but he was also blocked outside the city. He could not even enter the 1st city of the 1st layer of heavens. Several soldiers in immortal armor stared at him coldly and blocked him outside the city. Although Qing Feng was not afraid of these soldiers who were only in the supreme realm, he did not dare to act presumptuously in such an unfamiliar place. This is a guest that the master has personally received. Let him enter the city. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the boy beside the middle-aged man in white called the Tomb Keeper appeared in time and asked the soldiers at the city gate to let him in. However, before Qing Feng could thank him, this boy had already disappeared. His cultivation was so profound that even Qing Feng could not see through him. Thanks to the help of this boy, Qing Feng finally stepped into this city. It was as if he had traveled through thousands of eras and arrived in ancient times. The flow of time in the 9 heavens was exactly the same as in the outside world. There was no difference at all. 00 Just as Qing Feng finally set foot on the path to find the ancestor of the immortal palace. Outside of the floating inferno realm, endless astral winds blew. Stars fell from the depths of the sky like fireballs one after another. All the earth burst open. A terrifying black giant hand reached down, shaking the heavens. Some seemed to return to chaos and completely disappeared. It's completely chaotic outside. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles has exploded. Nothing is left. The demonic aura outside of the Tsangming realm is even more turbulent. Because of the turbulence in the outside world, the cracks in the Tsangming realm have become even bigger. Everyone in the city of no return raised their heads and looked at the sky. Some were in despair, some were angry, some were calm, and some were praying. This was the scene of all living beings facing a calamity. The sky dimmed, stars fell, and shattered. One could see terrifying giant hands sweeping across the sky. The earth exploded, and the mountains were as small as dust. The immortal kings of the immortal domain were making their move. A few days ago, they had already discovered the location of the floating inferno realm. They found the crack in the sky and continuously attacked, wanting to break through this place. Qin Shuang held a long spear in her hand. She wore a blood-red robe and soft armor. She stood in the sky above the city of no return, looking at the outside world coldly and calmly. Behind her, several elders of the city of no return appeared. Their bodies were filled with the might of immortal kings, ready to fight the immortal kings outside at any time when the sky was broken. A golden-winged rock with a body full of golden light had also transformed into human form. He was a handsome middle-aged man. Beside him, the crocodile ancestor and other powerful ancient beasts appeared. They revealed auras comparable to immortal kings, quietly waiting for the moment when the sky was broken. Originally, they had agreed that some people in the city of no return would leave after 3 days, leaving behind a seed of hope. However, they didn't expect that the floating inferno realm would be discovered by immortal kings on the second day. After all, the star domain in the outside world had been destroyed. The uniqueness of this place could be discovered with just a little investigation. Therefore, an immortal king descended outside the sky, wanting to break through the spirit formation here. In the past 2 days, the energy of the spirit formation core in the city of no return had been depleted extremely quickly. Now, it was dim, and there were many cracks like a spider web. It could break at any time. It seems that we can't wait for Qin Feng's help. The spirit formation outside the city of no return can only last for 1 more day at most. Even if the city of no return enters the void and leaves at this time, it's too late. Several elders had bitter expressions as they shook their heads. They didn't have any way to resist this seemingly predestined outcome. We didn't use the things that Father left behind, even if there's no chance, I will make them lose a piece of flesh. They will regret it. Qin Shuang's valiant face revealed anger and hatred. She gritted her teeth, and flames spread on her long spear. Her killing intent shook the heavens. Just as everyone in the city of no return was staring at the outside world, watching the huge hands descending from the sky and continuously shattering the spirit formation. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The galaxy rolled in reverse, and the universe wailed. Even the great Tao rumbled under the feet of a figure. The shattered universe and star region fell completely silent. The immortal kings who were attacking also stopped. They withdrew their avatars and turned into immortal light, descending. A tall and slender figure appeared outside the sky. He was dressed in white and looked extremely young. He seemed to be walking over from the void, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. However, all the cultivators and living beings in the Fu Yen realm felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. They couldn't help but feel fear. Everyone seemed to hear the footsteps reverberating in the universe and resounding in the heavens. It's him. The expressions of the other immortal kings and elders here changed drastically, and they were unable to maintain their calm from before. Demon Master, Qin Shuang's eyes narrowed. She was almost gnashing her teeth. She couldn't forget that face. It was the person they had left the Fu Yen realm for the Moon Prince Mansion. He had used the immortal King True Bone to attract the heroic spirits of the immortal palace and tried to spy on them. He was here. Chapter 9-10. In the pitch-black universe, large areas of star domains were broken and shattered. Strong winds blew everywhere, enough to destroy any living being or cultivator. To ordinary living beings, this was a terrifying calamity. The world was turned upside down, the universe collapsed, and not a single star was left behind. And under this broken sky, the floating flame realm in front of him was especially obvious. It was as if there was an invisible light screen that enveloped it. As a result, a vacuum zone appeared here. Any falling star wreckage would be repelled and it came into contact with this zone. This scene was too obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was a huge problem here. Not to mention that the people who were ordered to destroy the surrounding star domains were all immortal kings. The strangeness of this place naturally couldn't escape their eyes. Immediately, a huge hand swept across the sky and slapped down. An immortal king even sent the matter of this place back to the heavenly court and informed Guchanga. "Greetings, my lord." King Luo, immortal King Xueshao, and the others all appeared here. They turned into divine light and descended with golden light under their feet. They cupped their hands and bowed to Guchanga, who was walking over, their attitude incomparably respectful. "There is indeed a problem here." Guchanga walked over from the void. There seemed to be ripples of the great Tao spreading under his feet. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that the great Tao of this world was trampled under his feet. He was above all laws, and even the heavenly Tao rules were retreating. He looked at the almost transparent area in front of him and nodded slightly. To outsiders, there was nothing strange about this place. They couldn't see the scene inside at all. But in Guchanga's eyes, it was clear at a glance. He could clearly see the vast world inside. Divine mountains were majestic, immortal mountains were majestic, and exuded a desolate and ancient aura. It was like a boundless continent. This was like a small world hidden here, but Guchanga could feel the strangeness of it. This small world wasn't that simple. There is an aura from beyond the boundless. Guchanga landed in the void in front of him. From his direction, he could see everything in front of him. He could feel that someone was watching him in this small world. The group that escaped from the Moon Prince mansion back then. Guchanga smiled faintly and reached out to touch the light screen that no one could see. He gently pressed it down. Luo Wang, the Blood Owl Immortal Emperor, and the others could not see it either. However, at this moment, he felt his legs go soft, and even the heavens and earth became heavy. His spine was about to be bent down. The entire sky seemed to be falling down, containing endless power, crushing down on their bodies. Even immortal kings couldn't withstand such power. They simply had to kneel down. They were overwhelmed with shock. They understood that this was the power of Guchanga's pressure. The entire world seemed to have become his palm, and he was pressing forward. Kacha, at this moment, everyone heard a teeth-numbing cracking sound. It was as if a sword had been broken, or as if glass had been shattered. In the invisible void before his eyes, something transparent seemed to crack open. The boundless power that filled the sky poured in like a tide, about to blast it apart. Heaven and earth rumbled, the endless void collapsing here. The curtain has cracked. All the cultivators and living beings in the Fuyan realm were shocked speechless by the scene before them. The entire world was shaking, and the earth seemed to be experiencing an earthquake. It kept rumbling and trembling, and countless cracks spread out. Volcanoes erupted, lakes dried up, and spiritual energy was directly evaporated. This was the array formation that had protected this place for countless years. Even the combined forces of immortal kings couldn't break through it. However, the moment the young man's palm landed, countless cracks began to spread out like a spider web, showing signs of shattering. Xin Shuang and the others had extremely solemn expressions as they stared in that direction. No matter who it was, their hearts were filled with fear and trembling. Apart from resentment, there was also a deep sense of powerlessness. It was like an ant facing a giant. They couldn't summon the slightest thought of resisting. "We can't stop him." At this moment, Elder Turtle, who was standing on the high platform, shook his head slightly and sighed. His originally stooped figure suddenly straightened up, and a divine light burst forth from his cloudy old eyes. He stepped out of the city of no return and appeared in the sky, planning to face Guchanga directly. Elder Turtle, everyone in the city of no return cried out in alarm, filled with deep sorrow. The other elders also had solemn expressions. After looking at each other, they also chose to step out, wanting to face all of this together with Elder Turtle. The aura of immortal kings appeared, filling the sky, trying to stabilize the shattered floating flame realm. There weren't many immortal kings in the floating flame realm. Previously, they had used the treasures left behind from the immortal palace era. The divinity in those true bones had been exhausted, and it was impossible for them to be of any use at this time. Apart from Elder Turtle, the other immortal kings were already in a state of aging. Since the Forbidden Era, they had been sealed to alleviate the exhaustion of their blood. However, it was still a drop in the bucket, and it was impossible for them to become truly immortal. Especially at the immortal king level. This isn't something that we can contend against. The golden-winged Great Peng, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, shook his head and sighed. His eyes were filled with fear. Among the other ancient beasts, there were many whose cultivation had reached the immortal king level, but they didn't dare to act rashly. They knew how terrifying the array formation outside the floating flame realm was. It was impossible for immortal kings to destroy it. Several immortal kings outside had attacked it for several days, but there were no signs of it shattering. However, under Gu Changa's light pressure, it completely exploded. This was a terrifying strength that could crush all living things, and it couldn't be estimated with words. Just as all the cultivators and living beings in the floating flame realm were trembling in unease. A cracking sound came from the sky again. The array formation that was originally on the verge of shattering disintegrated at this moment, turning into a rain of light that scattered down. A pitch-black starry sky instantly appeared above the floating flame realm. All the cultivators and living beings could clearly see everything. This was like a pure land that was undisturbed and transcendent. Ancient trees were green, and it was vast and boundless. Many ancient ferocious beasts resided in this wasteland. The outline of a city could be seen in the distance, as if it would never fall, hanging high in the sky. There is actually such a transcendent place hidden here. The spiritual energy is rich, comparable to before the immortal ancient era. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings were all shocked. One of the 9 wondrous realms of the immortal realm. Gu Chang'e instantly recognized this place. A long time ago, there was a pure land in the immortal realm called the Immortals' Pure Mountain. There was a supreme root planted there. Some people called it the 9 Profundity root, while others called it the 9 Lifetimes root. It was said to be the root of an expert whose cultivation was unfathomable. Because he would step on a different path in each life, surpassing his previous peak, and then leave behind a Tao root. The 9 Profundity root was the Tao root he left behind after 9 lives. This supreme expert planned to return to 1 after 9 lives, using a different method to cross the 9 decay of the celestial being, and transcend in one go. However, he failed when he returned to 1. A rootless fire ignited in the depths of his soul, and all of his Tao techniques were turned to ashes. In this world, 9 was the limit. Anyone who wanted to break through this limit would become an anomaly, and would attract the attention of the unseen. The reason why Gu Chang'e knew all this was because this unparalleled powerhouse had been burned to a crisp under his watch. Of course, this him was not the current him, but the him in the origin world. In this world, no living being could withstand the gaze of the origin true ancestor before transcending, not even a supreme existence who was about to cross the 9th decay. After this supreme expert was burned to ashes, a seed was left behind in the black ashes. This was the 9 Profundity root. Later on, it was obtained by the owner of the Immortals' Pure Mountain and planted there. However, later on, when the 9 Profundity root was mature, it encountered a destructive lightning tribulation and was split into 9 pieces. Each piece flew out and evolved into a wonderful realm, containing many mysteries. It was even possible to obtain the fortune of that supreme expert. Of course, there were also rumors that these 9 wonderful realms were formed from the body of that supreme expert. One day in the future, he would return. Gu Chang'e was not interested in these rumors. Whether he returned or not was not important to him. He stepped into the floating flame realm and looked at the immortal kings who were charging towards him. How dare you? Luo Wang, Blood Owl Immortal King, and the others followed behind. When they saw this scene, anger appeared on their faces. They were about to attack and fight with the people in front of them. No need. However, Gu Changa waved his hand to stop them and said indifferently, I don't want to kill innocent people. If you want to destroy this place, then I don't mind. The several elders of the city of no return who rushed over, including Elder Turtle, who was prepared to die and fight Gu Changa to the death, were stunned. They did not know what Gu Changa meant, but they did not want to fight with the immortal kings here, because the aftermath would destroy the floating flame realm. After the barrier was broken, the floating flame realm, which had lost its protection, could not withstand a battle at the level of immortal kings. In the end, this was just a place similar to a small world. The stability of the space was far inferior to the celestial realm. Moreover, even the celestial realm could not withstand a battle at the level of immortal kings. They had to go to the depths of the boundless universe, let alone here. Their expressions changed. If it was not necessary, they did not want to fight with Gu Changa. It would only lead to their own deaths. Demon Lord, what is the meaning of this? Elder Turtle hesitated, but still cupped his hands and asked. Although they were willing to die, there were still many cultivators and living beings in the floating flame realm. If Gu Changa wanted to destroy this place, it would only take him a few words. He did not even need to do it himself. I don't mean anything. I just want to find someone. Gu Changa smiled faintly. If I wanted to destroy this place, I would not need to come here personally. I think you should understand this. The expressions of the elders of the city of no return changed again. They knew that Gu Changa was right. If he wanted to destroy this place, he did not need to come here personally. As long as he knew the location of this place, even if it was several universes away, Gu Changa could destroy this place with a single palm strike. Even the former celestial realm could not withstand a single palm strike from him. Not to mention this small floating flame realm. Demon Lord, who are you looking for? Elder Turtle did not dare to joke around in front of Gu Changa. He could only ask respectfully. Although they hated Gu Changa so much that they could not wait to tear out his tendons and bones and tear him into pieces, who dared to say anything now? Gu Changa did not say anything. He continued to smile faintly. Bring me to the person in charge here. Or, the person with the highest seniority. The person with the highest seniority? Elder Turtle and the others were startled. They had different guesses in their hearts. They felt uneasy. The place where the floating flame realm and the celestial realm were connected was a desolate land. Ancient trees reached into the sky, and majestic mountains emitted a vigorous aura. Some places were shrouded in purple light that lingered around the mountains. If the people of the celestial realm discovered this place, they would surely think it was a ruin from the ancient era. Many places showed the style of the ancient era, including the style of Elder Turtle and the others' clothes. They were very simple, very different from the current era. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings also realized that the living thing that appeared outside the Moon Prince mansion was here. Are you the ones who framed me? You almost killed me. Luo Wang's gaze was unfriendly. However, with Gu Changa here, he was very tolerant. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. This matter made him very angry. Back then, he could not explain himself. Fortunately, Gu Changa was just joking. 08 did not cause trouble for him. Soon, Gu Changa followed Elder Turtle and the others through this desolate land, heading straight for the city of no return. This was the first time Luo Wang and the others had seen this city. Even as immortal kings, they could not help but feel a little surprised. There were clearly no traces of a formation around this city, but it operated freely. It corresponded to the number of stars in the heavens as it bobbed up and down on this sea. This sea is also not ordinary. Moreover, why is there a boundless aura here? Luo Wang and the others' expressions changed slightly. They felt that this place seemed to be hiding many secrets. It was not as simple as it seemed. This city of no return floated quietly in this place, but it supported this place. Why did the elders bring this demon here? What happened? Everyone in the city of no return was puzzled and confused by the scene before them. At the same time, they were very frightened. No one knew why Elder Turtle and the other elders would bring Guchanga, the culprit behind the destruction of the Great Screen, here. Many children hid behind their parents. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. They had been taught since they were young that their former home was destroyed by this demon, Guchanga. Now, this terrifying demon had reappeared in the world and appeared in the city of no return. Even their parents and elders were fearful, let alone them. They did not dare to speak at all. The entire city of no return fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. Many adults covered their children's mouths. They were worried that they would make some noise at this moment. It seems that in your eyes, I am really a person who has committed a great crime. Seeing this, Guchanga laughed lightly, not minding it at all. Chapter 9:11. Rather than calling the city of no return a city, it was more like an island floating on the ocean. There were no traces of a great formation, but the flow was natural. Multicolored light gushed out from all kinds of places, and one could even see the bright sun of the Fuyan realm in the distance. It shone with golden light as it changed from day to night. Guchanga, Luo Wang, and the others stepped into the city and headed towards the main city. When they heard this chuckle, the expressions of Elder Turtle and the other elders who were leading the way changed. Cold sweat appeared on their backs, and their hands and feet turned cold. In fact, they had just considered whether they should really bring Guchanga and the others into the city of no return. If he was unhappy, he could destroy this city with just a thought. Now that Guchanga said this, they didn't know what to say, and they couldn't guess Guchanga's thoughts and intentions. They felt as if they were walking on the edge of a cliff, and the slightest carelessness would cause them to fall in and be smashed into pieces without leaving behind a corpse. All the citizens looked at them cautiously and cautiously. The entire street was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet that it seemed like death. The children widened their eyes in fear, and the adults covered their mouths tightly. This place even has an academy. It seems like they plan to live here for generations. Guchanga smiled faintly. He didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. He swept his gaze across and looked at them one by one. Rows upon rows of ancient buildings could be seen in the depths. The style of the taboo era could be seen before the immortal ancient times. The original Buddhist pagodas were dazzling, and there was an inexplicable Buddhist charm flowing around them. Some academies and temples were standing in the distance. Multicolored light rose, turning into a majestic chi and blood shadow that shrouded those areas. Originally, there should be many cultivators and living beings cultivating there, but now they were all gathered here, and their faces were pale and uneasy. It was obvious that these residents had lived here for many eras, and had long regarded this place as their home. Facing him was like facing an invader. This made Guchanga shake his head slightly. He didn't plan to destroy this place, or else he wouldn't have come here personally. Lord Demon Lord, we have lived here for generations after the taboo era, and have never left the Fuyan realm. Elder Turtle, who was leading the way, explained respectfully. He did not dare to mention that he had been living here since the immortal palace was destroyed. He was worried that his words would be ambiguous. Before Guchanga showed his true hostility, they didn't want to fight with Guchanga, so they tried their best to negotiate with a peaceful attitude. He would answer every question. The other elders were also surprised by Guchanga's attitude. They didn't know what he meant by asking these questions. They were already prepared for the worst. However, there was really no need for it. Who would be willing to die? However, Guchanga didn't ask any more questions. He just followed them into the depths of the city of no return. Before entering this place, Guchanga had sensed an aura from beyond the vast expanse. After arriving at the main city, the aura became even denser. It seems that there is a passageway here that leads to the vast expanse. Perhaps there is a passageway that leads to the immortal domains. Gu Chang'e had a strange look in his eyes. He had some guesses in his heart. This reminded him of the Yin extinction sky that he encountered in the upper realm. The Yin extinction origin was a strange substance that came from the origin world. It could corrode everything in the world. The ancient ancestors of the Yin extinction sky had accidentally fallen into a space-time crack and landed in the periphery of the origin world. There, they were contaminated and corroded, but they also obtained eternal life. However, the price they had to pay was pain that would never dissipate. They would suffer for eternity. After their bodies collapsed, they would have to rebuild their bodies in the Yin extinction ancient well. In the eyes of everyone in the world, the Yin extinction chi was the most poisonous substance that could corrode anything. Even those who had achieved the immortal King Dao fruit were helpless in front of the Yin extinction mist. They couldn't solve the problem from the root. This reminded Gu Chang'e of the reincarnated human ancestor in the upper realm. How could a true immortal stop the Yin extinction calamity with his strength? There were probably many strange and hidden secrets in this. However, it was no longer important to Gu Chang'e as to what other secrets the human ancestor was hiding. Even the seal of samsara that he left behind back then was useless to him now. Soon, Gu Chang'e saw the person he wanted to see in the main city. However, it was a pity that it wasn't someone related to Qing Yi. Greetings, Lord Demon Lord. The old city lord of the city of no return sat up from the bed with difficulty as he was supported by someone. His voice was extremely weak. He couldn't open his eyes anymore. His qi and blood had dried up to the extreme. He was hanging on by his last breath. This was an old man who had existed since the Forbidden Era. He had once followed the Longevity Star Lord of the Immortal Palace. He was his old servant. It could be said that the old city lord of the city of no return was definitely the person with the longest lifespan that Gu Chang'e could find in the current immortal domain. He wanted to find the Immortal Palace's remnant clan, but it wasn't to settle the score with them for attacking him outside the Moon Prince mansion. To him, this was like looking at an ant biting at his feet. He couldn't even be bothered to stretch out his foot to stomp it to death. Beside the old city lord, Sun Shuang gripped her spear tightly. Because she was using too much strength, her bony fingers were turning white. She was trying her best to hide her hatred. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back and attack Gu Chang'e. Then, she would implicate the entire city of no return. She didn't know why Gu Chang'e didn't continue attacking the city of no return after breaking through the Great Barrier outside the city of no return. However, as long as she could stay safe, she didn't ask for anything else. Granny Yao, Elder Turtle, and the other elders stood aside, quietly waiting for Gu Chang'e to speak. The Luo Wang, the Blood Owl Immortal King, and the others stood respectfully behind Gu Chang'e. They looked like his followers. Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile, "It seems that if I came any later, you would have died." He could naturally see that the old city lord was already at the end of his life. There was basically no qi or qi in his body. At the Immortal King realm, one should have abundant qi and blood. Just the power of qi and blood alone could shatter the universe. However, he was really exhausted. His body had reached the end, and even the Daoyuo Golden Immortals couldn't save him. I don't have many days left to live. Now, I'm holding on with my last breath. The floating flaming realm is about to shatter. I can't be at ease. The old city lord replied weakly with a bitter smile. He had indeed seen Gu Chang'e before. However, he had only seen him from afar as a servant by the side of his master, the Longevity Star Sovereign. Even his master was very reserved and respectful when facing Gu Chang'e. He had the attitude of a senior. He was actually very surprised now. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to remember him, an unassuming old servant by the Longevity Star Sovereign's side. This was indeed the old city lord's doubt. Why was he on good terms with the immortal palace? There were even times when the demon masters invited by the palace masters would destroy the immortal palace in the end. The entire immortal realm was buried in darkness because of this. Since then, it had been silent for many eras. What exactly happened between the two of them? Why would they suddenly turn against each other? Over the countless years, he had thought about it for a long time, but never once did he figure it out. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. He looked at Xin Shuang with some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. He smiled and said, "This is your master's daughter, right? I still remember that she was a very barbaric little girl back then. In the blink of an eye, she has grown so big." Hearing this, the old city lord smiled bitterly. Xin Shuang was indeed a barbaric little girl. She was famous in the entire immortal palace. The other star sovereign's children were not as naughty and barbaric as her. However, that was a very, very long time ago. It was so long ago that even his memory was very vague, as if he was about to forget it. However, when Gu Chang'e said this, he suddenly remembered. Those memories became clear. Moreover, he really didn't expect that Gu Chang'e not only remembered him, but also missed Xin Shuang. Xin Shuang also didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would suddenly say this at this time. Moreover, he even said this with a sentimental tone of an elder. She gripped the spear so tightly that it made a cracking sound. Her eyes were somewhat red, and her teeth were almost crushed from clenching. At that time, she was incomparably pure. Although she was a little barbaric, her nature was not bad. She would often ask her father why he was so respectful to Gu Chang'e. It had to be known that her father was the leader of the Star Sovereigns, a famous super expert of the Immortal Palace. He guarded the various heavens, and no one dared to invade. Apart from a few palace masters, no one was his opponent. There was once an immortal emperor who tried to challenge her father, but he was suppressed with a single hand. That scene left an extremely deep impression on her. Therefore, she worshipped her father very much. At the same time, she was puzzled by her father. Why would he be so respectful to an existence called the Demon Master? Xin Shuang remembered that when her father had answered, his eyes had been filled with undisguised worship and respect. He had also said that this was the invincible existence that he had been pursuing all his life. He had once saved the mountain and sea realm, and because of his existence, the other realms would never dare to invade. At that time, there was no such thing as the immortal domain. The entire world was collectively known as the mountain and sea realm. The ignorant Xin Shuang didn't know what these words meant. She only knew that the Demon Master was an existence that was much, much stronger than her father. Later, the immortal palace collapsed in one day. The vast and boundless palace collapsed and exploded under a golden palm. This palm traversed the sky, endless and boundless. In front of it, the entire world seemed small. The universe exploded in front of it, and primal chaos overflowed in all directions. No living creature could stop it. The palace master of the immortal palace flew over and tried to stop this palm, but he collapsed in midair, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered from the depths of the broken universe. Endless territories collapsed, the universe split open, the stars turned into dust, the immortal palace was destroyed, and the world fell into darkness. She hid in the Longevity Star Monarch's residence in fear, not knowing what had happened. Endless fiery light descended from the sky, setting everything ablaze, incinerating everything. Everyone was shouting, 640, in fear, trying to escape. However, under such a terrifying scene, they were like ants, and were killed by the aftershocks. The maid who had grown up with her was knocked down by the flames, screaming miserably as she was burned into black ashes. Xin Shuang couldn't forget this scene. The magnificent Longevity Star Monarch's residence collapsed all of a sudden, and there were ashes and ruins everywhere. She watched as the entire world fell into darkness, shrouded in endless blood and fire. Later, she saw her father, leading many immortal soldiers of the immortal palace, roaring as he rushed to the end of the darkness, wanting to fight the figure standing there. However, before he could get close, Qin Shuang saw the figure glancing at him coldly. His eyes were like eternal ice, without the slightest emotion. A demonic halberd swept past, and her father exploded. Just like the few palace masters who rushed over before, he turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Her invincible father, who had once suppressed an immortal emperor with one hand, died just like that. And the person who made the move was the demon lord that she had always respected. Qin Shuang fainted. When she woke up again, countless eras had passed. The past had long been buried in the long river of time, turning into a dark era that no one dared to mention. This was a new era, but also an unfamiliar era. Just like that, she revived after hundreds of millions of years, as if she was welcoming a new life. But the memories in her mind told her that those scenes were not illusions, but scenes that had happened before. That great demon called the Demon Lord destroyed the heavens with one hand, destroyed the immortal palace, and killed her father. The immortal palace that she had lived in since she was young had now become a legend, and not even the ruins were left behind. The outside world had been turned upside down, and it had completely changed. What happened back then? No one knew that even the heavens and earth were rejecting that era. That period of time had become a taboo that no one dared to mention. How could Qin Shuang not be sad and hateful? She made up her mind to become an existence that surpassed her father. She would find the enemy from back then and avenge her father and everyone in the immortal palace. And it was after these hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. One day, she suddenly received news that the person who destroyed the immortal palace back then was still in the world, and he had appeared in the immortal realm in the outside world. Qin Shuang was completely stunned. On the day she received the news, she stood on the mountain top for an entire day. Why was the immortal palace destroyed? Why was its ancient history buried? Why had everything become a taboo? Why was he still here? Chapter 9:12. Qin Shuang simply didn't dare believe all of this, but she had no choice but to believe it. Her great enemy was still in this world. After the passage of endless time, his bearing didn't diminish in the slightest. He towered at the peak, overlooking all life. This was especially the case with the current immortal domain, long different from the taboo era before immortal ancient. Even immortal kings were rare, able to command all universes. However, Gu Changde was still powerful to the point of making others feel despair, easily wiping out immortal kings, even foreign emperor clans' ancestors. How was she supposed to get revenge? Qin Shuang's heart was full of unwillingness, not willing to accept all of this. However, reality was that Gu Changde, this great enemy, was already standing in front of her, yet she didn't even have the courage to take action. This made her hate her own powerlessness and weakness. It seems like I've brought back the bad memories you have of me. Time really does pass quickly. Gu Changde smiled faintly, his eyes shifting away from Qin Shuang's body. Qin Shuang stared straight at him, almost gnashing her teeth in anger. Her originally pretty eyes were now bloodshot. She was still enduring, not willing to implicate the massive city of no return because of this. The spear in her hands was about to crack from her grip. If this was any other place, she would have already rushed over without any consideration for the consequences, wishing to stake it all against Gu Changde. Old City Lord, Elder Turtle, Granny Medicine, and the other elders all entered a state of silence. Most of them were actually survivors from the taboo era. In the beginning, they didn't have much of a relationship with Qin Shuang. In reality, they weren't all that clear on just how much Qin Shuang hated Gu Changde, how much she hated this main culprit. Most of them felt reverence and fear towards Gu Changde, actually more than hatred. However, Gu Changde didn't pay too much attention to these things. He came to Floating Flame Realm to confirm one thing. After Qin Yi left the higher realms and returned to Immortal Domain, she didn't come to Floating Flame Realm, nor did she look for Immortal Palace's descendants. Then there was only one final possibility left, it seems like she should have headed to the land of reincarnation, planning to reenact the cycle of reincarnation, let those people of the past reappear. Gu Chang'e guessed Xing Yi's purpose, otherwise, there was no way to explain her current whereabouts. In this massive immortal domain, there was no trace of her aura. It even made one suspect that this true world's true spirit was about to scatter, disappear from this world. A true world without the protection of a true spirit would be like a lighthouse in the vast ocean. It would attract all the living beings and powerful warriors who were trekking in the vast ocean. Previously, outside the sky, a terrifying abnormal phenomenon was reflected, as if the world was going to be destroyed. This was the reason why the living beings who were moving through the vast expanse had noticed the true mountain and sea world. In at most 100 years, those living beings would follow the light in the darkness and swarm over like sharks who had smelled blood. They would sacrifice the entire true mountain and sea world to receive the world behind them. This was the law of survival for the boundless true worlds in the vast universe. They could devour each other's true worlds, and once they decayed, they would welcome new life. She should have noticed this as well, so she planned to come here as soon as possible to bring everything back. Gu Chang'e thought to himself. If he thought about it this way, it made sense. Before the arrival of the second Aeon, Qin Yi had already made preparations. There was no such thing as her truly slaughtering all the living beings. The souls that perished in that battle were all guided to a certain place by her to avoid the calamity. As long as the time was right, the vast universe would be reflected by her from the land of reincarnation. There were all sorts of rumors circulating in the immortal domain. Many living beings guessed that the powerful warriors who had left the immortal domain would return once again. But that was not the case. The ones who had truly returned were the heroic spirits who had fallen asleep in the land of reincarnation. Some of them had survived the first Aeon and were the founding members after Qin Yi established the immortal palace. They could be traced back to an extremely distant era. Even more of them were the countless living beings and cultivators who had lost their lives during the Forbidden Era. For this, Qin Yi had also paid a heavy price. But it was also thanks to her identity as the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, or else she would not have been able to bear the terrifying karma and hide from everyone. What is that place? Gu Chang'e then looked in the direction of the mountain range, which was full of towering mountains and precipitous ridges, and asked. An endless fog was spreading from that place, as if it wanted to drown the entire place. That is where the Tsangming realm is located. It was originally a wonderful place that coexisted with the floating flame realm. But later on, some cracks in space appeared, causing the place to be corroded by demonic aura and occupied by countless demons. Old Turtle answered respectfully. Over the years, we have been fighting against the demons who rushed out of the Tsangming realm for generations. Floating Flame Realm. Gu Chang'e turned and left the city of no return. With a flash, he headed towards the place where he sensed the interminating aura before. Old Turtle and the other elders of the city of no return were stunned when they saw this. They did not understand Gu Chang'e's intention, but they still quickly followed behind him. Xin Shuang held her long spear tightly. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness and determination. She also turned into a ray of light and followed closely behind. She had always been fighting against the demons in the serene Jade Land to train her cultivation and battle experience. It was also that she would be able to use it one day in the future. It could be said that no one in the city of no return was more familiar with this place than her. There was no end to the devilish creatures that could never be killed, and they rushed out of the vast expanse of emerald light in an endless stream. If the city of no return had not been fighting against the demons all this time, this place would have long been occupied by the demons, and there would not be any living beings here. Not to mention such a vast and boundless world full of vitality. It was like a paradise. Many elders of the city of no return had also rushed over at this moment. Their expressions became heavy. The demonic aura is denser. Moreover, these demons are more manic than before. Even without this, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them for long. They could not help but say in a low voice. Luo Wang, immortal King Xue Xiao, and the others were also a little surprised. This was the first time they had seen such a substance. They tried to use their divine sense, but in the next moment, their expressions changed abruptly. They heard a sizzling sound coming from the void. What is this? It can corrode our divine sense. The divine sense of an immortal king was extremely powerful. It could sweep across several universes with a single thought. However, in front of the fog here, it was extremely weak and could not spread too deep. At this moment, they somewhat understood why the immortal king elders in the city of no return had such expressions. Absolute fog, but it's of a higher level than the fog in the upper realm. Gu Chang'e looked over and raised his eyebrows slightly. From afar, this looked like an emerald lake, but when one got closer, one would realize that this was a dense emerald fog. This was obviously different from the absolute fog that Gu Chang'e had seen in the upper realm. However, there was no difference in essence. They could easily corrode the souls of cultivators and living beings, occupy their physical bodies, and nurture a crazy spiritual intelligence that only knew how to kill. There were many living beings here that had been corroded by the absolute fog and turned into demons that everyone in the Fuyan realm had always regarded as a great enemy. There is indeed a passage hidden inside. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and appeared in a deeper part. He looked at the scene in the depths of the emerald fog and saw many cracks in the void. Many of the demons that were charging at him exploded in midair and were devoured by the other demons behind him. The other immortal kings also hurried over, wanting to know what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Xin Shuang held her spear expressionlessly and pierced through a roaring demon to vent the hatred and anger in her heart. At the edges, there were traces of blood red, as if they were dyed red by blood. It also looked like the bloodstains left behind by the struggles of many living beings over countless years. Some places had already turned black. On the other side of these cracks was the Blue Sea realm that coexisted with the Fuyan realm, but it had already lost its vitality. It was a barren land with blood-red lakes everywhere. Some places had huge and terrifying pits that extended for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless demons were roaring inside. They were corroded by the absolute fog and did not even let their own kind go. They kept killing each other, not knowing exhaustion and eating each other. Seeing this situation, Gu Chang'e knew that there should be a passage behind the Fuyan realm. The absolute fog here did not spread here by chance. Instead, there were living beings in a distant place who used the absolute origin to try to cultivate a truly immortal absolute army. The so-called Blue Sea realm was just a small place to cultivate the absolute army. In Gu Chang'e's memory, there was once a race that used the absolute origin to use the absolute origin as a breeding ground to cultivate the absolute army. However, such a thing was harmful to the harmony of the universe, so it was banned a long time ago. This was a taboo even in the origin world. Now that so much absolute fog was found in the Blue Sea realm, it could only mean that there was a race that violated the ban and sent the absolute origin through the flesh passage to secretly cultivate the absolute army. In the origin world, apart from the three supreme origin true ancestors, there were many subordinates and subordinates. Every true ancestor basically had a subordinate race and retinue, who were granted eternal life and rights. According to the order of the calamities, they would collect the true worlds. And the most important aspect of collecting was luck. Secondary to that was resources and the like, they were insignificant. These races in charge of collecting had developed and strengthened over time. Some had already become one of the most ancient races in the origin world. They had endless territories and even ruled over many true worlds. There were a total of 9 of these races. Sometimes, when the origin true ancestors woke up early to carry out the Great Purge, a few of these races would host the Great Ceremony. Apart from the 3 origin true ancestors, these races could be said to be the most ancient and terrifying power in the origin world. Born in the origin world, they were protected by the origin true ancestors. Even if they died outside the origin world and were completely wiped out, they could be revived. They were truly immortal. At this moment, Gu Chang'e stood at the edge of the Blue Sea realm and did not step in. He did not care which race was cultivating the Absolute Een army here. After countless years, they have been cultivated to a name. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. When he first stepped into the Fuyan realm, he could feel an ancient and eternal power pervading this space. Because of the existence of this power, it could operate freely and prevent the city of no return from falling. Gu Chang'e was actually very familiar with this power. When he was in the upper realm, he had used the Great Tao treasure bottle to condense and devour it. It was the absolute Een origin. However, this Een terminating origin source was mixed with other substances and energies. The people in the city of no return called it the origin core of the devils. There was such an ancient altar on the high platform at the center of the city of no return. The huge origin core had been supporting the operation of the city of no return for so many years. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this origin core was at least condensed from the energy of an absolute Een life spirit that was comparable to a quasi-immortal emperor. He felt that there might be something that could surprise him in this Blue Sea realm. In the next moment, as he stepped forward, the place let out a shocking rumble. The Blue Sea realm fog that filled the sky collapsed and rapidly disintegrated to the sides. All the devils were silently disintegrating and collapsing like sand washed by huge waves and swept into the fog. The space in front of him was cracking open, and a terrifying door appeared. Ripples spread under Gu Chang'e's feet, turning into surging energy that caused the space and time to freeze. He walked in slowly and entered the barren world that was filled with endless killing and chaotic aura. The ground cracked open, and all the devils seemed to have gone mad as they pounced toward him. Some of the devils were as big as ancient divine mountains. They seemed to be pieced together by different living beings and looked like malicious ghosts. Most of them had the appearance of humans, while the rest had the characteristics of other races. Behind this is the Blue Sea realm. The people who did not know Gu Chang'e's purpose could only grit their teeth and follow him. In the past, even immortal kings did not dare to go near the Blue Sea realm. They were worried that they would be corroded by the fog and become a devil. However, now that Gu Chang'e had appeared and stepped into it, they had no choice but to follow. The absolute Een fog surged and directly covered this place. They could not see the existence of the sky at all. This was the first time that the few immortal kings in the city of no return had stepped into this place personally. However, they all had an unnatural feeling. Some kind of aura surged, making them feel uncomfortable. Even their divine souls seemed to be trembling slightly. Chapter 9:13. In this space filled with chaotic aura, an overwhelming number of devils rushed over like a tide, wanting to drown this place. They didn't have any intelligence. No matter what kind of living being was in front of them, even if it was their own kind, they would kill crazily. They didn't know fatigue or pain. They were like crazy killing machines. Gu Chang'e stood calmly in the void, but the space in front of him seemed to have suddenly quietened down. Even the traces of time and space were blurring and dissipating. These ferocious and violent devils silently disintegrated and collapsed. They couldn't get even half an inch closer to him. He walked in just like that. As he took a step, traces of the Tao spread under his feet, rumbling like the blades of heaven and earth. Any living being that approached would be crushed to ashes by this fluctuation. This space seemed to have no end. One could only see the deeper parts. The fog was heavy, and wisps of fog drifted there. Then, countless devils rushed over crazily. The many immortal kings of the city of no return followed Gu Chang'e here. They were also shocked by the scene in front of them. This was the world that coexisted with the floating flame realm. But now, it was already full of holes, and there were traces of damage everywhere. The terrifying cracks were like wounds on the ground. Black fog spewed out from them, and more devils rushed out. And in a further place, the corpses of those huge creatures could be seen. Just the bones alone were like mountain ridges, lying there. They were like ancient gods that split heaven and earth. Just the skulls alone were enough to suppress everything. Such terrifying creatures had long been turned into corpses lying on the ground, covering heaven and earth. When was this scene left behind? The few immortal kings of the City of No Return could be said to be incomparably ancient, dating back to the beginning of the taboo era. But even in that era, they had never heard of such a shocking scene in the Tsangming realm. It was as if an earth-shattering battle had once broken out here. These corpses were really too big. If they floated in the universe, they would probably fill up that part of the universe. Maybe it's the legendary races that died in the first cataclysm. But I don't know why they fell here. Old Turtle's voice was very heavy. When he mentioned the cataclysm, the expressions of the many celestial kings changed. They seemed to be very fearful and were unwilling to talk about it. On the other hand, Luo Wang, the Blood Owl Immortal Emperor, and the others were confused, not knowing what they meant. When they became immortal kings in the later generations, they did not experience the era before the taboo era. What's more, he didn't know that there was an even more magnificent history. However, Qin Shuang didn't care about what they were saying. She was still staring at Gu Changa's figure, wanting to know what he was going to do. The Blue Sea realm had long since been occupied by demons. There were no other living beings left. Even the corpses had all been gnawed on. Only a few places that were too hard to gnaw on. No one was willing to step into this place. If they had a choice, they wouldn't want to come to the Blue Sea realm. If he stayed here for even a moment longer, he would feel as if his body was being corroded. Some kind of aura was about to seep into his soul. The few immortal kings whose vital energy and blood were no longer at their peak felt this even more clearly. It was as if there were thousands of strands of strange aura spreading to their limbs and bones, trying to take over their bodies. They even heard a cold laugh in their ears. It was very cold and vicious. It's indeed an ominous place, they sighed and didn't follow. They stood on a huge rock that was about to be eroded by the wind. Qin Shuang wanted to follow, but she was stopped by Grandma Yao, who didn't want her to take the risk. If you go any deeper, even immortal kings might not be able to protect themselves. Don't follow. She shook her head. But, Qin Shuang was more or less unwilling. She didn't see the scene with her own eyes and didn't know Gu Changa's goal. Such a sinner suddenly appeared in the floating flame realm without doing anything, and then came to the Blue Sea realm and stepped into the depths of the surging demonic chi. What was he planning to do? Elder Turtle and the others looked at her and shook their heads. At this time, even if you follow, it's useless. Besides, if he really wants to destroy the floating flame realm, he doesn't need to go through so much trouble. In their opinion, Gu Changa should have other goals for coming here, or else he wouldn't have done such a thing. Hence, at this moment, the only thing they could do was to wait and see. Even King Luo, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others could only stop. They didn't dare to go any deeper, worried that they would be infected by the demonic chi. Rumble. A monstrous sound came from ahead. Even from far away, they could see the fog collapsing and exploding. The originally dark area seemed to be illuminated. There was immortal light there, surging and surging. Gu Changa walked calmly. After the fog under his feet collapsed, it quickly gathered together to form a path that extended to the deepest part of the Blue Sea realm. He had a feeling that there was a big guy sleeping there. There should be some other reason for so much End fog to appear here besides nurturing an army of End fog. Using End fog to nourish a corpse. No matter how one looked at it, it was like nurturing a second body. In the vast true world, there was no lack of peerless powerhouses who had walked on the path of transcendence. When they reached the ninth tribulation transcendence, they would choose to sever their own cultivation bases or cut off the good and evil corpses to leave behind a backup plan. Even if their main bodies disappeared and they were destroyed by the celestial disaster, they still had a chance to make a comeback. In terms of the vast heavens, the true mountain and sea world wasn't very famous. At its peak, it was only slightly above average. Hence, it was inevitable that some peerless powerhouses would leave behind a corpse in the true mountain and sea world to steal the kismet of the true mountain and sea world. They would use it to nourish themselves so that they could have multiple bodies in the future. It wasn't difficult for these peerless powerhouses to obtain the essence of Destined fog. The only difficult part was how to turn this place into a hotbed for nourishing corpses. That's why they moved the corpses of the powerful warriors who died during the first calamity of the true mountain and sea world and used them as nourishment for the Destined spirit here. Then, they would use the Destined fog to nourish themselves and steal the kismet of the true world. Wuxia had basically confirmed this person's plan. However, once he noticed it, it was destined that this person's plan would only end up as a gift. The Blue Sea realm wasn't very big. At most, it could only be considered a small world. However, due to the existence of the Destined fog, the laws and secrets of the heavens in this place were incredibly chaotic. Wuxia continued forward. His figure became blurry, and there seemed to be fragments of time swirling around his feet. In the next instant, he appeared at the end of the place. From his point of view, he could see a blurry scene in front of him. It looked like a terrifying demonic shadow standing there. However, it was just a tombstone that was comparable to the world. The endless Destined fog was spreading out from it. The tombstone didn't have a name. It just stood there, but it suppressed the entire Blue Sea realm and kept the world in check. The demonic creatures here were even more terrifying. Even immortal kings would find them troublesome to deal with. They clearly didn't have any intelligence, but they were incredibly afraid of the tombstone. They didn't dare get close to it. Instead, they roared at Wuxia. Wuxia's eyes revealed a strange expression. He could indeed feel that there was an inexplicable luck gathering here. He didn't waste time and directly attacked. He stretched out his palm, and the entire Blue Sea realm trembled. All the demonic creatures felt fear. This was an instinctive feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. In the distance, the expressions of Old Turtle and the other immortal kings changed drastically. They felt that the ground under their feet was shaking, and they almost couldn't stand steadily. What is this? Could it be that a great battle is happening inside? While they were shocked, they were also incomparably puzzled. However, they didn't dare to investigate. This was just a wisp of fluctuation that was transmitted over. It wasn't a true explosion. Otherwise, even they would be severely injured. The demonic chi here is dissipating. Xin Shuang noticed that something was wrong. The originally incomparably dense fog was actually thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. This fog was originally going to spread to the outside world, but now it seemed to be rolling back like a tornado. With a loud bang, the tombstone completely shattered into pieces. The place where it was completely blown apart revealed an altar. This altar was as tall as a small mountain and incomparably ancient. It seemed to have been specially cast here for some kind of ceremony. However, Wuxia didn't care. He took a step forward, and at the same time, raised his right hand and pressed down on the altar. With this press, heaven and earth rumbled. The altar seemed to be pressed down from above by an invisible giant hand. Starting from the altar platform, layer by layer, it shattered in an instant. Amidst the rumbling, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The entire Blue Sea realm seemed to be about to explode. One could even see a terrifying giant hand condensing in the sky. Following Wuxia's movements, it pressed down. This was an indescribably shocking power that was enough to erase all existence in this world. The tombstones that were originally as tall as the sky all exploded at this moment. Including the altar, they also collapsed. Wuxia stood in the void. At this moment, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the center of his palm. At the center of the palm print was a shattered coffin. The color of the coffin was red as blood. It was incomparably dazzling. The absolute fog that filled the sky seemed to have found a home and kept surging toward it. It seems that it was as I expected. Gu Changa smiled faintly. At the moment when the coffin shattered, a hand suddenly reached out from inside. The hand was as dry as bones, and the fingernails were 3 feet long. As the hand appeared, a strong aura of death suddenly surged into the sky. The hand pushed forward, and immediately the coffin shattered completely, revealing a skinny middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. This man's hair was completely white, and his eyes were like a phoenix's, but they contained a red glow. When a monstrous murderous aura appeared from his body, it immediately disturbed the blue sea realm, causing endless fluctuations to appear in the entire world. This kind of shocking aura directly tore the blue sea realm apart, and even spread to the immortal region outside. The universe was trembling, and the rules were collapsing. Even immortal kings were as insignificant as ants in front of this kind of existence. A single gaze could destroy them millions of times. This was a quasi-immortal emperor. Although he had not reached the immortal emperor realm, Gu Changa could see that there was already a faint immortal emperor light around his soul fire. If he was given more time, it was not impossible for him to transform into a true immortal emperor here. The figure in the Taoist robe seemed to have not recovered from the situation in front of him. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Gu Changa. The figure that was revealed in this way with a murderous aura that was enough to shock people contained a majesty and demonic aura that could deter all living things. His body was surrounded by a thick aura of death and absolute fog, completely enveloping him, like an unparalleled corpse emperor. Originally, he was a corpse that had been cut off, leaving behind a wisp of indestructible vitality. He sought fortune here, and on the day he was born, he would become a true emperor. And this world would also become his Taoist field. All the absolute army would be born, and he would conquer the world and wash the world with blood. Unfortunately, before he could wait for that day, he was awakened by someone from the depths of the earth where he was buried. Not only was the blood coffin that sealed his aura shattered, but even the altar that gathered the fate of this world had also exploded into countless pieces. Who are you? This figure stared at Gu Changa in front of him with fear, and coldness and killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes. Being disturbed like this, it could be said that many of his original plans were completely disrupted. How could he not hate Gu Changa in front of him? If it weren't for the fact that he was too mysterious and didn't know his origin and identity, he would have already attacked. I am the soul worlds. At this moment, he slowly spoke to Gu Changa. His eyes flickered with a bloody color, incomparably strange, as if he had gathered the extreme power of heaven and earth. The vast absolute fog in the Tsangming realm crazily surged towards him, and his originally withered hand actually became plump. However, he was only halfway through his sentence, and before he could finish his second sentence, Gu Changa's figure had already appeared in front of the demonic middle-aged man. He raised his right hand, and in the instant that the middle-aged man didn't have time to react, he grabbed his neck and suddenly squeezed hard, and a cracking sound resounded, echoing in this world. I don't want to know your origin. I'm not interested in your identity either. Gu Changa looked at the frightened and shocked expression, and his words were very casual, and he didn't say much nonsense. The terrifying true fire appeared again, and wisps of it floated down, completely enveloping him. In his eyes, this was just a Tao fruit that had been nurtured for countless years. Chapter 9:14. The thick absolute fog seemed to have found a vent at that moment, and it surged madly towards the withered middle-aged Taoist. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Minghan had grabbed his neck, and he was like a chick that had its neck strangled. He kept moving, and his veins popped out, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he had yet to truly transform into the zombie emperor, he was still a genuine quasi-immortal emperor. No matter what era or true world it was, they were all famous supreme figures who looked down on everything, ruled over endless territories, and commanded all living beings. However, in the hands of the young man in front of him, he could not resist at all. All his Tao arts seemed to have been sealed. Moreover, what made him feel the most disbelief and despair was that the Tao fruit he had condensed over countless years was rapidly crumbling and being devoured by the young man in front of him. The huge disparity in strength made him feel shocked and terrified, and he could not believe what he was seeing. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to roar, but he found that his spirit had been sealed, and he could not send out any thoughts. It was as if his entire body was bound to a point, a line, and he would never be able to reincarnate. The next moment, the black divine flame, deep and still, surrounded Gu Changa's hand and completely enveloped the person. Soul plane. He shook his head gently and raised his palm. Endless laws and orders surged forth and turned into a force that covered the sky, completely enveloping the area. The absolute Yin fog let out sizzling sounds as it rushed into the person's body. It was like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, surging violently. The soul plane might be big, but it was still attached to the origin world. The spiritlings that lived there were among the top 10 strongest races in the vast true world. Their ancestor had once presided over the great ritual. The person had wanted to report his origins just now to make Gu Changa feel wary. Even the strongest rulers of the true world would not dare to not give face to the spiritlings. However, he had underestimated Gu Changa's intentions. He also did not expect that Gu Changa would not care about the so-called spiritlings at all. The world in this place slowly fell silent, and the absolute Yin fog became thinner. The broken altar was originally there to steal the kismet of the true mountain and sea world. However, now that it had been destroyed by Gu Changa, a lot of it had dissipated into the world and returned to the sea. As for this person's Tao fruit, Gu Changa naturally took it without holding back. The absolute Yin fog that filled the sky also dissipated along with this person's death. Beyond the blue sea realm, Gu Changa could faintly see a blurry passage. It was surrounded by a bloody light, as if it was made of flesh and blood. It was easy to imagine how this figure came to this place. The blurry passage was connected to the vast ocean or the heaven-conquering battlefield. Gu Changa had no interest in going over. He waved his sleeve and a dark light fell. The fruit of the way was immediately collected by the treasure bottle of the Great Path. He planned to refine it after leaving this place. The demonic qi within the Tsangming realm has dissipated, the bodies of these demons are also collapsing. What happened in there? Did a great battle happen just now? The many immortal kings in the city of no return who had not entered the Tsangming realm were stunned at this moment. They could not believe what they were seeing. The demonic qi that had affected them for countless generations was now dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they thought about the great battle that had happened in the Tsangming realm just now. An immortal king said with a complicated expression, could it be that he was the one who dealt with the demonic qi? They could not help but think in that direction. Xin Xuan also fell silent. She had once fought with the demons outside the Tsangming realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Naturally, she knew what the dissipation of the demonic qi here meant. However, she did not dare to believe and could not accept all of this. Why? Why would he deal with the source of the demonic qi here? She stared at the depths of the Tsangming realm. Although the demonic qi was thin and was dissipating continuously, it was not something they could get close to. The other elders fell silent. No one knew the answer to this question, nor did they understand why Gu Changa did this. Let's go. It's time to leave this place. At this moment, a faint purple color filled the sky, illuminating the dark depths of the Tsangming realm. A figure slowly walked over from that place. Gu Changa glanced at Luo Wang, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others. Yes, my lord. Luo Wang, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others did not know what Gu Changa was doing in the depths of the Tsangming realm, nor did they dare to ask. They hurriedly followed behind him. Elder Turtle, Granny Medicine, and the other immortal kings in the city of no return wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. They stood rooted to the ground in a daze until Gu Chang'e, Luo Wang, and the others were very far away. Only then did they regain their senses. Why was all of this different from what they had expected at the beginning? Gu Chang'e's way of doing things and attitude did not have anything to do with the evil demon they had imagined him to be. Apart from destroying the surrounding star regions at the beginning and forcing the floating flame realm to appear, he did not seem to have done anything to the cultivators and living beings in the floating flame realm. At the beginning, everyone in the city of no return was prepared to fight to the death. In the end, the development did not go as they had expected in any way. Even the source of the demonic qi in the Tsangming realm was dealt with. After leaving the Tsangming realm, Gu Chang'e left the place with Luo Wang and the others. He did not go to the floating flame realm. He came here only to confirm Qin Yi's whereabouts. If he really wanted to destroy the floating flame realm, there was no need for him to do so. These people could only say that they were too afraid of him. They had already imagined him to be a temperamental, evil, and unforgivable evil person. But from the many things that he had discussed with Qin Yi, he was not related to the so-called evil person. After all, destroying the true mountain and sea world and destroying the immortal palace was all part of his plan and calculations. As for how the people in the floating flame realm thought of him, he did not care. He left just like that. In the city of no return, the golden-winged roc, the ancestral alligator, and the other ancient living beings in the city of no return were shocked and in disbelief. They were all planning to fight to the death with Gu Chang'e here. Even if the result was that their bodies and souls were destroyed, they would not hesitate to do so. But, Gu Chang'e left just like that. And did not say anything. This gave them an illusory and unbelievable feeling. It was as if they were dreaming. What? He left just like that. The living beings and cultivators who had lived in the city of no return for generations were also in disbelief. They were all prepared to lose their lives. They had even told their children their last words and arrangements. Previously, the city of no return was enveloped in a tragic atmosphere. However, all of this seemed to be their wishful thinking. Gu Chang'e did not seem to care about them at all. Didn't he come to destroy the city of no return? Some people widened their eyes, feeling that all of this was a little surreal. They had survived just like that. All the worries before were fake. Were they completely wasted? Stepping on us to death is like stepping on ants to him. Is that why he did not care at all? Or did he think that we were no threat to him? So he did not care about us. Many people were guessing the reason, but no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not think of a reason. In the end, they thought that Gu Chang'e thought that it was easy to step on them to death, so he did not care about them. Let's not talk about this for now. Why did he get rid of the source of the demon Qi? At that moment, a celestial king elder beside Granny Yao could not help but shake his head and ask in confusion. This question also appeared in the minds of Old Turtle, Granny Yao, the old city lord, and Xin Shuang. They could not understand. Could it be that there is some secret to what happened before? I heard that after he took over the celestial region, not only did he unite the world of origin and the celestial region, he also planned to unify the foreign realm and restore the glory of the mountain and sea world. The celestial region in the outside world is showing signs of recovery. There is hope for it to regain its glory before the immortal ancient era. Because of his appearance, the current celestial region is showing signs of recovery. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have remained silent. Another celestial king elder also spoke, and there was a hint of complicated emotions in his words. Although they had always been in Fu Yen realm, it did not mean that they did not know about the many things that had happened in the celestial region. From a certain point of view, what Gu Chang'e was doing now was beneficial to the celestial region and the people. Even the place where Fu Yen realm was located had received good fortune because of it. Zero among them, the most obvious change was the change in the laws of the world and the increasingly dense spiritual energy. All these signs showed that the current celestial region was more and more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. When the will of heaven appeared, even in the remote universe and ancient realms, one could achieve Tao. From this point of view, Gu Chang'e was indeed worthy of the title of Master of Heavenly Court. But, since he has no ill intentions, why did he destroy the barrier outside Fu Yen realm and force us to appear? Besides, even if he did this, what can he change? Back then, wasn't it this demon who destroyed the immortal palace and destroyed the celestial region, which led to the current situation? Hearing these words that seemed to be defending Gu Chang'e, Xin Shuang gritted her teeth and said, her eyes full of unwillingness. If we put ourselves in his shoes, if he didn't do this, why would we appear? This is indeed the only feasible way. In my opinion, when he said that he was coming to find someone, he shouldn't be lying. It's just that the reason for what happened back then is not something we can find out. The only thing we know now is that he has no ill intentions towards us and won't kill us. This is already the best result. The celestial king elder who spoke just now shook his head gently and sighed. It was not that he was afraid of Gu Chang'e and was afraid of death, so he thought of Gu Chang'e in this way. However, judging from the many things that had happened, Gu Chang'e did not have the intention to eliminate the Immortal Palace remnant clan completely. It was purely because they were too worried. In addition, they had used their ancestors' true bone to awaken the celestial king Dharma body and provoked Gu Chang'e outside the Moon Prince mansion. That was why they thought that Gu Chang'e had come here for revenge. However, if Gu Chang'e wanted revenge, with his ability, wouldn't it be easy for him to destroy the Fu Yen realm with a single hand? Why would he go through the trouble of coming to the Fu Yen realm personally? He even dealt with the source of the demonic qi. Of course, they did not know that Gu Chang'e had dealt with the source of the demonic qi purely because he wanted to obtain the fruit of Tao. He was not as perfect as the people of the city of no return thought. Could it be because he felt guilty? Another elder could not help but shake his head and guess. However, even he found it funny when he said this, and he showed some self-mockery. That's impossible. He must be plotting something, it's impossible for him to have any hidden reasons. He's a pure evil person, an unpardonable devil. Xin Shuang could not accept this. He was clearly the devil and enemy she hated the most. So why was he acting like this now? She remembered the words her father had told her when she was young, and the person he talked about the most was the unparalleled Devil Master. Due to his presence, the other true worlds did not dare to invade. Even the other true worlds, who were terrifying existences that even the Grand Palace Master had to address as senior, had to be respectful before him. This left an impression in her young heart that could not be erased. Even now, she still remembered that her father had brought her to the Immortal Palace. The immortal peaches planted by the Grand Palace Master had ripened, and he had invited all the celestial lords and ministers. It was a quiet and secluded courtyard. Immortal fog drifted in the air, and a clear spring flowed above the stones. The green bamboo trees were like a forest, and a cool breeze blew past. All the celestial lords were watching from afar, and it was not easy to get close. The Grand Palace Master and the unparalleled Devil Master walked side by side. They were dressed in white and looked otherworldly, like a perfect couple. Under the immortal peach tree, petals floated down and fell on the Grand Palace Master's hair. With a smile on his face, the Devil Master extended his hand and gently plucked the petals. The Grand Palace Master held his hand and looked at him. There seemed to be light in her eyes, and besides that, there seemed to be no one else in the world. The young Xin Shuang did not know what this meant at that time. She only felt that everything was so beautiful that she yearned for it. However, the greatest cruelty and tragedy in the world was to reveal the beauty and then tear it apart. When Xin Shuang learned that the Grand Palace Master had died at the hands of the Devil Master, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned, unable to accept all of this. If she thought about it this way, it was understandable that the immortal palace would be destroyed and the celestial region would be buried because of this. How could such a cold and heartless evil person have any kind thoughts? Xin Shuang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Chapter 9:15. Once Gu Chang'e left the floating flame realm, he returned to the heavenly court and began to refine the origin source Dao fruit. After all, this was a Dao fruit that was close to the level of an immortal emperor. To him, it was still quite beneficial. He might not have been able to find Qing Yi, but this Dao fruit could be considered a pleasant surprise. Over the next few days, while Gu Chang'e refined the Dao fruit, he also ordered the immortal kings of the various races to pay attention to the location of the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation was one of the most mysterious places in the true mountain and sea world. Before the immortal region was destroyed, Qin Yi had used a supreme divine ability to hide the land of reincarnation. That was why normal people would not be able to find the land of reincarnation. They would need to deduce its location based on the direction of the souls of the living. Gu Chang'e guessed that Qin Yi was currently in the land of reincarnation. She planned to repeat the cycle of reincarnation and make the supreme existences who had passed away return. This was a very slow process. Based on his understanding of Qing Yi, she should have started doing this a long time ago. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, she could be said to have put in a lot of effort to protect this world. When Gu Chang'e tried to contact her in the beginning, he could see her intentions. She viewed the true mountain and sea world as her everything. Even if she had to give up everything for it, she would not hesitate. Perhaps this was related to her origins. Her existence could be said to be inseparable from the true mountain and sea world. The existence of a true spirit and the existence of the heavenly Tao contradict each other, but also coexist. From a certain point of view, this is quite apartment. So many years have passed. If she has been carrying out this plan all this time, then she should have accumulated a power that cannot be ignored in secret. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He looked outside the hall, and his expression became somewhat profound. He acted according to their plan and played the role of the villain in this matter, bearing endless infamy. All of this was for his ultimate goal. Beyond the vast true mountain and sea world was the boundless vast ocean. In that place, every single wave was formed by many ancient worlds and universes. They were overlapping parts of many universes. The endless vast ocean separated the essence world from the vast true world. There was a clear division and boundary between the two worlds. If the living beings who had lived in the vast true world for generations wanted to head to the origin world, then they had to cross the vast ocean. But since ancient times, many epochs had been destroyed, and countless true worlds had collapsed. There were only a handful of people who could truly make it to the origin world. On the other hand, every single one of those people was a peerless figure that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. They were peerless figures that were peerless throughout the ages. Looking at the long river of time that flowed through the heavens, there was basically no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Such characters were called anomalies. Their past and future were shrouded in fog. Even if one stood at the end of transcendence, one would not be able to probe into the past, present, and future of these people. What Gu Chang'e needed to do now was to lure these people out. Meanwhile, in the human ancestors' hall in the upper realm, a small golden cauldron sat in the center. It looked as if it was made of immortal gold. It stood in all directions and suppressed the area, absorbing the power of faith from all over the upper realm. Countless strands of silver power of faith surged towards the cauldron like an ocean, covering the sky and earth. A woman in white sat cross-legged in front of the small cauldron, cultivating with the power of faith. An indistinct figure of an immortal condensed behind her. Her originally indistinct features gradually gained corporeal form. However, compared to the cold face of the woman in white, the figure of the immortal was much more aloof, as if it did not contain any emotions. Their faces could be said to be identical, but the only difference was their temperament. The woman in white was naturally Jiang Chu. She had already condensed her mark of Tao and become a true Tao enlightened one. However, in the current great era, the enlightened one's cultivation base was clearly far from enough. She was far from being considered a core power. That was why she would often find time to leave the Saintess Palace in Divine Nation and return to the human ancestors' hall to cultivate. At this moment, as Jiang Chu opened her eyes, the indistinct figure of the immortal behind her also slowly dissipated and disappeared. Her glabella glowed faintly. In the depths of her consciousness, there was a palace that had been sleeping. However, now that the palace had a gap, thousands of rays of light and mysteries escaped, enveloping her entire body. Her entire person looked like a fairy from the ninth heaven, with a cold and noble air that made people respect and fear her. Chu, it looks like you didn't slack off when I wasn't in the upper realm. At this moment, a soft laugh came from outside the hall. A beautiful woman in a long blue dress walked in with light steps with her hands behind her back. Wang Zijin looked at Jiang Chu, who was sitting cross-legged on a futon and focused on cultivating, and could not help but burst out laughing. Both of them were saintesses of the human ancestors' hall, but compared to her, Jiang Chu was more lively and carefree. Jiang Chu's personality was much more demure and cold, and she was also a person of few words. Before she met Gu Chang'e, she placed the great responsibility of the human ancestors' hall on her shoulders, to protect the peace and tranquility of the world. At that time, she was extremely cold and aloof. Even when it came to herself, she would speak as little as possible, as if it was very strenuous for her to say one more word. It could be said that the two of them had completely opposite personalities. However, who would have thought that the cold and aloof saintess of the past would fall in love with that devil, Gu Chang'e? For him, she could even betray the human ancestors' hall. She could ignore the responsibility and teachings of the human ancestors' hall. Now, she had already married Gu Chang'e. These things were only learned after Wang Zijin returned to the upper realm. This made her feel that fate was playing tricks on her. Logically speaking, the person who first met Gu Chang'e should have been her. What exactly happened between Jiang Chu and Gu Chang'e? Wang Zijin did not know any of this. If she had not accidentally caught a glimpse of the chastity mark on Jiang Chu's arm when she was at the Immortal Academy, she would not have known about it. Connecting the fact that she often wandered outside Gu Chang'e's cave abode, Wang Zijin probably would not have guessed it. However, the two of them grew up cultivating in the human ancestors' hall since they were young, and their relationship was quite deep. After being brought back to the upper realm by Gu Chang'e, Wang Zijin accompanied her family for a while before leaving the longevity Wang family. She came to the human ancestors' hall to look for Jiang Chu. It could be said that other than her maid, Xiao Er, Jiang Chu was the person closest to her. Jiang Chu did not know that Wang Zijin was also interested in Gu Chang'e in the beginning. Long time no see, but your cultivation hasn't improved. Jiang Chu, who opened her eyes, glanced at Wang Zijin indifferently. She still looked cold and arrogant. It hasn't improved, but it won't be a problem for me to suppress you, Wang Zijin said with a smile. However, before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chu, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, turned into a white shadow and pounced toward her. Her sleeves rolled up and her white hands pressed down lightly. She looked like a fairy dancing under the moon. It was shockingly beautiful, but every move she made was filled with murderous intent. Wang Zijin did not seem surprised at all. She gently leaped to the back and dodged Jiang Chu's move. Her body emitted an immortal light, which seemed to be filled with the fragrance of the Tao. She lifted her wrist slightly and directly exchanged a palm strike with Jiang Chu. The place suddenly became blurry. Neither of them used the power of their cultivation. They were just fighting with their physical skills. Their beautiful figures danced like butterflies in the hall. It was a pity that no one was here to admire them. Otherwise, it would have been a pleasing scene. However, after a few moves, the two of them stopped before a victor was decided. They each stood on one side. Jiang Chu raised her chin slightly. Although she still looked cold, she could not hide the smug look in her eyes. You actually won by half a move. It seems that you've improved a lot over the years. At the entrance of the palace, Wang Zijin stood still and shook her head. She had a headache. Of course. Jiang Chu wanted to snort softly, but she thought better of it. She did not want Wang Zijin to take advantage of her again. The two of them had known each other since they were young. When they were in the human ancestors' palace, they had fought many times. However, they could not decide the victor. Although she was talented and intelligent, in front of Wang Zijin, she seemed to be suppressed by her. Even if she worked hard to cultivate, she could barely compete with Wang Zijin. It should be known that Wang Zijin had always been uninterested in cultivation and rarely spent time on it. According to the elders of the human ancestors' palace, Wang Zijin was a natural candidate for cultivation. Unfortunately, she did not live up to expectations. She always liked to think about messy things. In the next moment, Jiang Chu rolled up her sleeves. Suddenly, a tea set appeared in the palace in front of her. There was also a stone table and a stone stool. The tea set was complete. There was even a special ancient wooden box at the side to hold the tea leaves. Hey, I didn't expect Holy Maiden Chu to know how to make tea. How unexpected. Wang Zijin was a little surprised. As far as she knew, Jiang Chu was not interested in anything other than cultivation. She was not proficient in any of the four arts. I know a lot. Jiang Chu could not help but glare at her. She gestured for her to sit down. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and began to make tea. Wang Zijin was amazed. Then, he said, "It seems that you learned it especially for him." Hearing this, Jiang Chu's movements froze. The expression on her face also changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, they were married. This was something that the entire upper realm knew. At this time, what was there for her to worry about? Jiang Chu knew that the him that Wang Zijin was referring to was Gu Chang'e. This was something that the entire upper realm knew, so there was no need for her to hide it. Back when she was still cultivating in the Immortal Academy, Wang Zijin had tried to probe her many times, but she was always perfunctory. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Chu felt a little guilty toward Wang Zijin. I didn't expect that I would be able to personally taste the tea made by Holy Maiden Chu thanks to that guy. Wang Zijin sat down casually. She put her hands on the stone table and rested her head on it. She looked at the steaming tea and chatted with Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu was focused on making tea. Hearing her teasing words, she was not annoyed at all. That's why you have to thank Chang'e. Without him, you wouldn't be so lucky. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly. You even called me Chang'e, Jiang Chu, you've changed. You're not the cold holy maiden that I used to know. Wang Zijin's beautiful eyes widened. She looked like she was scared out of her wits and patted her flat chest. Jiang Chu ignored her and continued to make tea. She was in a good mood. Hey, Chu, do you know anything about Gu Chang'e? Do you know about his past and the things that happened in the past? You're such an innocent person. I really suspect that you were tricked by Gu Chang'e from the beginning. Wang Zijin played with her hair beside her ear and asked absent-mindedly. Because she had stayed in the celestial realm for some time, she had heard quite a lot about Gu Chang'e. Before she met Gu Chang'e, she actually did not know that Gu Chang'e was that demon master that everyone feared. Before this, she could not connect the two of them at all. However, she still allowed herself to accept all of this. She purely treated it as a setting. The person she liked was a demon who had once wreaked havoc and plunged the entire world into fear and darkness. There were thousands of demons behind him. They were clad in armor and wielded terrifying spears and halberds. They lay in wait in the darkness silently, waiting for the day they would trample over the heavens. When Wang Zijin was drunk in the Moon Prince manner, she did indeed have such a strange dream. She dreamed that she was hugging that demon's neck and sitting in his arms. She hummed a gentle song. Stars shone brightly above her head, and water flowed beneath her feet, never to return. She felt that the dream was very beautiful. However, after waking up from the dream, there was nothing left. That was why after returning to the higher realm, Wang Zijin madly asked her parents, her clan, and the people she knew about that demon. It was as if she wanted to make up for the hundreds of years that she had lost. However, the news she received was that her good friend who had once accompanied her in her cultivation since she was young had now married that demon. Wang Zijin was stunned for a long time. In the end, she allowed herself to accept all of this. She came to find Jiang Chu with the intention of letting herself be more open-minded. Chapter 9:16. What happened in the past is not important anymore, I don't care either. What is his background? What is his past? What's important is that Chang'e is very good to me now. That's enough for me. Jiang Chu was focused on boiling tea. Because of her faint smile, 2 faint dimples appeared on her fair and delicate cheeks. She rarely showed a smile in front of outsiders. Even Wang Zijin rarely saw her dimples. In the past, Jiang Chu gave people the impression that she was an unattainable and transcendent saintess. She was otherworldly, peerless, and untainted by the mortal world. For powerful cultivators, 100 years was just a blink of an eye. Jiang Chu had indeed changed a lot in these hundreds of years. Wang Zijin knew her very well. In the past, he had never seen Jiang Chu show such an expression. This was a kind of satisfaction and happiness. For her, this kind of life was also a kind of happiness. You're really a little fool who is content with what she has. If that guy Gu Chang'e even lied to you, then he's really not human. After coming back to her senses, Wang Zijin simply put her hands flat on the stone table. She buried her head in her hands, and her black hair fell down. She muttered in a low voice. However, her tone was very low and soft. In the quiet palace, there was only the sound of the steaming tea. Jiang Chu looked at her with some curiosity and asked. What were you saying just now? Nothing. Just boil your tea, Wang Zijin replied in low spirits. She didn't even bother to raise her eyes to look at her. Jiang Chu was very smart. In fact, she could guess some of it. When they were in the Immortal Academy, Wang Zijin had actually inquired about her relationship with Gu Chang'e many times. However, at that time, she didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Zijin was curious about Gu Chang'e. Now that he thought about it, weren't those questions also a form of probing? Unknowingly, the palace had quieted down. The 2 women did not speak, each of them having their own thoughts. Wang Zijin looked at the steaming tea and felt inexplicably upset. Do you have wine? Why don't we just drink? She looked up and patted the table again. I can't hold my liquor, so I'm not drinking. Jiang Chu shook his head decisively. Wang Zijin sneered, who are you kidding? I still remember the first time I drank wine, you were the one who had the guts to steal the mortal dust wine brewed by the 3rd elder and had me drink it with you. That was the first time you did something rebellious. Really? I've already forgotten. Jiang Chu's face was a little red, but he still answered calmly and did not admit it. I don't care. I'm not in a good mood today. You have to drink with me. Wang Zijin was unhappy. He glared at her and took out a goblet of wine out of nowhere, opening it in front of Jiang Chu. A rich wine aroma filled the air, filling the palace with this kind of mellow aura. It was intoxicating. This wine was like pure immortal wine, sparkling and translucent. It was like a jadeite immortal jade. Although there was only one gu, it seemed to have gathered all the essence of heaven and earth. What wine is this? Jiang Chu was shocked. This is a wine that only immortal kings have the right to taste. Wang Zijin smiled. This was the immortal wine that she had asked the Moon Prince for using Gu Changa's name when she left the Moon Prince mansion. She clearly remembered that she had only taken a small sip and was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Her cultivation level improved a lot. When she asked the Moon Prince for it back then, the Moon Prince felt the pinch. Later on, Wang Zijin used Gu Changa's name, which was why the Moon Prince gritted his teeth and gave her this gu. A wine that only immortal kings can drink? Jiang Chu was curious, but more than that, he did not believe it. Wang Zijin smiled evilly and said, "You'll know when you drink it." As an old friend, she knew Jiang Chu's alcohol tolerance. When he was drunk, he would often say some incantations. She could use this to get some information out of him. If Jiang Chu still did not compromise, then Wang Zijin could only take out the image recording stone that she had prepared beforehand. When the time came, she would put it in front of Gu Changa. She did not believe that Jiang Chu would not tell her everything honestly. When she thought of this, Wang Zijin showed a sly smile. She took out the voice transmission stone that she had asked Gu Changa for. She could use this to find him immediately. Come to Renzu Hall. Her words were concise, and she did not give any other explanation. She also did not wait for Gu Changa to reply. Very quickly, the rich aroma of wine filled the hall. The void blurred, and a ripple spread. Gu Changa stepped forward and appeared here. Did she call me here to clean up the mess? He looked at the scene in the hall. The wine fragrance filled the air. Wang Zijin and Jiang Chu had drunk a lot, and their eyes were hazy. One of them was lying on the stone table, while the other raised her snow-white neck and poured wine into her mouth, looking very heroic. If it was any other time, Gu Changa would find it pleasing to the eye. But now, the person who was drunk was Wang Zijin, and the person who was drinking the wine was Jiang Chu. This gave him a slight headache. At this moment, in the Longevity Wang family's territory, an uninvited guest had arrived. Greetings, young master of the immortal region's Wang family. In the Grand Hall, many patriarch-level figures of the Longevity Wang family appeared, and they were incomparably shocked. In addition, the higher-ups of the family, such as elders, also appeared. The other direct descendants of the Wang family were outside the hall, looking inside, shocked and curious. A young man was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a true immortal realm old man. This young man was dressed in a blue robe, and he looked quite refined and kind. There was a smile on his face, and he gave off a humble and polite feeling. His entire body was surrounded by immortal energy, and he was incomparably transcendent. Strands of brilliance flowed out spontaneously, as if he was a true immortal. As for the old man beside him, although he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and could not truly unleash the strength of an immortal. But in the current higher realm, he was a peerless expert who could look down on all living beings and cultivators. The arrival of these two great figures in the Longevity Wang family was enough to alarm everyone. Several powerful figures appeared, coming to pay their respects, not daring to slight them in the slightest. Many of the clansmen were also excited, their eyes filled with excitement. Because this was the young master of an immortal king family in the immortal region. Countless years ago, the ancestors of the Wang family led many clansmen and ascended to the immortal region, leaving behind a bloodline in the immortal region, which was the current Wang family of the immortal region. And according to the introduction of this young man who called himself the young master of the Wang family, the current immortal region was the current immortal region. Right now, the Wang clan of the immortal realms was a true everlasting power. They had two immortal king ancestors. In fact, before this, the young Miss Wang Zijin, who had returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, had also mentioned this matter, and the Wang family had some understanding of it. However, the two bloodlines had not seen each other for countless years. Although they were both Wang family, the bloodline had definitely thinned to an unknown extent. Therefore, the people of the Longevity Wang family did not think of going to the immortal region to acknowledge their ancestors. But today, this young man who called himself the young master of the Wang family appeared here and mentioned that he was from the immortal region's Wang family. How could this not make everyone in the Longevity Wang family not feel excited and excited? If they acknowledged their ancestors and merged the two bloodlines, the Wang family's strength would definitely soar qualitatively. An immortal family with two immortal king patriarchs overseeing it. In the current higher realm, other than divine nations, there were no immortal Tao figures on the surface. Everyone, there is no need to be overly courteous. The young man in the hall spoke, smiling slightly, indicating that there was no need to be so reserved. This was Ni Chen, who had occupied Wang Wuxiang's body. After leaving the immortal region, he had rushed to the Longevity Wang family without stopping. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to the higher realm's laws of heaven and earth, and even found it difficult to sense the existence of his astral avatar. However, there were no immortal Tao figures in this higher realm who could break free from the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. He also had a true immortal realm elder by his side, so he was not very worried about his own safety. At this moment, he had come to the Longevity Wang family to meet with Wang Zijin and discuss some matters. Back in the boundless battlefield, if not for Wang Zijin saving him, he would not have become who he was today. In any case, there were some things that needed to be said face to face. In addition, when he was in the immortal region's Wang family, Ni Chen had learned many things about Wang Zijin. She was not a native of the immortal region, but had been brought up by the Wang family's immortal king patriarch from the higher realm. Such an ethereal and dazzling woman made his heart, which had been silent for a long time, throb uncontrollably. Ni Chen could not so easily give up. Young Master Wang, may I ask why you have come to the higher realm? The Wang family's patriarchs did not beat around the bush and asked directly. The rest of the family looked over, wanting to know Wang Wuxiang's purpose. In the crowd, Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wuxiang, also stared at the Wang family's young master. When Ni Chen heard this, he smiled faintly. I came to this realm because I have a matter to discuss with cousin Zijin. After all, his current identity was Wang Zijin's cousin in name. Looking for Zijin? Everyone in the Wang family was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. No wonder. Many of the family members looked as if they had already guessed this. No matter what, Wang Zijin had lived in the immortal region for hundreds of years. It was not surprising that she knew the Wang family's young master. The Wang family's patriarchs also looked at each other and cupped their hands. To be honest, young Master Wang, Zijin is not in the family now. After she returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, she stayed in the family for a while. But she left the Wang family later, and we don't know where she went. Not in the family? Ni Chen was a little stunned, and the smile on his face faded a lot. He frowned and asked, Seniors, can you guess where cousin Zijin will go? He did not want to waste too much time in the higher realm. Although the Wang family's affairs in the immortal region had settled down for the time being, some things still needed to be arranged and planned. The Wang family's patriarchs looked troubled. They did not know Wang Zijin very well. After they revived, Wang Zijin was already taken to the immortal region. This time, Wang Zijin returned to the higher realm and did not say much to them. Their relationship could only be said to be average. They were not even familiar with each other. My sister might go to the human ancestors' hall. At this moment, it was Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wuxiang, who spoke. The young man from back then had become much calmer now. He felt that after his sister returned to the Wang family, apart from inquiring about the many things that had happened in the past few years, the most talked about was the human ancestors' hall. Back then, his sister had cultivated in the human ancestors' hall for more than 10 years, so it was understandable that she had deep feelings for it. Human ancestors' hall. What kind of faction is that? Ni Chen was still frowning. Before leaving the immortal region, he had inquired about the current factions in the higher realm. Apart from the divine nation that the demon lord had established in the higher realm, there were many factions that could not be underestimated. He had never heard of the other factions. Coincidentally, the human ancestors' hall was one of them. This is the orthodoxy that Zijin joined when she was young. It has a transcendent status in the higher realm, an elder of the Wang family respectfully replied. Although he did not know why Wang Wuxiang was looking for Wang Zijin, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Hearing this, Ni Chen nodded. Without waiting for him to finish, he waved his hand and said, "In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. I will personally go to this so-called human ancestors' hall to find cousin Zijin." At this point, he looked at Wang Wuxiang who had just answered and asked, "Who are you to cousin Zijin?" He had just heard Wang Wuxiang call Wang Zijin sister. "Wang Zijin is my sister." Wang Wuxiang replied, his attitude rather respectful. After all, he was the successor of a celestial king family from the immortal region. His identity and status were worlds apart from theirs. "That's good. Then you will lead the way for me." Ni Chen nodded slightly, not giving Wang Wuxiang a chance to refuse. Although he was Wang Zijin's younger brother, he was still someone from the higher realm. This was not worth too much of his attention. At this moment, the expressions of the Wang family members, including Wang Wuxiang, changed slightly. The human ancestors' hall had never allowed males to enter. Even in the surrounding territories, there was such a rule. Moreover, the human ancestors' hall was inextricably linked to the current ruler of the higher realm and the immortal region, Gu Chang'e. However, when the ancestor wanted to explain this matter, Wang Wuxiang waved his hand and interrupted him. They were also somewhat helpless. Then, a golden path of light spread out from the Wang family territory. The sound of Tao reverberated, shaking the heavens and the universe all around them rumbled. Many cultivators and living beings in the surrounding star regions noticed this scene and were extremely shocked. On this golden path of light, Ni Chen stood tall. Immortal light seemed to flow around him, making him appear extremely transcendent. The perfected immortal elder beside him was silent. He was very cold and indifferent. He looked at everyone as if they were ants. In the current higher realm, although there were many who had attained the Tao, and powerhouses from various clans had done so one after another, those who had attained the immortal Tao were still extremely rare. The only shortcut was to hand over one's fate soul through the divine nation's immortal bestowment roll and immediately ascend to immortality. However, as the immortal region and the higher realm bordered each other, the world's environment changed drastically. Much fewer cultivators chose this path. Apart from the divine nation, no other faction had heard of an immortal Tao figure appearing. At this moment, this golden path of light illuminated the starry sky and swept across the longevity Wang family's territory, attracting the attention of various factions. "That's Wang Wuxiang of the Wang family, but who is that young man beside him? An unfamiliar face? Could he be a big shot from the lower realm of the immortal region? That old man beside him must be someone whose cultivation surpasses that of an immortal Tao. The surrounding laws are all distorted, he has a perfected immortal old servant following him. What is this young man's background?" Many cultivators exclaimed in shock and astonishment. Although during this period of time, there were indeed many cases of creatures from the immortal region descending to the lower realm, they all came here to temper themselves with the younger generation. Moreover, they were all very low-key, doing their best to hide from others. Something like today, using golden light as a path and shaking the universe all around, was extremely rare. This made many cultivators discuss spiritedly, beginning to guess the identity of that unfamiliar young man. Chapter 9:17 Now that the upper realm was connected to the immortal domain, many geniuses from the immortal domain would come to the lower realm to hone their skills. During this period of time, this was a common occurrence and was not considered rare. However, this was the first time many cultivators noticed that a young man from the immortal domain would come in such a high-profile manner. It was as if he wanted the entire upper realm to know. Moreover, he had an old servant who was suspected to be a perfected immortal. One could imagine that he had a shocking background in the immortal domain. Even so, most of the cultivators and living beings were still surprised and curious about what was going on. They were not worried that this young man from the immortal domain would dare to act presumptuously in the upper realm. Not to mention that he had a perfected immortal with him. Even the legendary immortal kings did not dare to violate the rules of the two realms. Sir, after passing through this star region, you will reach the territory of the human ancestors' hall. With my status, it is not appropriate for me to go there, so I will not go. The golden path to the heavens extended from the Wang family's territory. It passed through several star regions and finally stopped in a vast star region with life. However, when they reached here, Wang Wuxia, who was leading the way, cupped his hands slightly and took the initiative to speak. He chose to stay here and not go further. Ni Chen stood on the golden path with his hands behind his back. He glanced at him and frowned slightly displeased. However, he did not want to vent his anger on such a small matter, so he nodded and said, "Fine. In that case, you can stay here." Since the human ancestors' hall was in front of them, it did not matter whether Wang Wuxia led the way or not. Ni Chen had only come to the upper realm to find Wang Zijin. He had no other purpose. Yes. Wang Wuxia lowered his head and looked deeply at Wang Wuxia before he jumped off the golden path. He did not know what kind of status Wang Wuxia had in the immortal domain. However, the human ancestors' hall in front of them had a very special status in the upper realm. Almost everyone knew that the human ancestors' hall's saintess, Jiang Chuchu, was Gu Changa's legal wife. Furthermore, the human ancestors' hall had always had a rule that forbade any males from approaching the surrounding territories. Therefore, in the eyes of many orthodoxies in the upper realm, the human ancestors' hall was no different from a forbidden zone. This was especially true for male cultivators. They didn't dare to approach her in the slightest for fear of causing misunderstandings. Back in the Longevity Wang family, the old ancestor had tried to explain the transcendent status of the human ancestor palace. However, Wang Wuxiang didn't care and waved his hand to interrupt him. "You're the one who asked for it." Wang Wuxiang gently shook his head as he watched the golden path spread into the distance. This Wang Wuxiang said that he was looking for his sister, but his sister didn't receive the slightest news. If it weren't for that, he would not have left the Longevity Wang family. From this, it was obvious that his elder sister didn't have a good relationship with this Wang Wuxiang. So what if he was the young master of an immortal king clan in the immortal realms? After coming to the upper realm, he still had to keep a low profile. This was not a place where he could show off. Soon, the golden light spread all the way and landed outside the human ancestor palace's territory. A majestic scene could be seen in front of him. The mountain range was verdant, and pavilions were faintly discernible. The unfallen divine city hung high in the sky like a brilliant sun, its brilliance shining in all directions. Countless strands of the power of providence and faith surged in from various starfields, rising and falling like a wave. What an astonishing power of faith! Ni Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise when he saw all this. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they could experience such changes. The entire world seemed to be bathed in the silver power of faith. If one used this power to cultivate, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to continue walking and enter, a group of women appeared. Around the mountain range, the figures of several women appeared and looked at him coldly. "Halt, intruder." These women held thin swords and didn't have high cultivation bases. In Ni Chen's eyes, they were no different from ants. However, they dared to appear here and stop him. Could it be that they couldn't see his cultivation base and the old man beside him? However, in the unfamiliar upper realm, Ni Chen was rather tolerant and didn't intend to start a conflict. I came here from the immortal region to look for Miss Zijin. He cupped his hands slightly, his attitude gentle. No outsiders are allowed to set foot in the vicinity of the human ancestor palace. Please return. However, upon hearing those words, those women merely frowned, and continued to block Chu Feng's path. In the past, if they heard that someone came from the immortal region, they would have been stunned. However, the current upper realm was no longer the same as before. The human ancestor palace was even more so. One should know that the human ancestor palace was backed by the divine nation and could be said to be Jiang Chuchu's maiden home. Its status was so high that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm respected it. When the disciples of the human ancestor palace went out, they were also popular, and no one dared to disrespect them. Although the young man in front of them claimed to be from the immortal region and said Wang Zijin's name, there was an old man with an unfathomable cultivation base following him, who seemed to be an old servant. But so what? Since they were in the human ancestor palace, they had to abide by the rules. I came from the immortal region, and I am actually Miss Zijin's cousin. Ni Chen frowned slightly, and the gentle expression on his face was much more restrained. He did not expect these women to still stop him. They really did not know what was good for them. In the human ancestor palace, no matter who you are, you have to abide by the rules. I hope that you will not make things difficult for us, sir. Even if Saintess Zijin's father comes, he has to abide by the rules and wait outside. Sir, if you really want to see Saintess Zijin, you can wait here. If Saintess Zijin leaves the human ancestor palace, we will come here to inform you. Sir, you can contact Saintess Zijin yourself. If she wants to see you, she will definitely come out to see you. When they heard this, the women's expressions did not change at all, and they continued to ask Ni Chen to wait here. Wait here all this time. Ni Chen frowned deeply. His time was precious. This time, he came to the upper realm from the immortal region after careful consideration. Now, he was told that he was going to continue wasting his time here. Can't the few of you help me inform Miss Zijin? At that moment, he said in a low voice, already showing some displeasure. However, the women still shook their heads. Their duty was to patrol. The human ancestor palace had never had a rule of reporting. If there was something that needed to be done with Saintess Zijin, there would definitely be a way to contact her. There was no need for disciples like them to report. Ni Chen's expression finally darkened. He did not want to cause trouble in the upper realm, but these women from the human ancestor palace did not know what was good for them, and insisted on stopping him here. They did not even care about his identity at all. Although he did not care about that, his body was still the successor of a celestial king family in the immortal region. Even in the immortal region, it was a top-notch status. Which cultivator or living being would not be respectful when they saw it? In the end, in the upper realm, they kept running into obstacles one after another. Then, I have no choice but to apologize to you all. Then, Ni Chen took a deep breath, and his expression became calm. Then, before the women could react, he made his move. He made his move. A purple halo suddenly appeared in his originally deep eyes. It spread out like ripples and directly enveloped the women. In the next moment, they seemed to have lost their minds, and their eyes became dull. Then, Ni Chen walked past them expressionlessly, and the perfected immortal elder followed beside him. The void around them became blurry. In an instant, the two of them seemed to have escaped into nothingness. In a place like the upper realm, the strength of a perfected immortal would be suppressed and restricted. However, it was still easy to sneak into an orthodoxy without anyone noticing. Unless it was an enlightened immortal with a very powerful divine sense, they would not be discovered. At the same time, in the main hall, the fragrance of wine filled the air, an immortal fog drifted around. It was like an immortal palace. If the two drunk women were ignored, it would be quite transcendent at this moment. Gu Changde looked at Jiang Chu-chu, who was drinking wine with his head tilted up and even rolled up his sleeves, looking very heroic. It was really a headache. In the past, Jiang Chu-chu had always given him the image of a cold and aloof person, but in fact, she was delicate and naive. He completely did not expect her to show such a side after drinking wine. Can wine really make people reveal their true colors? Gu Changde smiled and reached out to take the wine in her hand. In the end, Jiang Chu-chu was like an octopus, almost sticking to him. Her head kept rubbing against his chest, and the delicate fragrance and wine directly rushed into Gu Changde's nose. "Husband, give the wine back to me," she muttered, and her mouth, which smelled of wine, kept rubbing against Gu Changde's neck. "You're drunk, Chu-chu." Gu Changde was slightly helpless and rubbed her head. This was the immortal king wine. Although Jiang Chu-chu had extraordinary talent, drinking too much might not be a good thing. Thinking of this, he glanced at Wang Zijin, who was still lying on the stone table, seemingly drunk. She was the one who took out the wine. Then she let him come to the Renzu hall. Wasn't this to let him see the scene of Jiang Chu-chu getting drunk? If Jiang Chu-chu woke up and knew all this, wouldn't she fight Wang Zijin to the death? This fake sisterly relationship was really gone just like that. "Husband, give me, I still want to drink." Jiang Chu-chu was indeed drunk at this moment. Although she knew the person in front of her was Gu Changde, she was not sure if this was a dream. Her whole body was dizzy, and she only wanted to snatch the wine back from him. Although Gu Changde still doted on her, he naturally would not let her drink at this moment. So with a flick of his sleeve, the wine disappeared into thin air. Where's the wine?" Jiang Chu-chu stared blankly at his empty palm for a while. She didn't even have the time to react. But her sobriety only lasted for a moment. The next moment, her consciousness was muddled, and her eyelids could not hold it anymore. She laid weakly in Gu Changde's arms. "Have a good sleep." Gu Changde's figure flashed and brought her into the bedroom of the Renzu hall to rest. He had stayed here for a long time, so he was familiar with the place. And when he returned to the hall, Wang Zijin was already looking at him with a smile on her face. She did not look drunk at all. "Is this how you trick Chu-chu?" Gu Changde was not surprised at all, and sat down beside her. Back at the Moon Prince mansion in the immortal region, Wang Zijin had drunk this immortal king wine, so she naturally knew how terrifying its alcohol content was. So she was so smart, there was no way she would get drunk at this time. At most, she would pretend to be drunk and fool Jiang Chu-chu. Wang Zijin smiled. "How can this be called tricking her? This is the immortal king wine I specially brought back from the immortal region, even I can't bear to drink it. But this time, she drank a small portion of my goo, my heart aches. After she wakes up, she might have broken through. As her husband, shouldn't you compensate me?" Saying so, she stretched out her jade-like hand and waved it in front of Gu Changde, indicating that he should return the remaining Gu immortal king wine to her. Gu Changde pretended not to understand the meaning of her actions. She shook her head and said, "You know that she will say some nonsense after drinking." "Humph, you feel sorry for her." Wang Zijin curled her lips, as if she was very disdainful of him. She said, "Before you came, Chu-chu revealed many things to me. Lord Demon Lord, you really gave me a huge shock, to think that you actually tricked Chu-chu like this." Gu Changde didn't blush at all about this past. She still said with a calm expression, "It's too much to cheat. Chu-chu and I love each other. It's not as bad as you say. From the moment I met you until now, I have always admired your shamelessness." Hearing this, Wang Zijin immediately showed a sincere expression of admiration. In front of Gu Changde, she did not hesitate to shoot her mouth off and was not afraid at all. You asked me to come to Renzu Hall not just to let me see Chuchu's drunken state, right? Gu Changa smiled. Of course. Wang Zijin frowned when she mentioned this. She stretched out her hand. Return it to me. I will return it to you. Do you think I will really steal this bit of wine from you? Gu Changa shook his head slightly, returning the wine gu to her. He would not steal this half-gu immortal king wine from her. I am in a bad mood, I want to drink with you. After Wang Zijin took back the wine gu, she poured a cup for Gu Changa. Then she poured another cup for herself. Are you sure you want to drink with me, or drink this wine? Gu Changa's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. Wang Zijin stared at him. Why do you care? I think you are just trying to scare me with this wine, right? Gu Changa was still smiling. Wang Zijin was exposed by him. She gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry and embarrassed. Who are you calling a scaredy cat? She was flustered and exasperated. She wanted to get up and bite Gu Changa. Then she felt her head being pressed down by Gu Changa. He moved closer with a smile. Chapter 9:18. Wang Zijin's eyes widened. Her mind was completely blank at this moment, as if her thoughts were frozen. She originally thought that she would be the one to do such a thing under the influence of alcohol. However, she did not expect that Gu Changa would be more proactive than her. He was still strong and did not give her any room to resist or refuse. Alcohol was not intoxicating, but people were intoxicated. Although she had not drunk, Wang Zijin still felt that she was drunk. Her head was dizzy, and her body went soft. Gu Changa looks at this woman, who is usually bold and unscrupulous and blabbermouth. However, at this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, and her eyelashes could not stop trembling. She was like a shy deer. She had no place to put her hands, so she could only grab his arms. She was obviously very nervous, but she did not make a sound. It seems that you really want to drink to boost your courage. He smiled softly in his heart. Don't laugh at me. Wang Zijin did not know where she got the strength, but she suddenly broke free. She seemed to know what Gu Changa was thinking. She glared at him fiercely, then grabbed Gu Changa's arms with both hands. She hugged his head and took the initiative to bite him. The territory of the human ancestor hall was not considered large in the entire upper realm. However, because of its superior status, there were few people in the territory. Apart from the disciples of the human ancestor hall who were patrolling, there were no other living beings or cultivators. Ni Chen brought the perfected immortal old man and walked through the void, passing through many halls and pavilions. He finally saw a majestic palace hanging high in the depths. White jade was the pillars, and glass was the roof tiles. It seemed to be able to reflect the brilliance of the heavens. It was unusually sacred. On the plaque of this palace, 3 ancient words, Human Ancestor Hall, were shining brightly, with thousands of mysterious lights flowing. Looks like this is the Human Ancestor Hall. Miss Zijin should be inside. Ni Chen came here. Although there were many restrictions and formation patterns around, they could not stop his footsteps. White fog was hazy, and multicolored light rose. This place was sacred and majestic, as if there was really a human ancestor god standing here, overlooking thousands of realms. Countless strands of silver power of faith converged from all over the world and finally intertwined in front of him. Even an ordinary person would be able to feel that kind of vast energy fluctuation, enough to drown a person. Why do I feel like something is wrong with 983? Ni Chen frowned slightly. There were no disciples standing guard in front of the human ancestor hall. It was exceptionally quiet. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a little abrupt for Miss Zijin? Ni Chen hesitated. Towards this wondrous woman who was bright and dazzling like a comet, he liked and was moved from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time to descend from the immortal domain. However, after arriving here, he was a little hesitant. He was worried that if it was too sudden, it would annoy Wang Zijin. Inside the hall, the scenery was bright and enchanting. Around the bed, white curtains and ribbons danced in the wind. Immortal mist was hazy, and it was difficult to conceal the beauty of the scene. At this moment, as if he had noticed something, Gu Changda's eyes flashed with a strange light. He suddenly laughed softly. It seems that the person outside the hall is looking for you. Who is it? Wang Zijin couldn't sense it at all. She didn't have Gu Changda's strength, so she didn't know that someone was coming to the human ancestor hall. A guy from the immortal domain. Gu Changda just smiled softly and didn't take it to heart. Ignore him. Wang Zijin searched her memories in her mind. She didn't know if she had any friends in the immortal domain who would come to the human ancestor hall to look for her. She didn't intend to take a look at all. She threw it to the back of her mind and didn't want to care too much. Gu Changda smiled, but there was still a strange light in his eyes. Then, he quietly looked in the direction of the outside of the hall. In the next moment, invisible ripples spread out like a misty fog, enveloping the entire human ancestor hall. Although he didn't care who the person outside the hall was, Gu Changda still didn't want anyone to disturb them. Inside the hall, it was warm like the sun was shining, full of vitality. Outside the hall, Ni Chen inexplicably felt a chill all over his body, as if a terrifying existence was suddenly staring at him. At this moment, he couldn't help but shiver, and his hands and feet were cold. What just happened? Ni Chen's expression changed, and he was a little surprised. In front of him, the human ancestor hall, which was still a little mysterious, suddenly seemed to have changed 1,000,000 times. It was as if he was in a foggy area. Apart from the fog around him, he couldn't see anything. In the vast wilderness, only he was left standing here alone. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Even the perfected immortal clone that he had refined a long time ago had disappeared. Where was the human ancestor hall in front of him? Even heaven and earth had completely disappeared. It was a vast expanse of emptiness, endless and boundless. I actually can't sense any aura or fluctuations, even my perfected immortal clone seems to have disappeared. I can't sense its existence. Ni Chen's expression was uncertain. He knew that he had fallen into some kind of maze or formation pattern. He immediately thought of the human ancestor hall that he had planned to walk to just now. Perhaps there was some kind of restriction in front of the human ancestor hall that could make people lose themselves and unable to walk out. Such a method made Ni Chen rather wary. However, he was not an ordinary person. After sensing that something was wrong, he quickly calmed himself down and began to think of a way to break out. The predecessor of the human ancestor hall was indeed extraordinary. He could set up such a formation pattern restriction in a place like the upper realm. Ni Chen tried to summon the heroic spirits of his ancestors. However, they all failed. They seemed to have disappeared from this place along with his true immortal clone, completely cut off from him. It should be a maze. There's no danger. As long as I find a way to break it, or find the location of the formation core, I can leave this place. Ni Chen was the young master of the Ming Ni clan, after all. He didn't panic because of the situation in front of him. After he calmed down, he quickly thought of a way. Although the space before them appeared to be vast and boundless, there was no substantial danger. Therefore, it might just waste a lot of his time. However, when Ni Chen took a step forward, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and he was somewhat in disbelief. How is this possible? He stared at his surroundings. The space was actually changing with his footsteps. In other words, he had just taken a step forward, and the mysterious space in front of him had changed so much because of the direction he took. In the next moment, Ni Chen, who refused to believe it, took a few more steps backward. The space in front of him also fluctuated because of his actions. The distance that the fog spread was just the distance that he retreated from. After that, Ni Chen tried several more times in other directions, and the results were just as he had expected. Is he planning to imprison me in one place forever? Ni Chen finally reacted, and his expression was extremely ugly. This was not a maze formation. It was just that an expert had made a move to imprison him in one place. No matter where he went or how far he walked. In the next moment, he would return to the starting point and be trapped in this place forever. Is this to imprison me in one point and not let me get close to the human ancestor hall? Ni Chen's expression became gloomy. He knew that there must be an expert in the human ancestor hall, so he took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert hidden in the upper realm. Therefore, after Ni Chen understood the other party's intention, he simply stopped struggling and chose to sit cross-legged where he was. When he first came to the upper realm, he had underestimated this place because of its desolation. Now, he had suffered such a big loss in the human ancestor hall, which really made Ni Chen sullen. Forget it. Since an expert has made a move, there's no point in me resisting. Then, Ni Chen sat there cross-legged and calmed his mind completely. He planned to wait here. He did not believe that the expert would keep him trapped here forever. However, during this process, he gradually felt that something was wrong. He frowned and looked surprised. The speed of time passing in this place seemed to be different from the speed of the outside world. Does this also involve the domain of time? Not only did he trap me in one point, but he also intends to let me experience old age and die here. Ni Chen's expression was ugly. He really did not expect that the speed of time passing in this place was more than 100 times faster than the outside world. He could clearly see that his palm was becoming dry and wrinkled, and there were black spots in some places. Although it was only a very small domain of time, the laws it touched were profound and unfathomable. Even those immortal kings with exceedingly high cultivation bases would find it difficult to achieve this level. One had to know that Ni Chen himself was not an ordinary person. Although his cultivation base had not reached the true immortal realm, his strength could fight against true immortals. He even had the strength to fight against a quasi-immortal king. Could it be that there is an existence beyond the immortal king hidden in this human ancestor hall? The uneasiness in Ni Chen's heart grew stronger and stronger. He planned to break this domain with absolute strength. Boom! His eyes became deep, and a rich purple light appeared like a sea of lightning. He clenched his fist and punched toward this space. At this moment, a blurry phantom of a giant appeared behind Ni Chen. As he clenched his fist, he suddenly smashed into the sky. Endless lightning spread. This place seemed to have experienced a great earthquake. Heaven and earth shook, overturning everything and continuously striking down. However, no matter what Ni Chen did, this place didn't change at all, let alone show signs of collapsing. His eyes were bloodshot, full of unwillingness. He shouted angrily, "I wonder which expert is here. Please show yourself." However, no matter how Ni Chen called out, the surroundings were silent. No one answered. It was like a small stone smashed into the deep sea, not even a ripple was stirred up. Inside the hall, the clouds dispersed and the rain cleared. Wang Zijin leaned in Gu Changa's arms, reaching out and drawing small circles. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, looking lazy, as if she was too lazy to move. "You are really too much," she couldn't help but mutter. Gu Changa shook his head and said with a smile, "Is that so? I don't know who was the one who gave in half-heartedly. I was just going with the flow." Wang Zijin turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. However, she looked at the overturned stone table and stone stool, and the somewhat messy bed. She sighed imperceptibly, then rubbed her hair in distress. She had only planned to drink. Who knew that it would become like this? If Jiang Chu woke up, how would she explain it to her? Tell her that she took advantage of her when she was drunk, and then what? "I found you. Why don't you feel guilty at all? Why are you such a jerk?" Looking at the leisurely Gu Chang'e, Wang Zijin was angry and opened her mouth to bite him again. What do I have to feel guilty about? Didn't you ask me to come to the human ancestor hall and ask me to drink? Gu Chang'e shook his head gently and sighed, as if he didn't understand her. Wang Zijin was really angry. She found that he always liked to take advantage of her. Okay, I got it. Hurry up and get up. There's nothing for you to do. She waved her hand and pushed Gu Chang'e away in disdain. Then she said generously, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you." Her tone was as if she was treating Gu Chang'e as a tool. However, Gu Chang'e understood what she meant. He just smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly put on his clothes. Outside the hall, is there a guy waiting for you? Who is it? You were wondering why I couldn't sense it before. Speaking of this, Wang Zijin felt annoyed. Who would come to see her at this time and disturb her? Fortunately, Gu Chang'e seemed to have acted and stopped him outside the hall. However, when she got up, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Then she glared fiercely at Gu Chang'e. At this moment, in the open space not far from the human ancestor hall, a figure who already looked a little old was sitting there cross-legged. His whole body exuded a strong sense of lethargy, as if he had one foot in the grave and had reached the end of his life. When Wang Zijin and Gu Chang'e arrived outside the hall, this figure was still roaring. His eyes were wide open and filled with blood vessels. It was unknown what he saw. This is Wang Wuxiang. Wang Zijin carefully judged this person's appearance and finally recognized him. She was very surprised. How did he become so old and frail? However, when she saw Gu Chang'e's indifferent and casual expression, she understood that it must be because he acted. At this moment, when he heard Wang Zijin's words, Ni Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the open space, was shocked. All the scenes in front of him disappeared. He finally saw the many scenes in front of the human ancestor hall. Chapter 919. Two figures were standing side by side in front of him, like a pair of immortals. The young man was wearing a green silk robe. His gaze was casual, his facial features were handsome, and his figure was tall and slender. The woman beside him was wearing a light blue dress. Her hair was loose, and there seemed to be some charm on her face. She was looking at him with a surprised expression. It was Wang Zijin and Gu Chang'e. What? Ni Chen's eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he was in the immortal region, he had seen Gu Chang'e's true appearance from the memory of the perfected immortal realm elder who was possessed. Therefore, he recognized the young figure in front of him as Gu Chang'e. But why would Gu Chang'e appear in the upper realm? Wasn't he always in the heavenly court of the immortal region? At this moment, Ni Chen even suspected that he was still trapped in those illusions and hadn't come out. Otherwise, how could he see these scenes? Wang Zijin was with Gu Chang'e. From the charm on her face, it wasn't difficult to guess what had happened between them. At this moment, Ni Chen felt like there was a boom in his head, as if there was an endless buzzing sound. He looked at it again. He wanted to see if what he saw was real or fake. But whether it was Wang Zijin or Gu Chang'e, they were both real. Especially Gu Chang'e, whose interested gaze seemed to see through all his secrets, as if he was a pitiful little bug. This made Ni Chen grit his teeth. He knew that the person who trapped him here was Gu Chang'e. Besides him, there were probably not many people in the immortal region and the upper realm who had such means. Ni Chen was angry, sullen, and unwilling. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He saw the woman he loved snuggling with another man. Even just now, the two of them were making love in the human ancestor hall. In the end, he was trapped outside the hall by Gu Chang'e and experienced many illusions. His life was quickly draining away and he was showing signs of old age. The inside and outside of the palace were only a few feet apart, but it was as if they were two different worlds. Wang Wuxiang, why are you here? At this moment, Wang Zijin tucked her hair behind her ear and said in a surprised voice. She saw that Wang Wuxiang's expression seemed a little strange, so she asked again. When they were in the immortal region, to be honest, she didn't have a good impression of this cheap cousin of hers. The other party treated her like a commodity. In order to ally with the Luo manor, they did not hesitate to propose a marriage between her and Luo Xian of the Luo manor. It was just that he was living under someone else's roof, and the other party's identity was that of the successor of the immortal king manor. Wang Zijin could only complain secretly. He didn't want to meet Wang Wuxiang on a normal day. Therefore, the fact that Wang Wuxiang had come to the upper realm to look for her and even personally come to the human ancestors' hall had truly surprised her. Wang Wuxiang. Is this the future successor of the immortal region's Wang family? At this moment, Gu Chang'e also smiled faintly and reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Wang Zijin's ear. Wang Zijin glared at him and signaled him to stop fooling around. Was he deliberately doing this in front of others to show off to Wang Wuxiang? She didn't believe that Gu Chang'e had such a gentle side. When Ni Chen heard this, he also came back to his senses. He was now using Wang Wuxiang's identity in walking outside with Wang Wuxiang's physical body, not Ni Chen. Therefore, it was normal that Wang Zijin couldn't recognize him. However, Gu Chang'e was here, which made Ni Chen feel fear and hatred. He didn't know if Gu Chang'e had seen through his identity. Although the Dark Defiant clan's talent was terrifying, the person in front of him was a man who made the entire heavens tremble in fear. Especially just now, when Gu Chang'e had attacked and trapped him here, depriving him of a large amount of his lifespan, making him look old. Fortunately, his essence and foundation weren't damaged. As long as he returned to the immortal region, he would be able to quickly recover. I came to the upper realms because I wanted to discuss something with cousin Zijin. When he thought of this, Ni Chen returned to normal and said with a gentle expression. Wang Zijin looked at him in confusion. What is it? Did you come from the immortal region to talk about it? This matter is a little complicated. Ni Chen's expression did indeed become complicated. If Gu Chang'e wasn't by his side, he would have revealed his true identity and told Wang Zijin why he had come. In the next 100 years, the entire True Mountain and Sea world would face a terrifying calamity. Due to the disappearance of the True Spirit, the entire True Mountain and Sea world was exposed to the vast ocean. It had already been noticed by the hunters, and they were about to descend. At that time, all the living beings and existences in the True Mountain and Sea world would become sacrifices for the hunters. All the universes would be sacrificed, and they would become the source of energy for the True World Prize to descend. Therefore, the only way was for him to successfully possess the True Mountain and Sea world within 100 years and become its new True Spirit. Only then would he be able to protect the other living beings. At that time, he would truly become the master of the True Mountain and Sea world. However, he couldn't tell Wang Zijin about this right now. He couldn't reveal anything. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Wang Zijin was a little dissatisfied with Wang Wuxiang's riddles. Besides, her relationship with Wang Wuxiang wasn't that close. His expression made it seem as if the two of them were very familiar with each other. It made Wang Zijin feel a little uncomfortable. Especially when Gu Chang'e was still by his side. If he thought too much, wouldn't he have to spend a lot of effort to explain? Forget it. It's not a big deal. I'm already very satisfied to be able to see cousin Zijin today. There are some things that I'll tell you in detail when you return to the immortal region. I won't disturb you and this lord any longer. Ni Chen didn't want to continue staying here in case he revealed any flaws. Once he smiled confidently, he was about to cup his fist and leave. In truth, he regretted his actions today. If he had known that Gu Chang'e would be in the higher realm, he wouldn't have come. especially when he discovered the relationship between Wang Zijin and Gu Chang'e. This made Chen feel even more aggrieved, indignant, and angry. It was as if a supreme treasure that he treasured had been snatched away from him. He even wondered if Gu Chang'e had forced Wang Zijin to stay after she left the Wang mansion and went to the Moon Prince mansion to participate in the banquet. Too many things had happened during that period of time, his heart felt as if it was dripping blood. Gu Chang'e watched Chen leave with interest, but he didn't say anything to stop him. Wang Zijin saw that he kept staring at Wang Wuxiang. She thought that he was overthinking because of what happened just now and had misunderstood the relationship between Wang Wuxiang. When they were in the immortal region, she didn't see that Wang Wuxiang was interested in her. Instead, he was trying to matchmake her and Luo Xian. Why would he say something like that out of the blue today? I don't know why he suddenly said that, Wang Zijin explained. Wang Zijin explained, I wasn't even close to him before. Since you weren't familiar with him, why did you explain? Guilty. Gu Chang'e glanced at her. He was a little surprised. Who was this Wang Wuxiang? Although ordinary people couldn't tell, he could feel that there was another aura in the depths of this guy's origin spirit. Therefore, Gu Chang'e saw that there was a palm-sized blood-red coffin in the depths of his origin spirit. However, it was hidden very deeply. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to detect it. Only someone like Gu Chang'e could see the abnormality with a single glance. Such a method was not common. Wang Zijin choked. Yes, why did she have to explain? Am I not angry because I misunderstood you? After all, who knew that he would come to the human ancestors' hall like a lunatic? He said some strange things. She still muttered. Why should I be angry? He is indeed a strange guy. Gu Chang'e smiled and stopped teasing her. As for what secrets Wang Wuxiang was hiding, Gu Chang'e didn't care. As long as it didn't interfere with his plan. He didn't care what kind of identity Wang Wuxiang had. Wang Zijin didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Wuxiang was very strange today. After that, Gu Chang'e planned to leave the upper realm. During this period of time, the Moon Monarch had sent news about the land of reincarnation. After drinking the immortal wine, Chu Chu will probably sleep for 10 days to half a month before waking up. You're leaving just like that, Wang Zijin sensed his intentions, but she glanced at him and said with a displeased expression. Gu Chang'e came from the immortal realm and didn't say more than a few words to Jiang Chu Chu. Was he planning to leave just like that? To her, no matter what Gu Chang'e did or said, there was a strong smell of scum. He didn't care about Jiang Chu Chu, who was officially married. Also, didn't he see that she wasn't feeling well? Didn't he know to stay and care for her? As the saying went, he was heartless when he pulled out. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin was so angry that she wanted to hit herself. How did she fall for such a guy? First, he wasn't considerate. Second, he wasn't gentle and considerate. Instead, he often ignored them, as if it was the same with or without him. Sure, I don't lack this little bit of time. Gu Chang'e didn't expect her resentment to be so great. She was just short of writing the words scum on her face. Wang Zijin was indeed different from other women. She didn't care about his identity. She cared more about her own feelings. She was direct and didn't beat around the bush. Gu Chang'e was indeed very comfortable when he was with her. Wang Zijin didn't expect him to really agree. She still wanted to say something, but she couldn't help but swallow her words. Forget it. I know you have a lot of things to do, indeed, I can't waste time on these things. However, she still waved her hand and turned to limp into the human ancestors' hall. Gu Chang'e shook his head helplessly. He walked over and picked her up. For this big show, he had planned for eternity. He didn't lack this little bit of time. Immortal Realm, Moon Monarch's residence. The Moon Monarch was wearing a white veil. Her beautiful hair was tied up high. She was frowning as she listened to her subordinate's report. Bai Chuan, the quasi-immortal king, was also here. He was the one who was investigating the land of reincarnation. A dark tide surged from the vast battlefield. Some corroded living beings rushed out. In the dark tide, someone saw a full moon hanging high in the sky. Some living souls floated over and seemed to have landed on that full moon. Bai Chuan was wearing battle armor. He lowered his head and said respectfully. Although he admired the Moon Monarch, he also knew that in the current environment of the immortal realm, these feelings had to be put aside. Previously, when Gu Chang'e was temporarily staying in the Moon Monarch's residence, he was very worried that the Moon Monarch would be sullied and humiliated. In the end, he realized that he was worrying too much. He was slightly relieved. However, although the Moon Monarch knew his feelings, she never cared. A dark tide? I remember that the last dark tide was tens of millions of years ago. It was outside the vast battlefield. It was suspected that immortal kings were fighting. That was why it swept over there. Could it be that an immortal king is returning this time? Or is there another reason? The Moon Monarch frowned. Although the dark tide was terrifying and could easily cause some ancient realms to fall into darkness and be destroyed, it could not sweep over the immortal realm. That was because there were high embankments outside the vast battlefield that resisted the waves and impact from the vast ocean. I don't know about that. The vast battlefield has not been peaceful recently, Bai Chuan replied respectfully. I understand. The Moon Monarch nodded. Then, she pondered and said, the vast battlefield was previously controlled by those clans in the central immortal realm. They once picked up many good things from the embankment. It said that the Luo monarch has a damaged ancient scripture that drifted over from an unknown ancient realm. Now that the immortal realm had united, the vast battlefield was still guarded by a few immortal king clans. This was to prevent beings from other ancient realms from the vast ocean from disembarking and trekking over, catching the immortal realm off guard. Apart from the vast ocean, it was extremely difficult to forcefully break through the immortal realm's barrier from other regions. One needed to be extremely powerful. All of you are dismissed. Send more people to keep an eye on the vast ocean. The Moon Monarch waved her hand and gave the order. After Bai Chuan and the others left the palace, she sent a message to Gu Chang'e to report this matter. A land of reincarnation seemed to have appeared in the dark tide that surged over from the vast ocean. This was extremely important news. In the Moon Monarch's opinion, Gu Chang'e leaving this matter to her was a sign that she was highly valued. If she wanted to continue being valued, she had to deal with this matter properly. Chapter 920. Although the current immortal realms looked calm, that was only on the surface. The real undercurrents could be said to be surging in the dark. Even if it was a celestial king, if they were accidentally swept into it, they would easily end up with their bodies crushed. The Moon Monarch was very self-aware. She had broken through to the immortal king realm by relying on the legacy left behind by her predecessors. She became a female immortal king and looked down on many universes. However, her talent was much weaker than others of the same level. Even many of the same level were trapped in this realm for tens of millions of years, or even longer. Although the current immortal domain's environment had changed a lot and was more suitable for cultivators and living beings to cultivate, that was only temporary. The Moon Monarch knew that the immortal domain would face a terrifying calamity in the near future. The earliest would be a few decades, the slowest would be a century. What could they do in these 100 years? Touch the unreachable immortal emperor realm? That was even more impossible. Hence, the Moon Monarch had already made up her mind. She had already given up on comprehending Tao and cultivating. Instead, she placed her focus on working for Gu Chang'e in an attempt to gain Gu Chang'e's favor. Only in this way would she be able to preserve her life in the upcoming calamity. She wouldn't end up with her Tao fruit shattering and her soul dissipating. Of course, in the Moon Monarch's opinion, it would be best if she could become Gu Changa's woman. It was also the most foolproof method. Unfortunately, she felt that such a chance was very slim. Gu Changa did not have that kind of interest in her. Back when Gu Changa was still in the Moon Monarch residence, the Moon Monarch had actually tested him. However, Gu Changa did not care at all, treating her like air. This made the Moon Monarch feel discouraged. In this vast immortal domain, many immortal kings had pursued her before. Her looks were definitely undeniable. However, it made sense. With Gu Changa's identity, what kind of woman had he not seen before? It was said that the former Grand Palace Lord of the Immortal Palace was also his confidant. However, the Moon Monarch was a little skeptical about this rumor. After all, he could even kill his confidant. Just how heartless was Gu Changa? Since I have confirmed that there might be clues to the land of reincarnation, why can't I personally investigate? Although it may be dangerous, isn't this an opportunity for me to perform? The Moon Prince's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had originally ordered her subordinates to investigate the land of reincarnation. But on second thought, this was something that Gu Changa had personally ordered, which was enough to show how much importance he attached to this matter. Although there were many dangers in the dark tide, Celestial King still had the means to deal with them. They wouldn't let her lose her life there. She was willing to risk her life, which was enough to prove her attitude to Gu Changa. Thinking up to this point, the Moon Sovereign waved her hand. A mist-like jade belt in the depths of the cave abode that was surrounded by chaotic chi shuttled over and wrapped around her slender waist. This was her Celestial King artifact, and it was forged from an extremely rare type of metal. It was indestructible, yet its texture was soft, and it could be transformed into a myriad of weapons with peerless might. After putting on the Celestial King artifact, the Moon Sovereign still didn't feel at ease, so she went to pick up a few more secret treasures. Only then did she tear through the cosmos, crossing space, heading towards the boundless battlefield. That place was guarded by several great Celestial King families from the central celestial domain, the security tight. However, they couldn't stop Celestial King-level existences. Moreover, she came under Gu Changa's orders, so no one dared to stop her. The boundless battlefield was actually a general name, because it was connected to the boundless battlefield. A long time ago, this was already an ancient battlefield, its origins already unknown. Many figures from the ancient era were buried here. There were some remains that were even more ancient than the immortal ancient era before the taboo great era. The various signs also indicated that before the immortal ancient era, there was an even more grand and majestic era. Quite a few people of later generations obtained many of their predecessors' legacies in the boundless battlefield. There were some who dug up damaged supreme treasures in the primal chaos, containing innate natural luck, becoming a matchless celestial king. There were also some who obtained ancient pill recipes, reconstructing their innate talents, defying the heavens and changing their fates. Even the materials Moon King used to refine the immortal king artifact Moon God Belt were obtained from the boundless battlefield. For immortal domains, great clans and inheritances, the boundless battlefield contained all possibilities. They sent people to guard this place, stopping outsiders from entering. In reality, they also wanted to seize the boundless battlefield for themselves, monopolize the opportunities within. This was a boundless scarlet earth, as if dyed red by blood. Yellow sand was swept up in many places, the heavens flickering between light and dark, gloomy clouds everywhere. This place had no limits, as if it was an endless continent, full of devastation. All types of great rifts were everywhere, some places surging with blood-colored multicolored mist. In even further places, one could see blood and chi surging into the sky dome like smoke signals. These were the corpses of exceptional experts who had died who knew how many years ago. Every once in a while, they would erupt with terrifying blood and chi like volcanoes. All creatures that were sucked in would immediately be turned into ashes, body and soul erased. For ordinary creatures, this place was a cruel hell. Countless corpses were buried here. A piece of yellow mud or a pool of blood all contained terrifying killing energy, easily able to overturn heaven and earth. This place contained endless opportunities, but it also contained endless dangers. Even the sky-covering yellow sand couldn't hide the traces of those great battles. They existed here from the ancient times until now, impossible to erase. At the border of this ancient battlefield was a majestic ancient city that floated in the air, like an imperial pass that would never fall. The aura was majestic, stars swirling about in the sky. In this ancient city's surroundings, it was as if there was an expanse of stellar mist. All life ancient stars before it were as insignificant as dust. It oversaw this place, overlooking the entire world. Outside this ancient city, one could see a terrifying and bottomless blade scar. It existed in the heavens above, exceptionally vicious, as if it was going to separate the world. This blade scar extended over, becoming a barrier that blocked the boundless battlefield. Even immortal kings didn't dare approach this blade scar, their bodies about to explode. Returning and coming, the soul doesn't return. In the ancient city, an ancient song sounded, as if someone was reminiscing about their past ancestors, full of grief and grief, those who heard it shedding tears. On the city walls, there were traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, experiencing countless great battles. The wide city gates were simply as tall as heaven and earth. Every day, many creatures and cultivators from all over Immortal Domain would come here, either to temper themselves, or to search for opportunities in the boundless battlefield. They naturally wouldn't enter too deeply. Those border areas had long been thoroughly searched by various great inheritances, but it was inevitable that they would overlook some things. Chapter 921. It is said that the Luo Wang unexpectedly obtained an ancient scripture in the boundless battlefield, and later became an immortal king. Before that, although the Luo Wang's talent was not bad, he definitely did not reach the level of an immortal king seed. At most, he only made a name for himself in a small star domain. Later on, he relied on the ancient scripture he obtained in the boundless battlefield to soar into the sky and become an immortal king who looked down on countless beings. Of course, this is only a rumor from various places. Whether it is true or not, we have no way of knowing. However, there are countless opportunities in the boundless battlefield. If you can obtain one, it will be enough to be reborn and become the master. A group of cultivators was walking towards the city on the main road outside the ancient city. There were both men and women, but judging from their faces, they were all very young, in their 20s. Their eyes shone brightly, and their auras were steady. The person who spoke was dressed as an elder. He led the group into the city and introduced them. Hearing this, almost all the young men and women became excited, their eyes full of longing. It was as if as long as they passed through the ancient city in front of them, they would be able to find many opportunities and be reborn, defying the heavens and changing their fates. They were disciples of a large sect from a certain universe in the immortal realm. There was a true immortal realm ancestor in their clan, and they were well-deserved overlords among the surrounding forces. Now, they had rushed to the ancient city to gain experience. Not only were there opportunities, but there were also many dangers. There were also many powerful fierce beasts that had been eroded by the baleful aura of the boundless battlefield. Fighting with them could help them become stronger quickly. The current immortal realm was very suitable for cultivation. Everyone wanted to fight for the destiny of this generation to bear the heaven's core mark and become an immortal. For ordinary people, there were not many concerns. The general situation of the immortal realm did not have much to do with them. Wasn't the Luo Wang like us? It was only in the vast expanse battlefield that I was able to come this far. Besides the Luo Wang, there are other immortal kings who also obtained the legacy of their predecessors in the boundless battlefield. Although this place is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us. Among the young men and women, a man with shining eyes couldn't help but whisper. When the other young men and women heard this, they were also very excited. It was as if they could see the day when they became immortal kings in the future, and they were yearning in excitement. At that time, I might have a chance to marry my little junior sister. The young man's heart was not calm at all. He set this matter as his goal and thought to himself. The junior sister in his heart was a girl. Luo Yanqi was a girl, and she was a girl. She was wearing a light dress, had light makeup, and her hair was like a cloud, she was like a pure orchid. At this moment, he was silently following the group. He did not say much, giving off a quiet and cold feeling. But was also, many young immortals that was that. As the most talented person in the heaven-seeking ancient sect, many elders had high hopes for him. Even those true immortal patriarchs personally bestowed techniques upon her, intending to take her as their disciple after she attained the Tao. Immortal is immortal was that immortal. Ever since she entered the sect and cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm, she was considered a quasi-Tao enlightened one. In just a few hundred years, she broke the fastest record in the immortal realm. If there were no accidents, she had a high chance of becoming an immortal king in the future. She would lead the immortal sect to glory. When the leading elder saw this, he stroked his beard and smiled, he was very pleased. Then, he led the group to be checked by the cultivators at the city gate. Then, they entered the ancient city. If they wanted to enter the vast battlefield, they had to pass through this ancient city. And if the living beings in the vast battlefield wanted to leave and enter the immortal realm, they had to pass through this city. It could be said that this city was very important. It was a place that they had to pass through. As long as they guarded this city, even immortal kings would not be able to pass through easily. The wide ancient street was enough to accommodate ancient giants. The buildings on both sides were also incomparably tall and majestic. They were like terrifying beasts standing here, overlooking everything. In front of these buildings, ordinary people were incomparably small. It was hard to imagine how they were built. Thin fog pervaded the air. There were cultivators on the ancient street, but it was not lively. Many people were in a hurry. There were signs of collapse in some places. No one knew how long they had been there. There were also many large cracks that ran through the ground. Star remains were scattered everywhere. They were all traces of battle, full of vicissitudes. This was the first time the ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples had come to this ancient city. They were shocked by the scene. Many rare immortal materials could be seen on some of the stalls. They shone brightly and were dazzling, but each of them had a shocking price. In the depths of this city, it was said that there were immortal kings overseeing it, and there were quite a few of them. In addition, there were also many true immortals. No one dared to act recklessly and break the rules here. A few days ago, someone seemed to have seen the Moon Prince leading many experts here. They seemed to have gone deep into the vast battlefield. It was said that there was a scarlet light in the vast battlefield, illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles. Many true immortals rushed over. Could the Moon Prince's personal appearance be related to this matter? The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were browsing through the many broken tools on the stalls. They heard some cultivators whispering about something, which immediately piqued the interest of many of them. The leading elder also stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with excitement. This time, the ancient heaven-seeking sect had led many disciples to this place because they had unexpectedly heard that there seemed to be a strange phenomenon in the vast battlefield. It was suspected that a supreme treasure had appeared. Many people rushed over. Therefore, they also wanted to try their luck, and at the same time, let the younger generation in the sect temper themselves. I didn't expect that the Moon Prince would come here personally. This means that something good is about to appear in the vast battlefield. The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were also very excited. They whispered to each other. The young man whose eyes were shining from before walked towards his junior sister Luo Yanqi in a slightly fawning manner, and said with a smile, "Junior sister, it seems that we have come at the right time this time, maybe we can really encounter some kind of opportunity." His name was Song Yunjie. He was one of the most famous geniuses of this generation of the ancient heaven-seeking sect. Although he was not as talented as junior sister Luo Yanxi, he had become a quasi-Dao cultivator in less than 10,000 years. However, junior sister Luo Yanxi's expression did not change at all. It was as if she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head. This made Song Yunjie a little unhappy. He followed junior sister Luo Yanxi's gaze and saw a white-robed figure not far away. It was an extremely good-looking young man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was dressed in snow-white robes. He was very otherworldly, and one could not help but think of a banished immortal. He walked in the ancient city at a steady pace. From time to time, he would stop at a stall at the side. "Junior sister Luo, do you like to look at good-looking young men? I'm almost fascinated by them." Song Yunjie's tone could not help but be a little jealous. His tone was much higher. Hearing this, Luo Yanxi seemed to come back to her senses. She looked back at him and said, "Senior brother, don't you realize that the people around can't see him?" Chapter 922. Luo Yanxi was wearing a light green dress, with plain and light makeup. Her hair was like the clouds, and she was as beautiful as an orchid. She quietly looked at the man in white who was standing by the side of the stall, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. That white-robed man looked like he stood above the world, aloof and otherworldly. There were clearly many cultivators and creatures in the surroundings, but no one could see him. He stopped by the side of the stall, as if he was sizing up some of the broken artifacts, giving off a completely different feeling from this world. At this moment, hearing the words of the little junior sister, the young man named Song Yunjie of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also noticed this scene. His originally somewhat jealous expression turned to surprise. Then, he looked at the surrounding senior and junior brothers. They didn't seem to notice the white figure there. If one didn't look carefully, they would have ignored him. Could this be a peerless expert? "I heard that this ancient city is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there are all kinds of experts hidden here. Sometimes, even the immortal king doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. It's really a hidden world." He was secretly shocked. At this time, the young man in white who was standing by the side of the stall seemed to have noticed their gazes and looked at them in surprise. Song Yunjie was shocked and hurriedly retracted his gaze, worried that it would cause the other party to be dissatisfied. On the other hand, the little junior sister Luo Yanxi was not surprised. She naturally looked at him and then nodded slightly. The young man in white was even more surprised. Then, he smiled and nodded. Then, he walked towards the depths of the ancient city at a leisurely pace, looking quite leisurely and natural. It was particularly inconsistent with the slightly oppressive atmosphere of the ancient city. As for the little junior sister Luo Yanxi, she also retracted her gaze, as if she was deep in thought. "Little junior sister, do you know this mysterious man?" Seeing this, Song Yunjie couldn't help but ask. He felt that it was rare for his little junior sister to greet him. Normally, she would treat the teachers in the sect with a very calm attitude and would not pay too much attention to them. "I don't know him." Hearing this, Luo Yanxi glanced at him and shook her head. "Then you don't know him, yet you still greet him. Aren't you afraid of causing him to be dissatisfied?" Song Yunjie broke out in cold sweat in his heart. He was clearly in existence with unfathomable cultivation. How could he be someone they could provoke? That won't happen. I can feel that he means no harm. Luo Yanxi said calmly. Then, she no longer paid attention to this senior brother and walked to the side. Following this, the ancient heaven-seeking sect continued to head towards the depths of the ancient city. They planned to leave the city from the other side before nightfall and head towards the vast expanse battlefield. This ancient city was very big. From one side to the other, one had to pass through many teleportation arrays. During this time, Song Yunjie also noticed the young man in white. He seemed to be heading to the vast expanse battlefield as well. Coincidentally, he was going the same way as them. Just like before, he walked there and no one around him seemed to be able to see him. Only he and his junior sister Luo Yanqi could see it, and Song Yunjie did not know why. The sky darkened, and the entire ancient city was shrouded in a gray aura. It was as if the sky was about to fall. A wide and vast river of stars surged there, emitting a heaven-shaking momentum. It was as if the heavenly river was surging, covering the sky and earth. It was incomparably majestic. The stars were like fog, appearing at the end of the sky and surrounding the ancient city. Some people saw a figure sitting cross-legged on it, breathing in and exhaling the starlight. A breath of essence that was like a chaotic waterfall rushed into the sky. The people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect appeared on an endless barren land. Endless yellow sand rolled, covering the sky and earth. The night wind was mixed with a bone-piercing chill that drilled directly into the soul, causing many disciples to shiver uncontrollably. We've finally set foot on the vast expanse battlefield. However, this is only the outermost area. We're still very far from the direction of this strange phenomenon. After arriving here, everyone has to be on high alert. The vast expanse battlefield is full of dangers, and there are many endless strange things. An elder of the ancient heaven-seeking sect said solemnly. In addition to them, there were many cultivators from all over the immortal realm. A few people walked in groups, and very few people walked on the road alone. Junior sister, you've been paying attention to that young man along the way. He seems to be looking at the moon now. Song Yunjie walked to his junior sister Luo Yanqi's side and could not help but whisper. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. Luo Yanqi had been paying attention to that figure along the way. At this moment, she could not help but follow his gaze, looking at the vast and deep sky. A full moon of unknown size hung high up in the sky, as if supporting half of the night sky. It was big and round. Some fog-like substances could be seen floating slowly there, as if they were going to fall on the moon. The white-robed figure stood under the moonlight, like an immortal who was going to fly away with the wind. He was also looking at the full moon. Luo Yanqi did not pay attention to Song Yunjie, but looked in that direction with a strange expression. She did not know if it was her imagination, but she had been observing the white-robed man along the way, wanting to confirm if he was the same person as her. In the current immortal realm, there should be many people similar to her. They had awakened the memories of their previous lives, and even preserved part of the Tao fruit of their previous lives. This time, she came to the boundless battlefield with the disciples of the same sect because she wanted to retrieve the weapon she had lost here. When she first entered the city, Luo Yanqi was sizing up this figure. She felt that the aura on his body was very special. It seemed illusory, but it made her heart palpitate uneasily. This was an unfathomable figure, but he was not old. In the current immortal realm, other than those who had attained the immortal King Tao fruit in their early years. Perhaps only people like her, who had also awakened the memories of their previous lives, could reach such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age. Just as Luo Yanqi was thinking, the white-robed figure in the distance suddenly disappeared. He left. Luo Yanqi was stunned. She looked in that direction a few more times to make sure that he had really disappeared, or what had happened. She felt a little regretful. Originally, she was wondering if she should go up and ask. If it was someone from her era, then perhaps they could talk. How long are you planning to follow me? However, in the next moment, a sudden voice appeared in her ears, causing her entire body to stiffen. She felt as if her soul was being suppressed to the point of trembling in fear. This white-robed young man, whom she had been observing along the way, appeared beside her out of thin air without any movement. Gu Changa's face revealed some interest as he looked at the woman and asked. Chapter 923. In fact, before this, Gu Chang'e had already noticed that this woman was following him. Not only that, she had also been observing his actions. After leaving the upper realm, Gu Chang'e received news from the Moon King and came to the vast battlefield. However, on the way, he was curious about the origin of this vast battlefield. That was why he stopped for a long time to see if he could deduce the reason for the formation of this vast battlefield from various clues. Although the vast battlefield was adjacent to the vast sea, it did not have much of a direct connection with the vast sea. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this was more like an ancient battlefield of the heavens dug up by someone. As for why the ancient battlefield of the heavens was moved here, Gu Chang'e guessed that it should be to revive the supreme existences who had died in the war of the heavens. However, there were too many battlefields of the heavens. When the real war of the heavens broke out, it affected many true worlds. It could even spread from one side of the long river of time to the other side. No one knew how many powerhouses were buried in it. Therefore, unless one clearly knew who was buried in it and left behind a true soul, it was possible to revive them. Otherwise, all of this would be in vain. You. When did you appear? Luo Yanxi took a deep breath and calmed down. She turned to look at Gu Chang'e and asked. She was now very sure that the Gu Chang'e in front of her was definitely someone like her, who had awakened from the cycle of reincarnation and had the memories of his previous life and Tao fruit. Moreover, based on the memories of her previous life, she judged that Gu Chang'e's strength was not weaker than the immortal kings of the immortal domain today. Everyone in the ancient heaven-seeking sect was also very surprised at this moment. They looked at Gu Chang'e, who had suddenly appeared here, in shock. Song Yunjie, who had been trying to talk to his junior sister Luo Yanxi, could not help but shudder. He had an inexplicable fear of this mysterious man. Since when have you been following me? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Luo Yanxi's voice froze. She knew that she had been sizing up Gu Chang'e, which was why he had noticed her. However, there were many fellow disciples and elders here, so it was not convenient to say too much. She thought for a moment and said directly, I think that we are on the same side. Maybe we can have some common topics. These words caused everyone from the ancient sky-seeking sect to widen their eyes in disbelief. Was this still the reticent junior sister that they knew? She actually took the initiative to say such words to a strange young man. Although this young man did indeed have a refined temperament and was extraordinary at a glance, it was clear that he was not ordinary. However, he wouldn't go so far as to say such a thing. A common topic? Can I interpret that as you trying to strike up a conversation with me? Gu Chang'e still smiled faintly, as if his expression would not change at all. Luo Yanxi knew that she didn't mean that. However, it was not convenient to talk about her origin in this place. She was curious about Gu Chang'e, but she was also curious about his origins. She wanted to know which era he had awakened from. Luo Yanxi had a feeling that in this current immortal domain, there were many people like her who were recovering in various corners. You should understand that that's not what I meant. Between us, maybe we can have a good talk. Luo Yanxi replied. Since you want to talk, then I'll give you this opportunity. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and did not say much. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the vast battlefield. Luo Yanxi hesitated for a moment, but still followed closely, ignoring the shocked and puzzled gazes of the surrounding ancient sky-seeking sect disciples and elders. Junior sister, Song Yuntian, who had always admired her, shouted anxiously, but did not dare to follow. Because the feeling that Gu Chang'e gave him was too terrifying. Just by standing there, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Even his soul was imprisoned. If he dared to struggle, he would be destroyed in both body and soul. They haven't gone far, let's follow. Yan Shi is the hope of our ancient sky-seeking sect. We can't let anything happen to her, and let her be bewitched and taken away by such a mysterious man of unknown origin. The ancient sky-seeking sect elder who reacted, gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said in a trembling voice. The rest of the ancient sky-seeking sect disciples were also frightened. They did not know why, but they felt that this vast battlefield full of endless dangers was not as scary as that young man just now. The endless yellow sand rolled, and a wind blew from an unknown source, making the night seem even colder. A full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating this ancient battlefield. The roar of an unknown fierce beast came from afar, shaking the sky. Strands of baleful aura rose. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still remained on the battlefield. Luo Yanxi followed Gu Chang's footsteps all the way into this place. Slowly, the figures of the many disciples behind her could not be seen. This made her hesitate for a moment, and she was still a little worried about them. The boundless battlefield was not like any other place. In the past, even she had encountered a great enemy here. She had died and entered the cycle of reincarnation, leaving behind all of her weapons here. Even though the ancient heaven-seeking sect seemed like a nameless sect to her, with only a true immortal in charge, it was still the sect of her current life. She did not want to see them in danger. If you are worried about them, why follow me? The smile on Gu Chang's face had already disappeared. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but one step was tens of thousands of miles. This was deliberately done. Otherwise, this woman called Luo Yanxi would not be able to keep up with him. I just want to know which era you are from. Luo Yanxi was silent for a moment, but still chose the thing she was most concerned about. She wanted to know if those who had fallen or died could all return. If so, then she might be able to see her former family and friends again in this life. Although she had a part of her Tao fruit, she still could not see Gu Chang'e in front of her clearly, let alone see herself clearly. Gu Chang'e said with interest, "Why are you so sure that I am not from this era?" Based on my intuition. In this era, it is impossible for a person like you to be born. Luo Yanxi replied. But it does not matter what era I am from. On the contrary, I am quite curious about the era you were originally from. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Just now, he had already deduced this woman's past. Although part of the truth was hidden in the long river of time, wrapped in fog. But it could not be hidden from him. This was a person who had almost become an emperor. To be more precise, she was a female quasi-immortal emperor. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was able to conceal herself from the heavens. No matter if it was the past, present, or after her death, there was a fog that made it difficult for others to see through her. But that was for those of the same level and the immortal emperor level. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, even if she was once a quasi-immortal emperor, there were not many secrets to speak of. If there was one place that was shrouded in fog in his eyes, it was this female quasi-immortal emperor. There were some things that he could not see through regarding the origin and history of this reincarnation. If it was done by Qing Yi, then it was impossible for Gu Chang'e not to see through it. He had some guesses. Could it be that someone was secretly plotting something? Using these fallen supreme experts as chess pieces. Chapter 924. Of course, this was only Gu Chang'e's personal guess. After all, he had been planning many things. When he encountered these problems, it was inevitable that he would associate them with the above. Other than this, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. Why would these supreme experts who had died in the War of the Heavens revive one after another? This was a sign. Some people who had hidden very deeply would probably surface one after another. The era I was in. Luo Yanxi didn't know about Gu Chang'e's many thoughts. At this moment, she thought that he was really interested in her origins, and she couldn't help but have some nostalgia in her eyes. In her eyes, Gu Chang'e was definitely a peerless figure who could be compared to her in the past. The two of them were at the same level, and they were the same people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said these words. As for the other living beings and cultivators, in her eyes, they were just ordinary people who hadn't touched that domain. Gu Chang'e didn't say much. He just looked at her quietly. That was the glorious era of the extreme realm. All kinds of methods competed, and hundreds of boats competed. Predecessors like me walked at the front of the Tao, spreading seeds for the future generations and leaving behind inheritances of Tao methods. Many of the future generations will call us predecessors. But we feel that we are more like adventurers who are constantly exploring the path of Tao, leaving behind Tao and experience for the future generations. Luo Yanqi also seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, full of nostalgia and reminiscence. She was not a native of the mountain and sea world. However, because of reincarnation, she woke up in the immortal region in this life and used the Tao fruit of her previous life to cultivate again. This vast battlefield was not a single battlefield. Instead, it was made up of many ancient battlefields, and too many peerless figures were buried there. She was just one of them. According to her words, the ancient great world she was originally in was not a real world. It was a vast ancient world that was born in a vast expanse, but it was also old, but its level had not been promoted to the level of a real world. In that world, Tao methods competed, and it was prosperous. It gave birth to many powerful figures, and there were many existences like her. In the most ancient times, there were people who passed down cultivation methods, establishing a Tao technique system, leaving behind a Tao tradition for later generations. There were also people who broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, taking that step and walking the path of Tao. However, like many ancient worlds, the world they were in had also been invaded by darkness. Crisis after crisis caused the world to be riddled with holes. It was like a piece of paper that had been crushed, filled with desolation. The tide of darkness from the boundless land swept over, engulfing the entire world, wiping out too many creatures and experts. In addition, there was also chaos of unknown origin that affected the entire universe. Countless living beings and cultivators became sacrifices and were buried within. Forwarders like her had broken through the dark tide time and time again, building flesh banks in the borderlands to ward off the dark calamities and leave peace for the other side of the world. One by one, they left bloody footprints on the embankment. They used their bodies to forge mountains and rivers, and gradually approached the truth. However, even if they were close to the truth and understood the truth, so what? At the end of the path, a majestic and terrifying figure was already standing there. They looked down on everything coldly and calmly, watching as countless living beings struggled beneath their feet. Even if it was a battle against the heavens, it would be difficult to harm them. This was a battle that made all living beings despair. All of the predecessors died. No one could survive, the figure that stood at the end of the darkness. With a slap, the world collapsed. The universe turned into decay. There was no existence that could stop it. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Luo Yanqi's mouth. Her memories were incomplete, but regarding this scene, it was exceptionally clear. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was already about to truly ignite the light of an immortal emperor, condensing an immortal emperor body. However, in front of those terrifying existences, she was still slapped to death with a single slap. There was no possibility of luck. This was the true equality of all living things. There would not be any difference due to the difference in their cultivation. All of the living beings and cultivators were like rain, falling from the end of the world. They were densely packed, countless. The rain of blood surged violently, drowning the vast universe. Then, all of the ancient worlds and universes were destroyed, no longer existing. Many of the memories were blurry, but only the tragedy of that battle was reflected in Luo Yanqi's mind like a brand. Even though she was called Ancestor Luo and Empress Luo by the living beings and cultivators of that world, what was the use? She still couldn't protect those who believed in her, couldn't protect the ancient world she was in. I'm really powerless. In such a battle, I couldn't change anything at all. Even predecessors like us could only be reduced to cannon fodder. The corners of Luo Yanqi's mouth were full of bitterness. She couldn't help but gently shake her head, letting herself come back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have said a lot because she was immersed in her memories. Gu Chang'e also stopped, quietly listening to her talk. Ever since she awakened the memories of her previous life, these scenes often appeared in her mind, but she couldn't tell anyone. After discovering that Gu Chang'e seemed to be the same kind of person as her, she immediately opened her mouth. All of these things were said in one go. Of course, Luo Yanxi had reached such a level after all, and was qualified to come into contact with the truth of some things. Therefore, she understood that many ancient worlds were like her original home, invaded by darkness, destroyed by the Great Purge and destroyed in the long river of time. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e was someone who had suffered the same fate as her. After countless years, he woke up in a strange world, not knowing where he was and where his original home was buried. In the unseen world, only the once broken weapon was sending her a weak connection, telling her that all of this was not a dream, but something that had really happened. In this kind of loneliness, she suddenly found someone like her, which was why Luo Yanxi made such a series of actions. The Battle of Zhongtian is indeed despairing, but it is precisely because of this kind of despair that the ancestors of the 10,000 clans can be praised and wept for. Gu Chang'e quietly watched Luo Yanxi finish talking about these things, and then sighed with emotion, as if he had also experienced such a thing. Actually, there was no need for her to say these things. He had already finished reading her life experience. This was the true reflection of those ancient worlds in the endless boundless expanse. There were too many similar ancient worlds. In the boundless expanse, they were only hit by a wave and shattered. When Luo Yanxi heard this, a light seemed to appear in her eyes, but it quickly dissipated and dimmed. Although it was inspiring, it was already a thing of the past. Moreover, their actions seemed tragic and stirring, but weren't they just ants trying to shake a tree and overestimating themselves? However, from Gu Chang'e's reaction, she could tell that Gu Chang'e had also experienced this. The world he was originally in was shattered and turned into ashes in the calamity. After all, in Luo Yanxi's opinion, there was no living creature or cultivator in this world that could contend against such a calamity. No matter how hard they tried, they would all turn into bubbles and perish in the end. I've finished talking about my matter. What about yours? She raised her eyes to look at Gu Chang'e, somewhat curious. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, and said, like you, I am also a pioneer who trekked in order to find the Tao. There are also things that I want to protect, but with my current ability, I might not be able to do it. Of course, in order to do this, I can do anything. Are you the same as me? From Luo Yanxi's point of view, Gu Chang'e spoke lightly and did not continue, but it contained an unshakable will. This kind of calmness was more like a true indifference to everything after experiencing countless things. She was even more curious about what Gu Chang'e had experienced in the past. Something he wanted to protect? Was it a world that had once perished? An old friend, a lover, or a relative? This made Luo Yanxi think of herself. How could she not want to protect everything in her heart? However, since Gu Chang'e did not intend to say it, she could not continue to ask. I've already said what needs to be said. Do you still want to follow me? Such a small episode, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, was just a trivial matter. In the future, there would be even more people like Luo Yanxi. Perhaps it was not only the true mountain and sea realm. The other true worlds and ancient realms also had a kind of power that protected people who had once made great contributions to all living beings. It protected a wisp of their true soul from being destroyed so that they could wake up in the future and return one day. Is this the power of correction that belongs to the true heavenly Tao? Is it secretly setting things right and trying to seize back the authority that belongs to the heavenly Tao from the origin world? Gu Chang'e had a lot of guesses from this. I want to follow you for a while, is that okay? Luo Yanxi asked in a soft voice. She felt that she was the same as Gu Chang'e. They were the same kind of people. Since they had obsessions and thoughts in their hearts, they wanted to protect everything in the past. If they had the same goal, why couldn't they work hard together? Luo Yanxi felt that she would wake up one day in the future. This was not a coincidence or accident, but the true will of heaven. Chapter 925. Since this was the will of the heavens, why not follow the will of the heavens? Luo Yanxi had a feeling that the Gu Chang'e in front of her was not a simple person. Following him might really be able to change something. You want to follow me? Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. He turned around and gave her a deep look. Although she had not truly awakened the strength of her previous life, and now she did not even have a foothold in the immortal path. However, with the Tao fruit of a quasi-immortal emperor, as long as she was given enough time, she might be able to grow into a peerless powerhouse in the near future. In the current era, there should be many people like Luo Yanxi in front of him. They seem to have awakened from reincarnation with some kind of mission to fight the heavens again. Can I? Luo Yanxi looked at him seriously and asked. Gu Chang'e suddenly chuckled and asked, do you know who I am? You actually plan to follow me? A hint of confusion appeared on Luo Yanxi's face, but she still nodded and said, my intuition tells me that following you might really be able to change something. Furthermore, your identity is not important to me. What I want to follow is you, not your identity. She explained. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared, revealing a somewhat strange expression. If that's the case, then follow me. I hope you won't regret your decision today, he said. Judging from the current situation, perhaps he should consider taking in more trusted subordinates or something like that. The people he had nurtured in the upper realm were still too weak in the end. Even if they became true immortals, it would be difficult for them to play any role. As for Luo Wang, immortal king Blood Owl, and the others of the immortal domain, although they were true immortal kings, if they really faced the strongest people of the other realms, they would not be much different from cannon fodder. Luo Yanxi in front of him gave Gu Chang'e an inspiration. These supreme powerhouses who had awakened from reincarnation carried the Tao fruit of the past. In fact, it was similar to the rebirth of powerhouses. Each of them had extremely heaven-defying luck. These people could naturally reach a level that ordinary people could not reach in a short period of time. Moreover, such people had similar experiences, just as Luo Yanxi had said just now. Their homeland or home, the people or things they once wanted to protect, were all buried in the passage of time, destroyed in the Great Liquidation. If they woke up in this life, they would definitely carry the obsessions of their previous lives with them. They would want to save their friends and family, or restore their country. With such a similar obsession and goal, things would be much simpler. This Luo Yanxi in front of him was the best proof. However, she seemed to have some sort of misunderstanding towards him. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e really wanted to chuckle. In this regard, he might be able to borrow their strength. He was even considering if he should take this opportunity to establish the Heaven Destroyer Alliance. Or should we just call it the Heaven Slaying Alliance? Since ancient times, when one was involved in the name of heaven conquering, one would suffer the corresponding backlash of karmic luck and encounter misfortune or strangeness. Even immortal emperors would be wary or avoid them. However, Gu Chang'e didn't care. There was no such thing as ominous or strange in this world that could taint his body. For example, some of the orthodoxies with the name of heaven conquering either had a terrifying and tyrannical foundation, or were related to the real heaven. I don't think I will regret it. My intuition tells me that this is the right thing to do. Luo Yanxi said again, her expression had returned to normal. The sound of insects will only last for a lifetime. For the entire vast sea, the birth and death of an ancient world is just a wave of tides. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, in this world, no matter how strong you and I are, we will eventually decay. Perhaps your hesitation today can really change something in the future. Luo Yanxi was stunned. She didn't quite understand the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words. However, before she had time to ask, Gu Chang'e had already stepped into the depths of the vast battlefield. She chased after him and asked, "Then what should I call you?" "In the era before me, people like to call me Luo Zhu or Luo Xian." "Call me what?" "You can call me whatever you want. However, people like to call me Demon." Gu Chang'e still smiled faintly. "Demon?" Luo Yanxi was stunned again. In the end, the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect still couldn't really catch up with Luo Yanxi's pace and lost her halfway. Under the pitch-black night sky, the vast battlefield appeared exceptionally cold and desolate. Little junior sister, Song Yinjie fell to the ground in a daze, looking at the endless vast battlefield. The rest of the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also knew that they were powerless and couldn't catch up. Even the true immortals didn't dare to continue deeper. In front of them, there were many places where wisps of black fog had already risen. These black fog seemed to have spirituality, twisting and exploding in the void, and then gushing out a dense baleful aura, ancient and ancient, corroding everything. For ordinary creatures, this place was an area of eternal deathly stillness, surrounded by fog and baleful aura all year round. It was like a boundary embankment as high as the sky, built here, majestic like a prostrate giant. On the other side, there was an earth-shattering sound, like the rumbling of worlds colliding, and the entire vast battlefield was trembling. Wave after wave slammed over, crashing on this boundary embankment, and then scattered, turning into steam that filled the sky. However, this steam was not simple, and it nurtured countless small worlds. To the creatures on this side of the boundary embankment, this was just a matter of a wave. However, to the cultivators living in those small worlds, it was a long cycle of reincarnation. This was the most powerful and mysterious force in the world. The tide rose and fell, worlds were born and worlds were destroyed, and it was endless. The frequency of the dark tide is getting faster and faster. I'm a little worried that the boundary embankment won't be able to stop the dark tide. Some waves even rushed to this side. On this side of the boundary embankment, there was actually an extremely majestic ancient castle, simple and unadorned. It was a battlefield fort that was once lost, and inscribed with countless runes and restrictions. Only, many places were damaged, not complete. It was only after later generations patched it up that it was able to stand tall in this world again. Right now, several terrifying figures stood outside the ancient castle, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the boundary embankment. Boundless power continuously slammed over, mountains swaying and earth moving, this place continuously shaking. Many areas of the ground exploded, a great rift valley the size of a universe appearing, endless multicolored light and skeletal remains gushing out from within. One could see just how many skeletons were buried here, simply impossible to count. The yellow sand beneath their feet piled up into land, mountains, and rivers. These great rift valleys were the traces left behind when the dark tide slammed over. If cultivators approached, they would easily be crushed into ashes by the terrifying power. Not even immortal kings dared to approach. Chapter 926. It could be said that this was immortal domain's true border. One could truly hear the rumbling sounds of the ancient world's pressure, heavy and majestic, suppressing everything. Ancient fortresses towered here one after another, covered in all types of ancient symbols. They shone with dazzling radiance, resisting the terrifying great power of the boundless sea. The figures that towered above the fortresses all came from immortal domain's few great immortal king families. They were ordered to stand guard here, always paying attention to the situation on the other side of the boundless sea. The tide of darkness surged over, and there were even some broken pieces of supreme treasures mixed within. They were wrapped up in the broken waves of the ancient world. Boundless waves surged there, sometimes surging, sometimes surging. One could imagine just how terrifying the power of these supreme treasures were when they were complete. Under this type of power that could easily crush immortal kings into ashes, they were completely unharmed. However, from another perspective, it could also prove just how terrifying the great battle back then was. These precious treasure fragments had been truly shattered, and were scattered throughout the vast sea, swept away by the tides in 10 different directions. If some of the fragments were swept to this side of the shore, it would definitely lead to countless creatures fighting over them. However, as the waves surged, no one dared to fight over them. Immortal kings were difficult to cross. This wasn't simply saying that without absolute certainty, one could cross the boundless sea. In those waves, there might be other great terrifying existences, their bodies and Tao erased at every turn. During this period of time, when the tide of darkness attacked, some scattered weapon fragments were sent flying over, releasing dazzling radiance, producing shocking irregular scenes. Immortal Domain's side was naturally alarmed as well. Quite a few Immortal King families immediately sent people over. Apart from this, some cultivators and creatures who received news couldn't hold themselves back, hurrying over, trying to get a share of the action. Some Immortal Kings were able to condense Immortal King Tao fruits precisely because they obtained the remains of their predecessors in the boundless battlefield, becoming Immortal Kings of their generation. It was unknown just how many people wanted to replicate their old path. When they learned that there might be opportunities that were about to appear here, they naturally flocked over. The tide of darkness this time doesn't seem to be a coincidence, but rather that someone is trying to cross over. This might be the fluctuations that were triggered. Within the fort, there were creatures speaking softly, observing the situation on the other side of the boundless sea through some type of strange treasure. However, they could only see a small area, which could only be considered a small beach. They were far from being able to see the boundless expanse of the boundless ocean. The figure beside him also said in a low voice, "If there really is something unusual, it's impossible for the immortal region to not sense it." In that area filled with chaos and darkness, there was endless fog, and the world was filled with chaos. However, one could see a bright moon hanging high up in the sky. It was as if the vast ocean below had become calm and peaceful. The appearance of such a bright moon in the sky above the boundless sea was truly shocking and shocking. Therefore, some cultivators were speculating whether the appearance of this bright moon was the cause of the ebb and flow of the dark tide, crashing towards the boundary dike. If one ignored the great terror in the boundless sea, the bright moon looked strangely beautiful. Strands of ribbon-like substance continuously floated upwards, giving off a magnificent and awe-inspiring feeling. The Moon Prince led many cultivators from the Moon Prince Manor and appeared in the distance. She was standing on the corpse of a mountainous ancient beast, gazing at the bright moon. Her dress and hair danced in the wind. What if that really is the land of reincarnation? Doesn't that mean that there might be another ancient world similar to the immortal region nurtured outside the boundless sea? The Moon Prince couldn't help but guess, her brows furrowed. She couldn't help but guess, because after so many years, the immortal region hadn't given birth to any exceptional figures. If reincarnation really existed, then what about those figures of the past? Did they really die? Even beings at the level of immortal kings had a way to leave behind a strand of their soul to preserve their lives. Let alone ancient beings from other eras. With that thought in mind, her figure drifted, heading towards the few forts in front. The figures within manifested one after another, greeting her. The powerhouses guarding this place were only true immortals. The most powerful one was a half-step immortal king. True immortal kings couldn't possibly stay here forever, because the boundless battlefield's laws were shattered, and their Tao arts were incomplete. This was because the murderous aura accumulated over the years would instead suppress the immortal kings, affecting their cultivation. Sometimes, some strange beings would emerge from the boundless sea, and it was impossible to guard against them. There was once an immortal king who was struck by them, and he severed his own Tao fruit, dropping his cultivation to preserve his life. That was why the immortal kings behind him were much more careful, and wouldn't easily set foot in this place. From the fort, they could clearly sense the terrifying pressure of the boundless sea. The Moon Prince thought for a while. She had her subordinates wait here, and then she flew out, heading towards the boundary embankment. This was the Moon Prince's second time approaching this place. The sky rumbled. Because of the suppressive force, it kept shaking and cracking. Her face was a little pale, but because she was wearing a veil, her expression was still calm. I didn't expect the might to have increased by almost 1,000 times compared to the last time I was here. The Moon Prince frowned as she muttered to herself. This place was still quite a distance away from the embankment, but that terrifying suffocating feeling had already spread over, making her feel like her body was about to explode. One had to know that this was still with the defensive runes of the fort. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get so close at all. Last time, I walked almost 100 steps. Although I didn't reach the boundary embankment, I wasn't far away, but this time, I didn't even reach 30 steps. The Moon Prince was a little dissatisfied. Her cultivation hadn't improved by much. But this time, the number of steps she could advance was almost half of what it was before. However, the existence of the boundary embankment was rather special. Even she didn't know its true origin. Since ancient times, not many immortal kings could truly reach the 597 side. Although crossing the boundless sea required the strength of an immortal king. However, in this place, there was a boundary embankment. Even immortal kings couldn't get close to the boundless sea, and no one had truly tried to cross it before. However, from the Moon Prince's direction, she could still vaguely see outside the boundary embankment. When the waves retreated, there were some blurry footprints in the sand left behind. They were left behind by some supreme powerhouses in the past. I didn't expect that even an existence like the Moon Prince couldn't get too close. The living beings in the fort were all whispering. They were all very shocked. They could only take a few steps at most before they couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies also collapsed, unable to withstand the turbulent aura on the other side. However, the Moon Prince actually walked more than 30 steps. But that was all. Looking at her, it seemed like it would be very difficult for her to continue. The expression on the Moon Prince's fair and beautiful face was uncertain. She tried again, and the pressure in front of her was indeed stronger. It was far more terrifying than before. She was unwilling to give up. After all, before she left the Moon Prince mansion, she had secretly made up her mind to investigate the matter of that bright moon. This concerned whether she could be valued by Gu Chang'e. As expected, it's not that easy. The Moon Prince hesitated. In the end, a hint of viciousness appeared in her eyes. She directly summoned her Immortal King artifact. The jade belt enveloped her like mist, making her look even more blurry and hazy. She walked forward while enduring the terrifying pressure. Chapter 927. The boundless sea was vast and boundless. As far as the eye could see, there were waves that rose and fell. Every wave was formed from broken ancient worlds. They surged and surged, continuously striking and slapping. One could even see some small islands of strange shapes in the surroundings, lying across these waves. Quite a few terrifying corpses were submerged within, continuously bobbing up and down, revealing some rotten parts. For the entire boundless heavens, this was the most mysterious place. No one knew how this boundless sea came to be. Endless great fog shrouded this region. Even immortal kings could only see a blurry distance around them, unable to see anything further. If one didn't have the correct direction, they would definitely get lost here. All around them was darkness. However, at this moment, there was a hazy halo of light that appeared in this region. A giant figure that looked like a corpse sat cross-legged on one of the isolated islands. There seemed to be some type of fluctuation spreading from its entire body, like a weak spark in the dark night. This figure only had a pile of white bones left. It wore a tattered black robe, its eye sockets sunken, as if it had fallen into a deathly stillness. However, within the bones, there was a weak radiance that spread, illuminating a small region in the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint sound was released from this blurry figure's mouth. The originally extinguished light in its eyes gradually lit up at this moment. It seemed to have opened its eyes all of a sudden. However, because only the eye sockets were left, there was no concept of the so-called opening of eyes. However, it gave one a type of feeling as if it instantly came to life. How many years has it been? I finally feel the aura of life. Some ancient and cryptic syllables were released from this terrifying creature's mouth. It slowly got up from the isolated island, and then turned its head to look at the boundless sea behind it that was shrouded in darkness. Heaven-shocking waves slapped over from that place. It was as if there was some giant creature pushing the giant waves forward, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Many broken ancient worlds were continuously tumbling and shattering in this wave, quickly bobbing up and down and drowning again. An ancient and shabby warship moved through the waves, rushing through the boundless energy, as if it came from a barbaric and ancient era. Countless ancient realms were completely crushed under this warship, turned into ashes, and then swept away by the waves. This was a shocking scene. World after world was born and extinguished before their eyes, scattering like sand. On this dilapidated ancient warship, there were numerous blurry and terrifying figures standing there. They were like cold and indifferent devil mountains that overlooked everything in the world, existing for eternity. They didn't say a single word, and they were like statues made of molten iron. They were solemn and silent, but their auras caused the boundless ocean beneath their feet to seethe. Ice-cold radiance flowed about, as if it was covered in fragments of time, making one's heart tremble with fear. They were known as hunters, but there were also creatures of the vast sea who called them hunters. This was someone who could truly travel through the boundless sea, traveling from the other end of the distant sea to this place. Searching and exploring in the boundless sea. In this vast ocean, they had traversed countless years and truly lived for countless epochs. In their eyes, the submerged and shattered ancient realms were no different from real dust. Who would have thought that I would still be able to encounter hunters in this life? The white-boned figure that stood up from that isolated island released a low chuckle, but it was unknown if it was a sound of regret. Within its deep eye sockets, flames of light jumped about, as if even the natural laws and order were melted away. Dazzling light suddenly appeared on its body. Every single piece of white bone was dazzling, great Tao fragments fluctuating and swirling about. In this withered, lawless, and unrestrained land, after sitting here for countless years, its life didn't show any signs of waning. One could well imagine just how terrifying its strength was. The boundless sea all around rose and fell because of its aura, great waves overflowing into the heavens. The strange creatures hidden in the darkness all retreated in alarm, not daring to approach in the slightest. It towered on the isolated island, gazing into the mysterious region behind it, able to hear heaven-shocking waves battering over. However, they all exploded in front of it, as if there was a formless barrier that isolated all things, immune to everything. On that dilapidated warship in the distance, suddenly, a terrifying figure opened its eyes. Blood-colored lightning hacked down from within, as if it could destroy everything, powerful beyond compare. There's someone in that direction. His outer appearance looked similar to that of a human, but there were some ancient patterns branded between his brows. His voice was ancient and dry, obscure and unclear. As he spoke, he seemed to want to move his body that had been stiff for a long time, and began to slowly stand up. And as he moved, the terrifying figures standing in the surroundings also seemed to come alive, their eyes blazing with incomparable intensity. The originally unparalleled aura was simply like a stormy sea that wanted to shatter everything. Terrifying gazes seemed to want to pierce through the boundless fog and see through that dark region. However, even with their eyesight, they could only see a faint light, as if there was a figure standing there, waiting for them. They began to communicate with each other in an obscure language. Boundless pressure caused many of the great waves that crashed over to be destroyed into ashes. We're closer to that true world. At this moment, in the depths of this ancient warship, an incomparably thin and small figure with dark skin also spoke. He looked like a monkey that was about to be dried up, but the other living beings around him were incredibly respectful towards him. They came from the distant True Spirit Ruins world. It was once an incredibly prosperous ancient world that had existed for countless years. It had given birth to all sorts of civilizations and legacies. There had been times when it flourished, and there had also been times when it declined. However, just like how the tides came and went, everything in the world could not escape the fate of flourishing and declining, rising and falling. There was nothing that could truly become eternal. The true spirit ruins world behind them was naturally no exception. After going through many cycles of reincarnation and bearing the burden of several great showings, it finally reached its limit and began to crumble and disintegrate. The only true spirits that remained were those with weak intellect. They protected that true world and concealed it so that it would not be discovered by the other terrifying predators. Left with no other choice, they could only walk the path of hunters like the other living beings trekking in the boundless ocean. They trekked alone in the endless boundless ocean, hunting, foraging, and surviving like lone wolves. They had to find a new true world before it disappeared so that they could inject new life force into the home behind them. For this, they trekked in the boundless ocean for countless years, leaving their homes behind to travel into the distance. In fact, they had long since forgotten what their home had become. Perhaps it had already been destroyed while they were trekking. However, they had no other choice. Once they decided on this path, there was no room for retreat. Fortunately, on the way, they finally sensed the presence of a true world not too far away from them. That true world could not be considered ancient. In fact, compared to the other true worlds, it could be said that it had just been born not too long ago. This was the target they had been searching for all this time. A true world like this would not have a terrifying foundation of power. The true spirits that were born there would at most be those who had just stepped onto the path of transcendence. What caused them to be even more pleasantly surprised was that the true square world seemed to have encountered a terrifying calamity. The true spirit's presence had disappeared, and it could no longer protect its existence. In fact, it could not even hide the presence of a true world, causing it to be exposed in the vast boundless ocean. This was no different from lighting a bonfire in the darkness and dripping a drop of blood in the deep sea. All the predators who smelled it would swarm over. After all, there was no lack of madmen with incomparably terrifying strength in the world. They had long since stopped caring about who they were, their past, and even less about the world they had been born in. In the eyes of these madmen, besides prey, there was nothing else. Not only would they hunt the living beings trekking in the boundless ocean, they would also treat some of the weaker true worlds as food and devour them. It was precisely because their levels of cultivation were so great that they had nothing to fear. They only had one thought in their hearts, and that was to advance to a higher realm. That was why they became one of the most terrifying living beings. Looks like we've run into a madman. The thin figure sitting in the depths of the ancient warship stared at the dark region before him and said. The ancient warship under their feet was made of unique materials. It could be said that it had gathered all the power of the true world behind them. It could allow them to safely traverse the boundless ocean. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to wander in this place for such a long period of time by themselves. In terms of strength, they were naturally inferior to the madmen who trekked alone in the boundless ocean. All of them were people who could not be predicted. If there was no need, they did not want to run into those madmen. Big brother, why don't we change our direction and go around from another direction to avoid that place? The other figure who had woken up in the ancient warship asked. He was also unwilling to take the risk. They might be hunters, but they were also afraid of the madmen who had no qualms about anything. They did not want to waste time and strength in this place. After all, they still had to rush to the weak, true world and receive the true world behind them so that they could devour it and fuse with it to give birth to a new life. I'm afraid it's already too late. If we don't go, he might come over. The thin figure shook his head. His gaze was calm and profound. Huge waves surged into the sky. The boundless ocean in this region roared because of the ancient warship. The fog was parted, and indistinct figures could be seen in some of the dark regions. They looked as if they were trapped in those places like souls and could not come into contact with them. I am Ancestor White-Bone King. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The flames in the eyes of the white-bone figure standing on the small island danced. Although he was wearing a tattered black robe, no one could underestimate him. He seemed to be grinning. Then, he slowly walked towards the ancient warship. What was shocking was that the boundless ocean under his feet had become deathly still. It was as if a road had been paved, and the waves were calm. Many of the ancient worlds were trampled under his feet, turning into a flat road. It was as if white bones could be seen behind him. White Bone Great Tao, the pupils of the figures on the ancient warship shrank. This was a peerless figure who had condensed a true Great Tao. Greetings, fellow Taoists. In the depths of the ancient warship, the figure who was respectfully called Big Brother stood up and walked over. He spoke in an obscure language, but the two of them had high levels of cultivation. They did not need to communicate with words. Through the fluctuations of their divine thoughts, they could understand each other. Where do you want to go? Can you give me a ride? The figure called Ancestor White-Bone King was only a skeleton, but at this moment, he seemed to be grinning. His eyes flickered with flames as he sized up the figures on the ancient warship. Some kind of mood fluctuation spread, as if he was in a good mood. With your strength, what tools do you need to go to a certain place? The figure who was respectfully called Big Brother narrowed his eyes slightly, but he still asked calmly. The other party's strength was very terrifying. He had lived in this area for who knew how many years, which made him feel a little scared. One had to know that he had cultivated the immortal Emperor's light, then stepped onto the transcendence path, condensed his own great Tao, and had already passed the third decay. In the entire boundless ocean, there were many people who had cultivated the immortal Emperor's light. In some of the vast ancient worlds, they could also stay for countless years without experiencing life and death. However, in the eyes of those who had stepped onto the transcendence path, the so-called immortal Emperor's light could be extinguished with a wave of their hand. Every time they passed the celestial cataclysm, their cultivation base and strength would increase immeasurably. He dared to bring his race to traverse the boundless ocean because he was the strongest person in the true world behind him. He had already passed the third decay and touched the true Tao domain. He could kill the so-called immortal emperor with just a thought. But who would have thought that he would meet a madman here whose strength made him feel fear? No, no, no. The boundless ocean is so vast. With the strength of my legs, I don't know how long it will take to find another place to stay. Since you are in such a hurry, you must have found a good place. Ancestor White-Bone King only smiled and shook his head. However, because he was a skeleton, he looked extremely terrifying. When the people on the ancient warship heard this, they felt a chill run down their backs, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. The hull of the ship is made of primordial source metal and fortune calamity metal. It seems that the true world behind you is rich in resources. When I ate the true world, I only obtained palm-sized primordial source metal in the end. He was still talking to himself, seemingly very emotional, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Moreover, he had already boarded the ancient warship without anyone noticing. Then, with a crack, he twisted off the head of a terrifying creature beside him and started to chew on it. Chapter 928. The vast sea trembled, and the ancient warship rumbled. The hunters from the true spirit ruins world shuddered in fear, shocked by the scene before their eyes. They had traversed this boundless sea for countless years, and they had also experienced all kinds of calamities. However, none of them had ever caused them to feel so terrified. They felt as if they had been frozen to the spot and could not move at all. The skinny figure, who was respectfully addressed as Big Brother, looked at this scene with deep sorrow in his eyes. However, he did not dare to stop them. In fact, he did not even dare to say anything. In the face of absolute power, if they dared to resist, the result would not be good for them. In fact, there was a possibility that their efforts over countless years would all be for naught. What a familiar taste, ancestor King Whitebone did not seem to care about the gazes of the people around him. He sighed with emotion, then casually threw away the head that he had bitten off a few times. It was as if he just wanted to taste the taste of fresh life. He did not care about how the people around him feared him. To an existence like him, a long period of time was just the blink of an eye. When he closed his eyes and took a nap, it might be 10 million eons. Besides existences at the same level as him, all other living beings were the same as ants in his eyes. It did not matter if they were immortal emperors or immortal kings. Fellow Taoists, aren't we going to continue on our journey? The Whitebone ancestor king grinned, his sinister skeletal face causing people to tremble in fear. The ancient and broken warship once again charged through the vast sea, cutting through the thick waves and charging into the depths of the darkness. The fog was boundless, but there seemed to be a weak bonfire shining in that direction, pointing the way. It was like a weak star shining in the night. That was the coordinates of the vast sea world. When the ancient warship filled with hunters truly descended on the true mountain sea world, it would bring about a disaster for the entire true world. The true mountain and sea world might be huge, but in truth, it was as insignificant as a speck of dust in the vast universe. The boundless vast sea gave birth to countless ancient worlds and living beings. They had existed since ancient times. Every day, many worlds would die and be born. 363 inches the eyes of the truly powerful, such a scene could be said to be normal. The birth of an ancient world was like the birth of a certain flame after countless lives collided. Suddenly, there was light that illuminated the darkness. This was the greatest and most mysterious miracle. Since the beginning of time, so many experts wanted to understand the truth of life and the Upanishads of the world. However, none of them could explain it. For example, the birth of the true world was a miracle. Some supreme beings felt that these were the higher-level substances that collided in the primordial chaos. In a certain instant, after billions of coincidental changes, the creation that was produced contained the true substance of life, and could give birth to all things. That was why the true world was fundamentally different from the other ancient worlds. When a true world was born, it could continuously grow, transform, and advance step by step. This was not like the other ancient realms, which required the level of the entire world to reach a certain level before it could be upgraded to a higher level. Such a difference was like the difference between a mortal and a genius. It was a difference in the nature of the world. They were different from each other from the start. It was precisely because of this reason that many of the most powerful warriors had set their eyes on the true worlds that had just been born. They believed that the existence of a true world was the most direct proof of their transformation to a higher level, and they wanted to understand its true essence. Over the course of countless years, the vast expanse had given birth to an unknown number of supreme beings, as well as countless miracles and mysteries. To the truly ancient true worlds, only those who had surpassed immortal emperor and stepped onto the path of transcendence could be considered true supreme beings. Those who had yet to step onto transcendence were all ants. Of course, only the true worlds that had leaped past 9 decades of celestial beings and become true transcendents had the right to be called true immortal worlds. The other true worlds could at most be called ancient true worlds. Apart from them, the other true worlds could generally be called newborn true worlds. For example, the true mountain and sea world was a newborn true world. The true immortal worlds, the ancient true worlds, and the newborn true worlds were 3 extremely strict levels. In truth, these were the levels of worlds that were publicly acknowledged by all cultivators in the vast true worlds. As for the other ancient worlds, before they were promoted to true worlds, they could be classified as unrated worlds. Of course, even if the ancient true worlds were the same, the power they had was completely different. A newborn true world's power and destiny could at most support a few existences who had surpassed immortal emperor. Even if those existences stepped onto the path of transcendence, they would at most pass the first and second decay. The third decay was also known as the third decay disaster, and the realms before that were known as the Void Tao realm. Only those who had passed the third decay would have the chance to touch the truth realm. Only ancient cultivators in the truth realm had the right to be called the foundation of an ancient true world. However, even if they were all in the truth realm, the difference in their celestial being tribulations would create a terrifying difference in power. After every disaster, there would be a world-shaking change. Some ancient cultivators in the truth realm could even create a true world with a single thought. Their chi could form the universe, and their thoughts could move the universe. Their true bodies would already be standing in the domain of indestructibility, and they would not be affected by karma, time, or anything like that. They could be said to be omnipotent. For example, the true spirit ruins world could only be considered to have barely touched the threshold of an ancient true world. The strongest person there was in existence who had passed the third decay and stood at the peak of the Void Tao realm. The vast ocean was simply too big. Even those in the Void Tao realm could not pry into the mysteries within. Otherwise, they would not have left their homes and come to the distant worlds in search of a new life for the true world behind them. Rumble. As the ancient warship from the true spirit ruins world moved through the vast ocean, quite a number of gazes were focused on it from afar. These figures also stood tall in the dark fog. Their eyes were incomparably cold, as if there was no emotion in them. However, they only watched quietly and emotionlessly as the ancient warship left into the distance. Before the vast ocean dried up, no one knew what was contained in it. Besides, above the vast ocean was the origin world, which meant that it was eternal. That place was seen as the source of all the regions in the universe and the origin of all matter. However, even the ancient sages who had walked on the path of transcendence found it difficult to pry into its true mysteries. Instead, due to the origin world's existence, the entire vast ocean had been affected, and countless ancient worlds had been punished. This punishment had gradually turned into the calamity in the eyes of all living beings. Of course, there were no living beings or cultivators who could clearly explain the reason behind the calamity. They did not know why it happened. Some said that it was because the heavenly Tao was unjust and merciless. It slaughtered all living beings, which was why the Heaven Slayer existed. There were also some who said that it was because the heavenly Tao was set in motion and could not be changed. It was a fixed path. After a certain amount of time, the entire world would return to chaos and reach a certain balance. The existence of the calamity was to restrict this balance, so that yin and yang would flow and all living things would return to one. The calamity was not just targeted at one true world, but the entire true world. No power or Tao orthodoxy could escape from it. However, since the ancient true worlds had been around for a long time, they had a way to deal with the calamity and would not truly be buried in it. The true world of Yin-Yang was a true world that could be ranked at the top of the vast true world. It was known as the true immortal world. This was because it had given birth to true transcendence. There were many ancient and powerful orthodoxies in this true world. They had been around for even longer than many true worlds. Eternal Destruction Manor was one of them. It was a well-deserved overlord. The current Manor Lord was a peerless figure who had already passed his seventh blight. He was truly a peerless existence who could look down on all those who had existed since ancient times. In this majestic manor located in the depths of the universe, the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor sat cross-legged in a long black robe. He looked as if he had not moved since ancient times. His eyes were closed. There were many figures kneeling below him. They were devout and fanatical. There were also blurry figures standing in the deep void on both sides of the manor. They looked as if they were standing at the end of the long river of time. Every single person here was unimaginably powerful. Looks like World Life Hall is really asking the 9 heavens for help. The heaven-punishing sect might think that they are aloof, but they are just people who do not care. That Tao Lord Eternal Life relied on the legacy of his predecessors to reach this step. He really thinks that he is someone important. How dare he try to meddle in the affairs of my Yin-Yang true world? The Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor opened his eyes. His deep eyes seemed to encompass the entire universe. Endless mysteries flowed within them. He spoke coldly. He seemed to be a little angry. The entire manor trembled. The Yin-Yang true world was a true immortal true world. Eternal Destruction Manor was a well-deserved orthodoxy. It was an orthodoxy established by that transcending one. Due to disputes, World Life Hall and Eternal Destruction Manor broke away and formed their own orthodoxies. However, the two were still closely related. Sooner or later, they would unite again. The Hall Master of World Life Hall had suffered a Tao injury that was difficult to heal because he fought over a chaos spirit treasure in the vast expanse. He had also reached the critical point of passing his 8th blight. He could only fight for a glimmer of hope with his heavily injured body. In the end, he failed and died. Even at his peak, he was not confident that he could pass his 8th blight, let alone be severely injured. Therefore, after the Hall Master of World Life Hall died, the other Vice Hall Masters began to stir and try to take over. Otherwise, they would only end up being annexed by the other orthodoxies of the Yin-Yang true world. For this, they did not hesitate to contact the Eternal Tao Lord of the Nine Heavens, the sect master of Heaven Punishing Sect. Of course, these things could not be hidden from the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor. Eternal Destruction Manor ruled over the vast territory of the Yin-Yang true world. There were countless ancient worlds under its jurisdiction. There were many worlds that were comparable to ancient true worlds. As for new true worlds, there were even more of them. To put it bluntly, Eternal Destruction Manor was one of the strongest factions in the vast true worlds. When they heard the Manor Lord's words, the people in the manor kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say anything. The Eternal Tao Lord was also a peerless figure who had passed his 7th blight. There was no need to talk nonsense. Even if they had any thoughts in their hearts, they might be discovered. Besides people at the same level, everyone else was like ants before such an existence. No matter how far apart they were, they could be killed with a single thought. All living things were equal. There was no difference between them. The true Yin Death world is not stable either. They have been trying to become a single true world. The matter of the World Life Hall might make them act strangely. The next calamity is not far away. Before that, someone must pass his 7th blight. Otherwise, it will be difficult to keep the current situation in check. A myriad of abnormal phenomena flashed past the Manor Lord's eyes. Stars were destroyed, and the universe collapsed. His thoughts flashed through his mind millions of times in an instant. The blurry river of destiny appeared before his eyes. Countless lines intersected with each other and flowed quietly like a river. Countless fragmented scenes appeared on the long river before collapsing and shattering. This cycle repeated for an unknown number of times. Time seemed to have stopped in this place. My Yin-Yang true world is so big. It borders hundreds of millions of worlds, but I can't find an anomaly, he frowned. He might seem to be muttering to himself, but he was actually saying it for the people below him. The anomaly was no longer a secret before an existence like the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor. To them, only those with talents like the anomaly had the right to truly touch the path of transcendence and hope to reach their level. The situation in the Yin-Yang true world could not be shaken. A suitable candidate had to be found as soon as possible to temporarily take over the World Life Hall. And this suitable candidate had to be at the 7th blight, the same level as him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep the other orthodoxies in check. If he took over the World Life Hall himself, the other orthodoxies such as Intentionless Mountain and Rebirth Cave would be dissatisfied. The situation would become even more unstable. At that time, the slightly peaceful situation in the Yin-Yang true world would change again. None of this was what the Manor Master of Ian Destruction Manor wanted to see. Chapter 929. The Yin-Yang True World was connected to hundreds of millions of ancient worlds. The territory it governed was unimaginably vast. The kneeling figures in the mansion before them were the true masters of those ancient worlds. They controlled the lives of all living beings. To put it bluntly, anyone who walked out of this place could easily destroy a super world. This was the true terror of Eternal Destruction Manor's foundation. There were plenty of peerless figures who had walked the path of transcendence. Among them, there was no lack of supreme giants who had already passed the third blight and successfully entered the Truth Tao realm. They were in charge of an ancient true world and had long lives. No one knew how long they had lived, but they were worthy of the title of immortal. Now that the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor intended to interfere in the matter of World Life Hall, everyone was shocked. They guessed that Eternal Destruction Manor would make a big move soon. If there are no anomalies in the Yin-Yang True World, then investigate the rest of the True Worlds, pay attention to the movements of the other True Worlds, especially those in the 9 heavens. If Eternal Tao Lord does anything, report to me immediately. Heaven Punishing Sect promotes the name of Heaven Punishing, but they haven't done anything for many eons. They're just people who deceive the world. This Eternal Tao Lord is just using the name of Heaven Punishing to gather the Heaven Punishers of all races. How can I let him get what he wants? The Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Then he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the mansion. Only then did the others let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if they had come back to life. However, they didn't dare to stay for long. They quickly left and gave orders to the ancient worlds behind them to be on the lookout for anomalies. The Yin-Yang True World hadn't seen an anomaly for countless years. Moreover, it had been a long time since the last powerhouse had stepped on the path of transcendence. There were very few powerhouses who walked on this path. They needed heaven-defying luck to break the shackles of fate. Only then could they see a glimmer of hope. To put it bluntly, according to the luck of an immortal true world, an immortal king could be born every few eons. Perhaps one immortal emperor could be born of 100 immortal kings. There might not even be one immortal emperor in 10,000 immortal emperors who could step on the path of transcendence. Only those who had walked this path would know how difficult it was. It wasn't as simple as having great willpower and talent. It required one to break one's fate, control one's own destiny, and condense one's own Tao. What was about to happen in the vast heavens had no effect on Gu Chang'e. Regardless of whether it was unifying the other true worlds or recreating the true mountain and sea world, it was not his goal. His goal was always the other two true progenitors of the origin world. If the true mountain and sea realm did not meet his expectations, he could settle everything at any time, reshuffle everything and start all over again. Gu Chang'e didn't mind, and planned for a long time. However, this plan gave him a lot of hope. If all of this continued as planned, it would more or less give him a different kind of surprise. The boundless battlefield was extremely large, as if it was formed from many ancient universes. There were fallen star regions, desolate mountains and seas, as well as dried-up star rivers. Gu Chang'e brought Luo Yanxi all the way to the border of the boundless sea, which was adjacent to the outside world. Along the way, they encountered the so-called strange creatures, as well as some strange creatures mixed in the darkness. There were also some creatures that fled here through other means. However, Gu Chang'e did not care about them. As if he did not see them, he walked past them. For ordinary people, these creatures were a disaster that they would definitely die if they encountered them. However, they were not stupid. They would not touch Gu Chang'e. They would avoid him as far as possible. Luo Yanxi did not speak along the way. She wanted to talk to Gu Chang'e, but she understood that his casual attitude seemed to come from his mood. Perhaps when he was in a good mood, he would say a few words to her. However, sometimes, he really seemed to ignore her and treat her like air. She saw the fear and wariness of these creatures towards Gu Chang'e. This was an instinct that was almost engraved in their souls. This also allowed Luo Yanxi to have a clear but vague guess about Gu Chang'e's strength. At the boundary embankment of the boundless battlefield, huge waves still surged into the sky, continuously slamming over from the other side, emitting world-shaking rumbling sounds. Ancient realms were destroyed and shattered one after another. They bobbed up and down, containing boundless power. This was enough to annihilate any living creature, crushing them into ashes. Bunkers stood in the distance, their entire bodies flowing with clear splendor. On their surface, ancient runes of the great Tao flew out one after another, rushing towards those aftershocks. However, they were quickly obliterated, only able to cancel out the fluctuations from that side. The ancient cultivators in charge of guarding this place were all stunned by the scene before them, deeply moved. What is the Moon Prince doing? Could it be that she plans to go to the other side of the boundary embankment? Isn't she afraid of dying in that place? Although she is an immortal king, many ancient supreme experts are buried there. Is she really not afraid of dying? They couldn't help but express their doubts, unable to understand the Moon Prince's actions. On the other side of the boundary embankment, a line of blood-red footprints could be seen extending outwards. Heaven and earth rumbled, the entire universe was in chaos and darkness. Streak after streak of blood-red lightning struck down, destroying heaven and earth. The Moon Prince was dressed in white, looking ethereal and brilliant, but in reality, the emotions on her face seemed to be very calm. Then, relying on the Immortal King artifact to protect herself, she walked towards the other side of the boundary embankment. Her dress was dyed in blood, wounds visible in some places, torn by terrifying great Tao rules, a ghastly sight. Originally, when she walked a few dozen steps towards the boundary embankment, she had already reached her limit. If she continued forward, her life would only be in danger. However, after hesitating, the Moon Prince decisively brought out the Immortal King artifact, continuing to trudge over, attempting to reach the other side of the boundary embankment. The boundless darkness, but there was a blurry light that seeped out. There was a blurry full moon hanging high in the sky, bright and beautiful, the light gentle. Wisps of misty substance floated from all over the place. It was extremely beautiful. However, on the other side of the boundary embankment, there was no way to see the full moon more clearly, let alone investigate its origins. The Moon Prince thought of Gu Chang'e's importance and instructions, which was why she made up her mind to take the risk. Because of this, she could only grit her teeth and trudge towards the other side of the boundary embankment. Although she was an immortal king, when the boundless power crushed over, it was like a blade of the immortal Tao, causing her flesh to split open, terrifying scars appearing on her body. With practically every step she took, the pressure she had to endure increased several-fold. Now, even that immortal king artifact of hers actually showed signs of cracks, as if it could not hold on any longer. However, there was still a very long distance between her and the boundary embankment ahead. In the Moon Prince's opinion, this distance might really be unreachable, impossible to reach. Right now, she finally understood a little how powerful those supreme experts who had left their footprints on the boundary embankment were. Perhaps they had already surpassed the level of Immortal King, touching on another level. Is this really the only way? The Moon Prince was still somewhat unwilling to accept that she had become an Immortal King in this era. Although her talent was not as good as others of the same level, she did not slack off at all. Day after day, year after year, she comprehended Tao techniques, wanting to advance to a higher level. However, her upper limit seemed to have been restricted and locked. No matter how hard she tried, her cultivation would not fluctuate at all. Now, in this shoal that led to the boundary embankment, even taking a few more steps forward had become incredibly difficult for her. That's why I want to be valued by him, hoping to protect myself before this chaotic era arrives. Bitterness surfaced in her heart. At this moment, even her immortal King Tao fruit seemed to have cracked, showing signs of instability. After all, this was the immortal king position that she had obtained through trickery by relying on the legacy left behind by her ancestors. The Moon Prince could not ask for anything more. She tried to take a few more steps forward. Her arms that were as fair as snow lotus roots. Immediately, fine scars appeared, as if densely packed small knives had cut open her arms. In this place, an immortal king's astonishing vitality was completely useless. Moreover, the speed at which her vitality was draining away was unimaginable. The Moon Prince could not help but let out a soft cry of pain. There was a sweet taste in her throat, and blood almost surged out. 00 At this point, the great Tao fell like a guillotine, clanging as it pressed down. She could not even turn back. It was already difficult for her to move at all. Even just turning around could break through this situation, causing her body to collapse. However, it was at this moment that the Moon Prince felt that she had reached a certain limit. Even her immortal king artifact was about to collapse. The pressure in front of her suddenly lightened. All of the terrifying intent that crushed down retreated like a tide, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Her surroundings became calm and peaceful. It was as if she was standing in some tranquil harbor. This made the Moon Prince a little suspicious. Was it her imagination? Was this the final radiance of the setting sun before her spirit collapsed? Why did you commit suicide? However, in the next moment, a calm voice came from ahead. The Moon Prince instantly returned to her senses, and her consciousness also cleared. A slender figure appeared in front of her. There seemed to be a young woman beside him, sizing her up curiously. "My lord." The Moon Prince reacted and hurriedly bowed. She did not expect Gu Changa to appear in this place. She thought that he had only sent someone to investigate. She did not expect him to come personally. Moreover, his words made her face burn a little. Commit suicide? She had indeed overestimated her own abilities. If not for Gu Changa's timely appearance, she might really have been crushed by the power here. Even her spirit would have collapsed and shattered. Before this, the Moon Prince had never thought that the restrictive power on this side of the boundary embankment would be so terrifying. No wonder it could withstand the waves on the other side of the boundless ocean. It had been majestic for countless eras. Gu Changa did not turn back. He only nodded slightly. Then, he turned his gaze to the other side of the boundary embankment. He indeed did not expect the Moon Prince to take the risk and enter this place personally. Without the strength of a quasi-immortal emperor, it was basically impossible to reach the boundary embankment. In Gu Changa's eyes, her actions were no different from seeking death. Very foolish. Or did she really think that this would make him think highly of her? Luo Yanxi also looked at the Moon Prince strangely. She did not expect to meet a female immortal king in this place. If Gu Changa had been half a step slower, she might really have died here. In the current immortal domain, there were only a few female immortal kings who were so beautiful. She must be the one in the southern immortal domain. Luo Yanxi quickly determined the Moon Prince's identity. She addressed Gu Changa as Lord. Then the identity that Gu Changa had not mentioned in detail was also very obvious. On the other side of the boundary embankment was the boundless vast expanse. Huge waves surged into the sky and flooded over. Some of the waves were smashed and crashed over. However, there were also many ancient realms within, some decaying, some in ruins. Gu Changa did not pay much attention to the Moon Prince. He walked towards the bright moon hidden in the black fog. When he arrived here, he had already determined that this was the land of reincarnation. However, the fact that Qin Yi would bury the land of reincarnation in the vast expanse was somewhat out of his expectations. Was she planning to make more preparations in case the mountain and sea realm really encountered a destructive disaster? A golden path appeared under Gu Changa's feet. It directly crossed the boundary embankment and led into the vast expanse. The terrifying pressure in this place did not affect him at all. Even the various types of true lightning that never stopped all year round disappeared in front of him. The Moon Prince looked at this scene in shock. She did not expect that one day, she would be able to leave the immortal domain and come to the vast expanse. However, the malice and fear here made her shiver. She understood why even immortal kings did not dare to easily cross the vast expanse. It was because they did not know what was hidden in the thick black fog around them. Were they malicious eyes? Or was it an invisible, terrifying shadow that was coldly watching them? There's actually someone who can cross that boundary embankment and go to the vast expanse. In the fort, the ancient cultivators in charge of guarding were also extremely shocked. They did not expect to see this scene. Not only did the Moon Prince not die, she was saved by the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared behind her and left the immortal domain with him. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe this scene. Chapter 930. The vast ocean, which was originally surging with surging waves and black fog, was calm at that moment. It made the Moon Queen feel like she was dreaming. She followed closely behind Wuxia. They stood on the golden path and followed him towards the moon hanging in the depths. The Moon Queen did not care about who the woman beside him was. She had not completely calmed down yet. She needed some time to calm down. The moon was like a boundless continent. It hung high in the sky above the vast ocean. Wisps of moonlight scattered down, making it seem gentle and bright. However, if anyone took a closer look, they would discover that there was a lot of fog drifting about, rising from the surface of the sea. They were all damaged and ancient worlds that bobbed up and down in the surging waves. Wuxia watched all of this calmly. Then, he extended his hand and touched one of the specks of light. Is it really guiding the souls of those who have gone to the afterlife? He lifted his head and looked at the moon. It might seem very close, but there was a huge distance between it and the vast ocean. There were layers of space and latitude between them. The drifting souls surged towards it. They did not just come from the true mountain and sea world. They also came from the other damaged ancient worlds in the vast ocean. To these souls, that place was the land of reincarnation. It was created outside the true world and was not restricted or shackled by the laws of the world. However, they had to be constantly wary of the attacks and dangers from the vast ocean and other places. Wuxia was curious as well. Where would these souls who came from all over go to be reincarnated in the end? The land of reincarnation was one of the most mysterious places in the world. When it came to the continuation of life, even those who were exceedingly powerful would find it difficult to explain its mysteries clearly. It was the first time the Moon Queen and Luo Yanxi had seen this. When they saw the drifting specks of light, they were shocked. Who would have thought that the place where all living beings had reincarnated would be on the moon? Of course, the moon was not the only one in the entire universe. It was like a peerless figure who had truly condensed himself. The past, the future, and the present were all him. His legend was reflected in the universe, so he existed in all the universes. Every single one of them was him. As for that bright moon, it was a similar existence. The bright moon seen in that place was similar to the bright moon seen in other places. In the depths of this bright moon, a silver lake converged. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. It shone with a brilliant silver light, like melted silver. The radiance that filled the sky drifted over from all over the place and slowly sank into the lake. In the distance, an ancient tree could be seen standing in the depths of the lake. Its branches were intertwined with each other. Every single leaf seemed to hold up a world, and it was heavy and vast. Chaotic chi descended and effused out, and it was like a boundless expanse of mist. This was a shocking scene. A heaven-supporting ancient tree was situated in this silver lake, as if it was supporting countless ancient realms. The collision of each leaf produced a rumbling sound that shook the world, rumbling and majestic. On the ancient tree's crown, there was a grand and sacred palace. Divine light shone brilliantly, and the sound of the great Tao interweaved. The entire silver reincarnation lake resonated with it. Apart from this, one could also see that in the depths of Reincarnation Lake, there were 6 vortexes that seemed to have existed since ancient times, and they were suffused with a desolate and ancient aura. Many specks of light, after converging into Reincarnation Lake, would drift towards those 6 vortexes. For ordinary creatures, this was the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, what was on the other side of the vortexes? No one knew. From the outside, this bright moon seemed more like an independent universe. In the depths, it seemed even more vast, like a star that had long been barren. There were terrifyingly tattered potholes everywhere, and blood of all different colors accumulated. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and even true immortal cultivators would feel like their bodies were about to explode. Apart from this, there were many shattered coffins that had been flipped over, and they were incomparably ancient. This place was still vast and boundless. Great stars were reflected in heaven and earth, and they flowed with dim radiance. A pitch-black river surged, and black multicolored light surged, mixed with thousands of complicated divine lights of laws. No one would have thought that the surface of the bright and beautiful moon would be such a scene. It was very similar to the legendary reincarnation underworld, filled with the aura of the dead. Gu Chang'e brought the Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi from the vast sea and stepped into this place. At that moment, the 3 of them stood side by side on a black mountain peak. The Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi were extremely shocked. They did not even dare to believe the scene before their eyes. Was this the magnificent moon they had seen before? They simply could not believe that it was real. It was a ghastly sight, full of holes. This place was like a universe that had once been shattered. It had experienced many battles and wars. Luo Yanxi thought of the era when she was known as the Luo ancestor. Back then, the ancient world that had experienced all sorts of great battles was like this. Only when one truly set foot in it would one understand just what kind of desperate slaughter had taken place within it. Gu Chang'e had some guesses. When he sensed the strange fluctuations here, he knew that Qin Yi was definitely here. She should be making preparations for the true mountain and sea world. She had made so many arrangements not only to let the people who had passed away return, but also to prepare for the third apocalypse. If the true mountain and sea world was truly destroyed, then perhaps a new hope would be born in this land of reincarnation. Then, golden light rose under his feet, and he headed into the depths. There did not seem to be any living beings on the broken ground under his feet, and he could not sense any living aura either. This was a land of absolute silence. It was filled with coldness and silence. Over the countless years, no other living beings seemed to have stepped into this place. To all living beings, this place seemed to have been lost in some corner. At that moment, a slender living being that was as bright as the moon swam in the depths of the silver lake. It tumbled up and down, receiving the floating specks of light, as if it wanted to send them to the ancient palace at the top of the tree that towered into the sky. From the distance, this living being looked like a jade belt. It was incredibly beautiful. Its eyes were like glass, and there was a faint crimson color to them. This was an immortal beast that had yet to reach adulthood. It was still in its infancy. If it truly grew up, its body would be as tall as the galaxy. In fact, according to some ancient records, the immortal beast could give birth to a universe within its body. From this, it could be seen just how gigantic its body was. There was only one small moongazer serpent in this silver lake of reincarnation. It was empty and silent, as if it was a place of eternal slumber. It received the specks of light that looked like wandering souls and sent them to the lake. It was as if its existence here was to help these souls go to the place of eternal slumber. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something. Its crimson eyes blinked, and it looked towards the other side of the lake. It was a barren, silent, and abandoned land. The mountains were dried up, and there were signs of war everywhere. There were also all sorts of chaotic auras in some of the large rifts. There was no sign of life there. Besides deathly silence, there was only coldness and darkness. These were the themes and colors that would never change. There were all sorts of ancient and complicated patterns carved into the mountains and earth. They could suppress everything, and no living being or cultivator could step into them. That was why it was impossible for other living beings to appear here for such a long time. It was purely an accident that it had come here. Master, when will she wake up? The small moongazer serpent blinked its eyes, thinking that it had sensed wrongly. In such a barren and remote place, isolated from all other worlds, how could there be the fluctuations of other living beings? It shook its head, and then continued to receive the specks of light in front of it, and sent them to the 6 sea eyes. These were souls that had drifted over from many worlds. Some were the size of a palm, some were the size of a grain of rice, and some were even larger, like watermelons. Each speck of light represented a soul that was about to be sent into reincarnation. Some souls were very powerful when they were alive, and their level of life was very high. Even if they were only in a soul state, they were far more powerful than other souls. Moreover, these powerful souls carried the wisdom of their previous lives. Even if they were baptized in reincarnation, it was impossible to completely erase the memories of their previous lives. What it wanted to do was to safely send these confused souls that didn't know where to go to the 6 sea eyes. This was because its master had said that this was the true entrance to reincarnation, and it represented the 6 paths of reincarnation. All living things in the world, as long as they followed the law of birth, old age, illness, and death, and their souls didn't scatter, they would go through these 6 doors. After being washed clean, they would be sent to other worlds to receive a new beginning and a new life. After the small moongazer serpent was brought here by its master, it had no choice but to accept such a mission. Every day, it tirelessly sent those souls drifting over to the sea eyes. But in the vast heavens, how many worlds were there? The ancient worlds that were born and died every day were simply innumerable. This place was only a place of reincarnation. But there were still countless specks of light that drifted over from the vast expanse and finally rose here. After all, the level of some worlds was too low, and it was impossible for reincarnation to exist. Not to mention the original world that gave birth to new life and created reincarnation. If Master still doesn't wake up, I will die of exhaustion here. The small moongazer serpent looked eagerly at the towering ancient tree that stood in the depths of Reincarnation Lake. The palace was the place where its master had always been sleeping. And this towering ancient tree was actually a sapling of the epic tree that had not yet grown up. It carried the world and nurtured chaos. When it truly thrived, it would definitely give birth to a powerful world. It now missed the time when it was still in the upper realm. It followed its master in a small world where no one disturbed it. It was free and carefree. Every day, there was endless food to eat. When it was full, it could sleep. When it woke up, it could continue to eat. From time to time, it would act coquettishly in front of its master and get a lot of delicious food. However, ever since it followed its master and left the upper realm, that kind of life had become a luxury and was far away from it. In these hundreds of years, it had not eaten its fill. It was starving all day long and had lost a lot of weight. This made the small moongazer serpent feel wronged, but its master had fallen into a deep sleep and it did not know how long it would take for her to wake up. It could only work here, day after day, year after year. Thinking of this, the small moongazer serpent's eyes were filled with tears. It felt wronged and could only force back its tears. It was the majestic moongazer serpent. When the immortal palace was at its peak, even the immortal king had to treat it with respect. Suddenly, the small moongazer serpent blinked its eyes again and looked across Reincarnation Lake. A ray of dazzling golden light spread out from that place. Many ancient runes and restrictions engraved on the ground emitted dazzling light. However, they all vanished into nothingness before this golden path of light, and they completely vanished without a trace, causing the surroundings to become tranquil. There were 3 figures standing on this golden path. One of them was extremely familiar, and it was immediately stunned. Then, it reacted. With a whoosh, it turned into a streak of silver light and rushed over. Its speed was as fast as a stream of light, causing the entire silent reincarnation lake to stir up shocking waves. What kind of strange beast is this? Luo Yanxi and the Moon King, who were standing on the golden path and sizing up the vast silver lake, were shocked by it. When they suddenly saw this scene, while they were shocked, they thought that the strange beast here was attacking them and immediately became vigilant. The Moon Prince's injuries were more or less healed. He directly took out his Immortal King artifact and waited. Luo Yanxi was shocked, but she was not vigilant. With Gu Chang'e by her side, she did not have to worry about anything. However, what shocked the two of them even more was that when this silver light landed in front of them, it directly turned into a silver-haired girl around 14 or 15 years old. Her face was exquisite and moving. Her pair of glass-like eyes carried a hint of crimson. Her long silver hair that was as beautiful as the moonlight poured down. She was shockingly beautiful. However, this silver-haired girl had an extremely aggrieved expression at this moment. She sobbed and directly pounced on Gu Chang'e at the side. "Master, you're finally here," she had a sobbing tone, but the moment she was about to hug Gu Chang'e's waist, he pressed her head expressionlessly, not letting her come over. "Don't wipe your tears on me." Gu Chang'e naturally recognized it at a glance. This was the small moongazer serpent that he had brought out from the Purple Mountain back then. However, because he found it troublesome, he threw it to Gu Qingyi and asked her to help take care of it. Only when he had time would he think of visiting it. Chapter 931. Little Plenilun was originally brought out from the Purple Mountain by Gu Chang'e when he was looking for the 7 weapons of heaven wielding that were hidden in the Qixin Palace. However, at that time, he had many things to do and had no time to take care of this guy. Moreover, he thought that Gu Qingyi was relatively free, so he brought little Plenilun to her and raised it on her behalf. However, after raising it like this, it had been raised until now. Back then, when Gu Qingyi left the upper realm, little Plenilun was also brought along by her and left. It was really unexpected that Gu Chang'e would see her in this place, but it also seemed to be reasonable. "Master," at this moment, little Plenilun's eyes were red. She was sobbing, and her little nose was twitching. She felt extremely wronged. She did not expect that Gu Chang'e would hold her head down and not let her come over. Originally, when she saw Gu Chang'e appear here, she was extremely surprised and skipped over. She wanted to have an unexpected reunion with Gu Chang'e and tell him her grievances. In the end, he was still so cold and heartless. He directly held her down and did not let her get close. Gu Chang'e looked at her and shook his head slightly. "I'm not your master. Did you recognize the wrong person?" "No." Little Plenilun looked at him aggrievedly. Her eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed. How could she have recognized the wrong person? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to raise her, why would she follow Master Qingyi? Luo Yanxi and the Moon Prince were also stunned. They did not expect this silver-haired girl to know Gu Chang'e. And she even called Gu Chang'e master. However, they did not dare to ask too much. They just watched silently from the side. "Where's Qingyi? Where is she now?" Gu Chang'e ignored little Plenilun's emotional changes and only asked. He understood this fellow. If Gu Qingyi was by her side, she would definitely not call him that. She would hide as far away as possible. This aggrieved look was purely for him to see. Perhaps she couldn't stay in this place any longer and wanted him to take her away. That was why she showed such an expression. Little Plenilun sniffled and replied, "Master Cyan clothed, after she brought me here, she fell into a deep sleep. She hasn't moved for hundreds of years." Fell into a deep sleep? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Master Qin Yi is currently sleeping in that palace. Even I can't rashly disturb her. I don't know when she will wake up, little Plenilun continued, pointing at the towering ancient tree in the depths of Reincarnation Lake. From this direction, only a blurry outline could be seen. However, that type of lofty and boundless chaotic energy cascaded down, as if supporting the entire world. It was indeed shocking. Luo Yanxi was once a quasi-immortal emperor after all. Her eyesight was astonishing, so she naturally saw through the clues. Could that be the sapling of the world tree or the epic tree? She was shocked. The epic tree and the world tree were actually the same. It was just that people in different worlds had different names for this primordial divine tree. It was rumored that the epic tree nurtured all living beings in the world. Each leaf supported an ancient world. However, this was ultimately just a rumor. In the world she was originally in, the epic tree had long withered and died. It had lost its life force. No matter how they tried, it was difficult to revive it. Therefore, seeing such a suspected sapling of the epic tree in this place shocked Luo Yanxi. Although the Moon Prince hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could guess what it was. It was rumored that the epic tree of the immortal region was guarded by the immortal palace. However, after the forbidden epoch, the immortal palace collapsed, and the epic tree disappeared. It was suspected that it was destroyed or stolen by someone. The sapling of the epic tree was actually here. Combined with the words of the silver-haired girl in front of him, the Moon Prince was even more shocked. She seemed to have been involved in an ancient secret that involved many things of the immortal palace. So it really happened after I left the upper world? Gu Changde nodded and looked toward the depths of the Reincarnation Lake. This was actually similar to his guess. However, he didn't expect Qin Yi to be in a deep sleep. He originally thought that Qin Yi was scheming something and couldn't appear in the world for the time being. If she appeared in the world, with her former identity as the master of the immortal palace. As long as she raised her arm and called for help, those remnants of the immortal palace hidden in the dark would definitely appear. After so many years, remnants of the immortal palace even appeared in the floating flame realm. Not to mention the other ancient worlds and small worlds. Let's go and see your master. After that, Gu Changde shook his head slightly and let little Plenilun lead the way to the sapling of the epic tree. The epic tree of the immortal region was stolen to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. That was why the war between the upper world and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions lasted for many epochs. However, after the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were conquered, Gu Changde took the epic tree and planted it in his inner universe. At the same time, it was also because of that epic tree that he killed the entire upper world's foundation. Now, that epic tree was planted in the upper world, in the Reincarnation Lake that Gu Changde had personally created. Of course, the Reincarnation Lake in the upper world was different from the Reincarnation Lake here. The Reincarnation Lake under its jurisdiction was also different. Gu Changde felt that Qin Yi was planning to create a new true world. However, this process was still very long. Now, it was only a prototype. This land of reincarnation was only the beginning of its evolution. It wasn't complete. She was planning for the future of the true mountain and sea world. If it was destroyed in the third calamity, there would still be some hope. Gu Changde's gaze deepened. He didn't want to waste time on these things. To him, the true mountain and sea world was just a tool that could be casually discarded. In the end, Qin Yi had planned and paid a great price for this. She didn't hesitate to fall into deep sleep to nurture this sapling of the epic tree. Soon, the little Plenilun serpent led the way. The entire lake that was shining with silver light seemed to have calmed down. Thousands of light spots gathered and floated, sinking into the center of the lake. This silence was a stark contrast to the barren and broken scene they had seen before. The sapling of the epic tree stood in the depths of the Reincarnation Lake. Although it hadn't fully grown, it already showed its ancient majesty. There was a new will of the rules of the world being nurtured in it, as if it was waiting for the day when it was completely born. The huge treetop filled the sky, and primal chaos chi filled the sky. Every leaf carried a small world within it. At this moment, when they collided, they let out a rumbling sound. It was extremely shocking. The Moon Prince sensed an unprecedented aura of the Tao here. It was completely different from the Tao he encountered in the immortal region. Gu Chang'e stood under this tree and raised his head to look at the lush tree crown. The majestic palace sat on the top of the tree, exuding a solemn and sacred air. Although this epic tree was only a sapling, this pressure was enough to suppress immortal king-level beings, making them unable to breathe. The branches were ancient and knotted, shining brilliantly, surrounded by immortal light and Tao light. He walked forward, and the golden path extended all the way to the tree crown. The majestic pressure dissipated, and it couldn't affect him at all. The Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi quickly followed behind him. The little pleniline serpent stuck close to Gu Chang'e, ignoring his seemingly disdainful look. In her opinion, only Gu Chang'e could bring her out of this damned place. She didn't want to continue staying here at all. In the palace, Gu Chang'e saw the sleeping Qing Yi. She lay quietly on the bed, and the curtain fluttered gently. Her facial features were thin and beautiful, and her eyes were clear and clean, like a person in a painting. She looked very peaceful, as if she was detached from the world, and had nothing to do with everything in the world. Master Qing Yi, the little pleniline serpent, stood at the side and called out softly. She didn't know how long Qing Yi would be asleep for. The Moon Prince didn't get close, but she was completely stunned by the scene before her, overturning what she had always known. The person sleeping in the palace was actually the former Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace. According to the rumors, didn't she die in Gu Chang'e's hands during the Forbidden Era? Even her corpse didn't exist. However, she clearly looked unharmed, as if she was still alive. It was just that no one knew why she was sleeping here. In many rumors, the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace was the Demon Lord's lover. As for why the two of them turned against each other in the end, this was also an eternal mystery that no one knew. Luo Yanxi wasn't as shocked as the Moon Prince. After all, she wasn't from this true world. She had heard some rumors about Gu Chang'e, so she guessed that many things that happened in the past actually had their reasons and secrets. It was just like what she said when she wanted to follow Gu Chang'e. He had his own goal, and everything he did was to achieve that goal. In the eyes of the two girls, Gu Chang'e was silently looking at the sleeping Qing Yi by the side. He reached out as if he wanted to straighten the hair by her ear, but his hand stopped in midair. This action seemed to hide a myriad of emotions and complications. Was it love but regret? Or was it because of the guilt he felt? Helplessness? Or was it all of these emotions? The Moon Prince didn't expect that Gu Chang'e, who had always been cold and heartless in her eyes, would reveal such an expression. This made her even more certain of her guess. Many unknown things happened before the Forbidden Era. There were many hidden secrets that were buried in the passage of time. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e wouldn't have attacked the Immortal Region and the Immortal Palace for no reason. All of you, wait for me outside. Suddenly, Gu Chang'e spoke, asking the Moon Prince, Luo Yanxi, and little Plenilun to leave the palace. Although they didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask anything. They could tell that Gu Chang'e seemed to have something on his mind. Perhaps he wanted to use this opportunity to say something. After watching them leave, Yi Zichen nodded. Gu Chang'e retracted his palm in midair and said calmly, "How long are you going to sleep for?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. The eyelashes of Qing Yi, who had her eyes closed, suddenly trembled before she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Gu Chang'e. Her eyes were calm and peaceful, like warm and clear jade, but also like the bright and flawless moon. "You're here." Qing Yi sat up on the bed. Her expression seemed normal, but it was still difficult to hide her paleness and fatigue. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. He knew that Qin Yi hadn't really fallen into a deep sleep, but her consciousness had entered a state of cultivation. 003 This state could be awakened by the outside world at any time. It was like a creature's instinct. When they were on the verge of an extremely bad situation, they would let their consciousness enter a certain state and slowly cultivate themselves. Qin Yi was originally the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm. It was normal for her to cultivate and recover through this method. There's no need for you to waste your essence to nourish this epic tree sapling. Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and shook his head. Qin Yi didn't answer. She only tilted her head and looked at him. Are you going to call me Aunt Qin or Qin Yi now? She asked and changed the topic. Is there a difference between these two names? Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little helpless. Of course there's a difference. Qin Yi smiled mischievously and said, if you call me Aunt Qin, it means that you haven't recovered your memories. If you call me Qin Yi, it means that you should have remembered everything. Gu Chang'e shook his head and said, then I'll call you Qin Yi. Looks like a lot of things have happened in the upper realm and the immortal region during this period of time. That's great. I can feel your presence again. It's so reassuring. Qin Yi smiled when she heard that. Then, she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned her head against it. Gu Chang'e lowered his eyes and looked at her. His hand, which was about to land on her head, stiffened slightly. But after thinking about it, he still chose to place his hand on her head and stroked her hair gently. A lot of things have happened in the upper realm and the immortal region, but they should be within your expectations. It won't have too much of an effect on what happens later. He said softly. When he turned into the Demon Lord and walked through the vast universe with the identity of the Heaven Destroyer, he saved Qin Yi during the first calamity of the mountain and sea world. This woman, who had always been gentle and kind, had fallen into depravity from that moment onwards. However, he had always treated her as a chess piece that could be used and discarded at any time. Even during the dark years countless eons ago, he played along with her and played a good show with her. He deceived everyone and deceived them. However, even now, she did not know about it at all. She always thought that he was helping her. He even did not hesitate to become the demon in the eyes of the world, an evil person who brought disaster to the universe. He carried the crime of countless eons. Gu Chang'e had never felt guilty. But at that moment, for some reason, he could not bear to see her like this, as well as a sense of loss. Was it because he thought of Yu Mingkong, who had a similar experience? Jiang Chuchu? Or Gu Xianhe? Chapter 932. A hint of bewilderment appeared in Gu Chang'e's eyes, and it was one that even he found unbelievable. However, this change only lasted for an instant. Soon, he regained his composure. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Yi, who was leaning against his waist. He reached out and gently stroked her hair. The two of them were silent, as if they were enjoying this rare moment of peace. Looks like the higher realm and the immortal region have settled down. Then I can relax slightly. At that moment, Qin Yi suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. She was dignified and beautiful, and her eyes curved up as if she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Her original tiredness and fatigue were swept away at that moment. Not a single trace of it was left. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and said with a smile, for the past 100 years, the immortal region and the higher realm have indeed settled down in peace. I have also gotten rid of the unstable elements in the other world for the time being. However, it will still take some time for the true mountain and sea world to completely unite. Also, there should be hunters outside the vast expanse who have noticed this place. Perhaps they will soon descend upon the true mountain and sea world. With the true mountain and sea world's current strength and foundation, it will be very difficult for them to fight against them. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Yi nodded. She was not surprised by this. After losing my protection, the true mountain and sea world revealing the coordinates of the vast expanse is within my expectations. Over the years, I've made quite a few plans. The powerful warriors who died in the war against the heavens have all been successfully reincarnated. Before long, they will return from the cycle of reincarnation, but at that time, when she said this, she suddenly felt a little guilty. She also wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Gu Chang'e understood what she meant. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. Sooner or later, it will be resolved. You know that I'm not someone who cares about such things." He could feel that Qin Yi's hands around his waist seemed to have tightened at this moment. "I'm sorry for making you bear the infamy and accusations for so long. Not only did I cause you to reincarnate, I also had to bear the endless curses and misunderstandings. Even your disciple from back then turned against you, much less the others. In the eyes of today's world, you are an out-and-out great devil who brings chaos to the heavens. You are the source of all destruction. However, I am the only one who knows that it is you who is bearing all of this. No one will understand you." Qin Yi's eyes were filled with sadness, guilt, and pain. But if she did not do this, then she truly did not know how she could save all the lives in the true mountain and sea world. How to protect the common people safely during the second cultivation tribulation. Therefore, he could only wrong the person he loved and give up his family for the greater good. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, she did not have many choices. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e only smiled gently and reached out to hug her, saying, "You don't have to apologize to me. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, wasn't I the one who suggested this idea? You don't have to feel guilty towards me. This will not only make you feel bad, but it will also make me feel bad." Hearing this, Qin Yi hugged him tightly, not knowing what to say. During the first cultivation tribulation, which was also the first war against the heavens, Gu Chang'e had appeared by accident and saved her from the hands of an ancient cultivator in the Void Dao realm who had gone through his second blight. At that time, Qin Yi had just stepped into the path of transcendence and had not even stabilized her realm. It was simply difficult for her to fight against those peerless people in the Void Dao realm who had already gone through a few disasters of heaven's blight. Gu Chang'e's appearance easily defeated those existences who were a disaster to the true mountain and sea world. To the true mountain and sea world, Void Dao realm was an unreachable land. At that time, only Qin Yi, who was the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, who had the power of Kismet and the power of the world could fight against him. Even the heirs of the true mountain and sea world found it difficult to fight against him. To the true mountain and sea world, which was just a newborn true world, this sort of cultivation tribulation was no different from a world-ending disaster. Besides, there was an even more terrifying power behind those people in the Void Dao realm. To put it bluntly, if Gu Chang'e had not appeared during the first cultivation tribulation, the true mountain and sea world would not have been destroyed. Just like many newborn true worlds, they would have disappeared in the long river of time and would have been buried in the ruins of chaos. It would have been impossible for the immortal palace and the immortal domain after that to exist. The true mountain and sea world only has what it has today because of you, Qin Yi mumbled softly. Only those who had personally experienced all of this would understand what had happened in the past. That is all in the past. Right now, what you need to think about is how you will face the third cultivation tribulation. It is just like the disasters of heaven's blight. Each cultivation tribulation is a trial, and it is much more terrifying than the previous ones, Gu Chang'e said with a slight shake of his head. To cultivators, the disasters they had to face were the disasters of heaven's blight, from the first blight to the 9th blight. And to the true world, the disasters they had to face were the great reckoning of the cultivation tribulation. Even if they managed to avoid the first cultivation tribulation, there was still the second cultivation tribulation, the third cultivation tribulation. This was actually a process of continuously nurturing Gu. With each disasters of heaven's blight and cultivation tribulation, stronger cultivators and stronger true worlds would be nurtured. Then, during the great reckoning, they would reap the harvest. But since ancient times, there had never been a true world that managed to go through 9 cultivation tribulations. Not to mention becoming a true world. That was just a rumor. Becoming a true world would allow them to transcend the world and not be affected by the cultivation tribulations. They would truly be free for eternity. Many of the true worlds were planning for this. They wanted to annex the other true worlds so that they could become the only one. The 3rd cultivation tribulation should be coming soon. When Qin Yi heard this, worry appeared in her eyes. The true mountain and sea world had yet to recover from the aftermath of the previous cultivation tribulation. She was still recovering. And yet, the 3rd cultivation tribulation was coming soon. This sort of terrifying pressure was truly suffocating. Because of that, Qin Yi considered using her own essence to nurture a sapling of the tree of Aeon in preparation for the 3rd cultivation tribulation. At that time, even if the true mountain and sea world was destroyed, she would have a way to protect all the lives in the world and allow them to reincarnate. However, this process was still very long. The 3rd cultivation tribulation is coming soon, Gu Chang'e said calmly. If we don't make preparations beforehand, then the true mountain and sea world might truly be destroyed this time. Qin Yi's eyes darkened. In the face of absolute power, all plans and preparations were useless. Using the current true mountain and sea world to fight against the 3rd cultivation tribulation. That was no different from a fool's dream. The current true mountain and sea world might not even have a single cultivator who had stepped onto the path of transcendence. Their strength had yet to recover to before the 1st cultivation tribulation. And the 3rd cultivation tribulation was much more terrifying than the 1st cultivation tribulation. You don't have to think too much about this. Gu Chang'e continued speaking calmly. There are countless ancient worlds that are destroyed every day in this vast universe. All of this is part of a cycle. Unless an anomaly is born, it's impossible to break this cycle. But the birth of an anomaly is incredibly difficult. Even those ancient true worlds might not be able to give birth to even one anomaly after so many years. As a new true world, the true mountain and sea world can already be considered lucky to survive the 2nd cultivation tribulation. His words were very realistic, but in Gu Chang'e's eyes, this was something that was destined to happen. In the past, it was impossible for him to say these words. But today, his emotions were suddenly stirred up. He did not want Qin Yi to put in so much effort for no reason. Besides, in Gu Chang'e's original plan, the true mountain and sea world was supposed to be abandoned. Once its value was used up, what did its life and death have to do with him? In his eyes, there was not much difference between the true mountain and sea world and the ancient worlds that were destroyed every day in the vast universe. He could easily protect the people around him. Even if the final showdown arrived, it would not be a problem. That was why in Gu Chang'e's eyes, there was no need for Qin Yi to put in so much effort for this. Of course, he also knew that this method was indeed selfish. It was the same as not caring about Qin Yi's feelings, but, I can't ignore the lives of the true mountain and sea world, I am the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. Qin Yi knew what Gu Chang'e meant, but she still shook her head. Her heart was very firm. Gu Chang'e did not speak. He had already said what he needed to say. This time, he came to the land of reincarnation to find Qin Yi only to confirm one thing. She was indeed setting up the land of reincarnation, but it did not involve the entire universe. Just like Luo Yanxi outside the hall, her reincarnation had nothing to do with Qin Yi. In other words, there was someone else in charge of everything in the dark, trying to make the powerful people who had died return. As for who this person was, Gu Chang'e was still not sure. Since you came to find me, then help me treat my injuries while you're at it. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Qin Yi's face. She raised her eyes and looked at Gu Chang'e. Her fair and flawless face was suffused with a layer of faint rosy glow. Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned. He did not understand what she meant. You've injured your essence. If you want to recover, you'll need a long time. Then, he reacted and could not help but chuckle. The curtain fluttered and immortal fog filled the hall. The spring light was bright and beautiful. A few days later, Gu Changa left the hall. He did not bring little Plenilun with him. Qing Yi had also woken up. Although she had not completely recovered, her injuries were much better than before. She did not need to fall into a deep sleep to recover. However, Qing Yi did not plan to leave the reincarnation lake yet. Gu Changa originally planned to let her appear and let the survivors of the immortal palace appear. But now that he thought about it, whether those survivors appeared or not did not have much to do with him. As for the disaster that the true mountain and sea world was about to face, he thought about it for a while and decided to take action. He could use this opportunity to organize the heaven-slaying alliance that he had considered before. In the War of the Heavens, Gu Changa indeed needed such a force to raise the flag of the heaven-slaying alliance and gather the vast power of the heavens. The current true mountain and sea world was the predecessor of the heaven-slaying alliance. Luo Yanxi and the Moon King waited for him outside the reincarnation lake. They did not stay long at the crown of the epic tree. Gu Changa did not mention anything about Qing Yi. The two women were very tactful and did not dare to ask. They could also tell that Gu Changa and the former Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace had a secret past that no one knew about. Perhaps there was a reason for the destruction of the Immortal Palace. After returning to the Immortal region, Gu Changa asked the Moon King to gather the other Immortal Kings and station them outside the vast battlefield. At the same time, he asked them to inform the various immortal realms that within 100 years, the Immortal region would welcome a world-destroying catastrophe. Everyone might die. The hunters from the vast ocean would cross over and descend upon the true mountain and sea world. Their strength was terrifying, far beyond what the world could imagine. They would sacrifice everything. At that time, even the immortal kings would not be able to escape. This news was spread by the various immortal king clans. It immediately caused an uproar in the various immortal realms, and all living beings were terrified. 100 years was not long, but it was not short either. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, it was just a snap of the fingers. This news quickly swept through the various realms like a hurricane. Even the upper realm was not spared. All the orthodoxies and cultivators fell into shock and unease. This was news that was personally spread by the immortal kings. How could it be fake? Although some people doubted the authenticity of the news, soon, the matter of the strange phenomenon at the end of the world many years ago was spread by many clans in the immortal region. At that time, the world seemed to have faded, turning into a foam-like substance. The vast ocean pounced over and surged at the end of the endless world. The blurry traces of the ancient warship illuminated the heavens, and there seemed to be a terrifying demonic shadow that had never changed since ancient times. Several ancient true immortals who had a deep understanding of ancient history and had specially studied the vast ocean also asserted that it was the sign of a great calamity. Such a strange phenomenon had appeared in many universes before, causing everyone to tremble and be terrified. The immortal region had finally calmed down with great difficulty, and now they were going to encounter another world-destroying catastrophe. Moreover, even the high and mighty immortal kings were not spared. What about ordinary cultivators? It was probably as the news said, that they were turned into ashes in an instant. They did not even have the right to be sacrificed. This news caused the various universes in the immortal region to fall into an atmosphere of chaos, fear, and unease. Could it be that the current prosperous era was about to come to an end so soon? They were unwilling to accept this at all. Chapter 933. 100 years of time, for cultivators, really was just the blink of an eye. Even if it was an ordinary cultivator, a single round of seclusion would easily last 1,000 years, perhaps even 10,000 years. There was even less of a need to talk about those with profound cultivations. They truly feared that when they woke up the next day, a great calamity would descend. Everyone felt a sense of urgency and uneasiness, not doubting the authenticity of these words. Many immortal king families were making preparations for this, preparing to face this great calamity. Those as powerful as immortal kings were all sacrifices. The entire world, all universes would be sacrificed. At that time, ordinary creatures didn't even have the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. After learning of all of this, it really made one feel despair and unwillingness. Apart from the immortal king families, the other ancient inheritances, powers with true immortals overseeing them were also making preparations, trying to see if they could leave immortal domain through the boundless battlefield. This included the foreign realm side. When they received news, the foreign realm's immortal kings who previously served immortal domain's heavenly court were all terrified and uneasy. They thought of the Emperor clan ancestors who left with their clansmen a long time ago. They abandoned the foreign realm, as if they had long guessed that in the near future, immortal domain and the foreign realm would suffer an unprecedented terrifying calamity. All of the universes were surrounded in an atmosphere of uneasiness and fear. This is clearly an incomparably prosperous great world, so why did this type of thing happen? With several immortal kings personally speaking, isn't this the same as giving all of us the death penalty? In many of immortal domain's ancient cities, there were younger generation individuals who were unwilling to accept this, muttering softly, fists tightly clenched. They hadn't grown up yet, still a bit of distance from the immortal Tao realm. They clearly saw hope in the present world, yet now, they were instead given despair. How could they accept this? Luo King Manor's Luo Xian also had a bitter expression at the corners of his lips. He already obtained confirmation from Luo King Manor's old ancestor. This great calamity would descend in at most 100 years. Those supreme existences trekking through the boundless sea were definitely not something immortal kings could contend against. Moreover, their numbers were still unknown. Now that heavenly court is ruling the world, could it be that that person doesn't care about immortal domain? Someone clenched his teeth, thinking of Gu Chang'e who sat high up in the depths of heavenly court, overlooking all life. Since he was so powerful, why couldn't he stop all of this? There were actually quite a few cultivators who had such thoughts. However, most of them felt that although Gu Chang'e ruled the immortal domains and established the heavenly court, it didn't mean that he cared about the lives of the people in the 380 immortal domains. After all, before the Forbidden Era, he had personally destroyed the immortal domains. Moreover, in the face of this calamity, perhaps even Gu Chang'e would not be able to do anything. Many cultivators felt bitter, their hearts filled with sorrow. It was as if they could already see the arrival of that day. The originally flourishing age dimmed and came to an end. Everything returned to ruins. The various universes of the immortal realms were enveloped in such an atmosphere. Many of the geniuses who had originally planned to make a name for themselves felt their hearts sink. They had lost the will to compete. It was the same for the upper realm as well. Those geniuses who had embarked on the emperor's path early on in an attempt to prove their Tao were in an indescribable state of mind. All of a sudden, it was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on their shoulders, making it hard for them to breathe. Within the Fuyan realm, the immortal palace remnant clan, who had already regained their peace, also received this news. Grandpa, Xin Shuang stood in the palace and held the old city lord's hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Although she knew that the old city lord was not her biological grandfather, she had always treated him as her grandfather. But now, he was really going to pass away in meditation. He only had one breath left. There were still many elders standing in the palace. Their faces were filled with unbearable grief as they sighed softly. Cough cough, the world has turned to ruins. Looks like the calamity this time has really come true. But it's laughable that it didn't happen to that person. Instead, it happened outside the vast expanse. The old city lord was coughing. His breathing was thin, and his voice was extremely weak. His heart was also filled with bitterness. All along, he had thought that the calamity foretold by his ancestor would come true on Gu Chang'e. But he did not expect that Gu Chang'e would not make things difficult for them. The real calamity was actually outside the vast expanse. The true mountain and sea world, which had lost its protection, would be exposed to the darkness and attract the hunters who were trekking in the vast expanse. The hearts of the people in the palace were also filled with indescribable bitterness. They had already learned the truth of the calamity from the old city lord. Before the forbidden epoch, there was no concept of the celestial domain or the upper realm. They were all called the true mountain and sea world. Outside the true mountain and sea world, there was a boundless vast expanse. Countless ancient realms were born within it. Realms were born and realms were destroyed. The true mountain and sea world was just one of them. In the vast expanse, immortal kings only had the right to cross it. The so-called hunters who were eyeing the true mountain and sea world were existences that were much stronger and more terrifying than immortal kings. Once these hunters arrived in the true mountain and sea world, they would use it as a hunting ground. They would sacrifice everything to welcome the world behind them and swallow everything. At that time, everything in the celestial domain would be sacrificed. No one would be spared. While Qin Shuang was grieving, she could not help but feel a little lost. Was she still determined to take revenge at this time? When the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. Outside of floating flame realm, similar scenes were happening in many ancient realms and small worlds in the celestial domain. In the endless sea race, Ao Ling was explaining things to several immortal kings. These immortal kings were the true foundation of the sea race, and they had only recovered recently. Ao Ling was the little princess of the dragon race, and her father was once the ancestor true dragon. Her status was indescribably high. The secrets she knew were far from what these immortal kings could compare to. Before the disaster descends this time, my brothers might return. If we can't hide in time, then we can only think of a way to leave. Leave the celestial domain. Ao Ling's voice was a little heavy. She was someone who had personally experienced the first calamity and came from the era of innate legends. Her seniority was unimaginable. Hence, she knew very well what kind of people the hunters who crossed the vast expanse sea were. They were definitely not people the current true mountain and sea world could contend against. From the beginning, there was no room for negotiation or possibility. Are we really going to give up on our land? The immortal kings could not hide the grief on their faces. This meant that they would have to leave their homeland and leave this place. Moreover, what kind of dangers would they encounter during the migration? No one was sure. Even if the entire race migrated, at least 90% of them would die on the way. If it was not for the fact that they had no choice, they would not be willing to do so. A long time ago, my father had this premonition and left behind many methods. The dragon race does not only have a legacy in the true mountain and sea world. We can follow the path he left behind and migrate to other ancient worlds to search for other races. Ao Ling was unprecedentedly calm. She was the backbone of the entire sea race. She might seem young, but all the immortal kings listened to her and waited for her decision. Her decision was also the last resort. Otherwise, the entire sea race would be buried with the celestial region. The entire immortal domain was filled with such an atmosphere of unease and fear. Every day that passed was torture for every single person. Many immortal kings received orders to stand guard in the vast expanse battlefield and pay close attention to the scene outside the vast expanse. Recently, everyone felt that time was like a knife that cut down every day. It was incomparably torturous, and every day felt like a year. The curtains of the future calamity had been lifted. Ordinary people could do nothing but wait quietly for the calamity to descend. Under this kind of atmosphere, a shadow was cast over the hearts of the various races and orthodoxies. Everyone quieted down. Even living beings and cultivators with average cultivation bases seemed to have sensed that there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the distant sky. It was approaching and would soon descend. The powerhouses of the various races, including some immortal kings, went to the heavenly court to visit and seek a solution. However, they were told that Gu Chang'e was not in the heavenly court. They were extremely disappointed. They already knew that the news of the calamity was spread by the Moon Prince and the others under Gu Chang'e's orders. They thought that Gu Chang'e was going to make a decision to help the celestial region avoid this calamity. However, now he was nowhere to be seen. They did not know where he was. While they were bitter, a shadow was cast over their hearts. In the land of the immortal region's king family, Ni Chen, who had a lot of his lifespan taken away by Gu Chang'e in the upper realm, had almost recovered. Naturally, he also knew about the news that had spread in the celestial region. This was out of his expectations. He originally thought that this news would be kept secret by Gu Chang'e and the others and would not be made public. After all, it would cause all the living beings in the celestial region to be anxious and uneasy, and there was a high possibility that it would cause chaos. But this is also good. Letting all living beings know about this beforehand is also a good thing for me. As long as I can possess the true mountain and sea world and become the new true spirit, I can protect this world and hide the coordinates of the true mountain and sea world. Those hunters will not be able to come. Only I, Ni Chen, can save the true mountain and sea world. I am the only savior. Ni Chen's eyes sparkled. Then, he waved his hand and had the heroic spirits of his ancestors appear. He discussed with them and made preparations for this. With his current level of cultivation, he was still far from being able to possess the true mountain and sea world. That was why he had to use the power of the heroic spirits of his ancestors to completely control the Wang family. Then, he would gradually invade the true mountain and sea world. These 100 years were definitely more than enough for Ni Chen. In the depths of the divine kingdom in the upper realm. Compared to the fear and uneasiness in the various universes, this place was much quieter. It was not affected or disturbed by the outside world at all. I've already ordered people to search for the immortal palace's treasures. If there are no accidents, we will find them soon. Yu Mingkong said softly. She was busy cultivating and did not know much about the many things that had happened during this period of time. However, since Gu Chang'e told her not to worry about it, she had nothing to worry about. As long as Gu Chang'e was around, she would be at ease. The immortal palace's treasures are actually not important. If we find them, it can be considered as ending one of our obsessions. Gu Chang'e smiled. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to gather the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding. Right now, the various forces in the celestial region and the upper world seemed to be preparing for their deaths. When they learned that the disaster was about to descend, they were filled with panic and unease. Even the Gu family was the same. However, since Gu Chang'e asked people to spread the news, he naturally had a plan. It was impossible for him to say that the people around him would really die in the disaster. He had spread this news in advance because he had another purpose. He wanted to completely force those big guys out of hiding. Not long after, Gu Chang'e unexpectedly saw an old friend. It seems that you have obtained an unexpected inheritance during this period of time. He smiled and gestured for the other party to sit down. There was no need to act like a gentleman like before. Yan Ji, when he was in the lower realm, was the first son of Destiny's golden finger that he had met. She lived in his ring. Later on, she was persuaded by Gu Chang'e to follow him and be brought to the upper realm together. However, as time went by, Gu Chang'e didn't have as much contact with her as before. He could not remember how long it had been since he saw Yan Ji. The last time he saw her seemed to be after the end of the expedition in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, or after his wedding. The current Yan Ji's cultivation was actually close to the level of a quasi-immortal king. There was a faint majestic aura between her brows, like that of a peerless goddess. I accidentally stumbled into an ancient space-time crack and obtained the inheritance of a natural god named Zhu Rong. He claimed to be my ancestor. Yan Ji briefly recounted her experience. Even she herself felt that it was surreal and unbelievable. Of course, she knew a lot of things from the inheritance of that ancestor. This was because her ancestor had fallen in the first war of the heavens. He could be considered one of the first gods born in the mountain sea realm. When he was at his peak, his cultivation had surpassed the immortal emperor realm. She also knew about the war of the heavens and the calamity. This time, she came to find Gu Changa to ask if there was anything she could do to help. This disaster involved the entire immortal region and the upper realm. No living creature in any universe could escape. With your current cultivation, you can't help much. Gu Changa only shook his head. Yan Ji was only close to the level of a quasi-immortal king. Even if she became an immortal king and was comparable to her ancestor, Zhu Rong, she could not change anything. Chapter 934. Yan Ji's expression was a little gloomy. She had obtained the inheritance from Zhu Rong, the innate god who claimed to be her ancestor. She knew quite a lot about the truth and secrets of the current world. Every few epochs, a real world would face a calamity called the cataclysm. During this cataclysm, all living beings and cultivators would be punished. From then on, civilization would be destroyed, inheritance would be cut off, and everything would return to chaos. After countless years, new life would be born from chaos, and the cycle would repeat itself. Even if one was lucky enough to survive this cataclysm, there would be a second, third, until the day when the world was truly destroyed. During the journey of cultivation, cultivators would experience many tribulations and setbacks. This cataclysm was the test and trial that the will of the heavens had for the world. The will of the heavens was not benevolent and treated all living beings as dogs. No matter what kind of living being it was, before the cataclysm, there was no difference. Whether one's cultivation base was strong or weak, they would all be punished. According to the inheritance that Yan Ji knew, after the previous cataclysm, the real mountain and sea world had fallen into decline. Even after countless years, it had not completely recovered. Now, in the vast expanse outside the real mountain and sea world, there was a hunter who was about to descend. It was not something that the remaining powerful cultivators could resist. While she was on her way to find Gu Changa, she had already heard about the rumors in various places and witnessed the fear and uneasiness in various places. In the past, the ancestor Zhu Rong was dissatisfied with the will of the heavens and tried to fight against it. During the first cataclysm, his body and soul were destroyed. If Yan Ji had not accidentally obtained his inheritance, she might not have known about this secret hidden in the real history. When the cataclysm descends this time, what should we do? Should we watch as this world is destroyed and sacrificed? Yan Ji did not understand and asked Gu Changa. Gu Changa's background and identity were not important to her. If Gu Changa had not recognized her, brought her to the upper realm, and helped her rebuild her physical body, she would not be who she was now. Yan Ji had always been a grateful person. Since he had chosen to follow Gu Changa, it was impossible for him to change his mind. Therefore, even though she had heard many bad rumors and criticisms about Gu Changa over the years, she did not pay too much attention to them. In her heart, Gu Changa was still the young master who had done her a great favor. The true mountain and sea world won't be destroyed so easily. At that time, some people will not be able to hold themselves back and show up to fight against it. You don't have to worry about this. Everything is still under my control. Gu Changa gently shook his head. Yan Ji had been with him for a long time, so there was no harm in telling her some things. The arrival of the hunters outside of the vast expanse was also Gu Changa using them as bait in an attempt to catch some big fish. Countless years had passed since the first war of the heavens. From the age of innate legends, to the age of immortal investiture, to the beginning of immortal ancient, one ancient era after another passed, and then to the forbidden era after the second calamity. During such a long period of time, Gu Changa did not believe that there were no old fellows who had been hibernating. During the First War of the Heavens, the true mountain and sea world had suffered great losses. However, under the protection of Qin Yi, the true spirits of many powerful warriors had been able to safely reincarnate. However, before the Forbidden Era, these powerful warriors had not shown themselves. Even now, the immortal realm had already fallen to the point of fragmentation, and immortal kings could control several universes. They still did not show themselves, hiding in the dark. No one knew where they were hiding. Gu Chang'e had spread the news of the hunters in the vast expanse to the entire world long ago because he wanted to lure them out. He had tried to do so before, but these people were too steadfast and were not willing to show themselves. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had no choice but to give them a big one. Unless they really wanted to watch in the dark as the true mountain and sea world was destroyed and sacrificed. Young master, you expected this? Yan Ji was a little surprised, but more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. Since all of this was under Gu Chang'e's control, it meant that he had expected this a long time ago. So what else did she have to worry about? The entire upper realm and the immortal region were shrouded in this uneasy atmosphere. 100 years would pass very quickly. Even if they were to find a way out at this time, it would be too late. Many races and forces were anxious and fell into despair. Some places even showed signs of chaos. Burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes, no matter what the consequences were. They only wanted a day of enjoyment. This was especially so in the remote areas of the universe that were very far away from the center of the upper realm. Order collapsed, and the rules did not exist. No one cared about the so-called restrictions anymore. Although the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the divine nation and the heavenly court took action to suppress the chaos, they gradually became powerless. In the end, the divine nation and the heavenly court did not care anymore. In the eyes of the world, it was obvious that they could not take care of themselves and did not have the extra energy to care about these trivial matters. Even many forces that had submitted to the divine nation did not listen to the restrictions at this time. They began to seek a way out. They felt that within 100 years, the catastrophe would descend, and no one could survive. The powerful divine nation and the heavenly court had many immortal kings overseeing them. They were personally founded by Gu Chang'e. However, in the face of this catastrophe, they still seemed powerless. It was difficult for them to resist. Under such an atmosphere, the immortal region and the upper realm were completely chaotic. Many ancient cities became restless. Many cultivators and living beings died in this chaos. The stable situation that had been maintained with great difficulty completely collapsed. Everywhere was in turmoil. Many immortal worlds, imperishable orthodoxies, and even the immortal king families of the immortal region began to shrink their territories on a large scale and evacuate to small worlds, trying to preserve the flames of hope as much as possible. In every universe, the rumbling of ancient warships could be heard. There were supreme experts opening the way, trying to migrate to some desolate small worlds to take refuge there. There were also orthodoxies who chose to live in seclusion. They wanted to be like many of the previous life forbidden zones, standing alone in the mortal world and not caring about the world. However, at this time, even the rulers of the life forbidden zones had woken up and were too busy to take care of themselves. This catastrophe would engulf the entire true mountain and sea world, not just the upper realm or the immortal region. Unless they left the true mountain and sea world and traveled across the vast expanse, they would not be able to escape. Gu Chang'e sat calmly at the peak of the divine nation, overlooking the changes in the various worlds and universes. His emotions did not change much. The current chaos was just the beginning. It had not truly affected the imperishable orthodoxies. When the imperishable orthodoxies and even the immortal Tao forces began to stir, it would be the true prelude to the chaos in the immortal region and the upper realm. During this time, the divine nation and the heavenly court could only barely maintain order and peace in the surrounding territories. After all, there was no one who was truly stupid enough to cause trouble in the territories of the divine nation and the heavenly court at this time. Looking at the foundation that we worked so hard to build over the years on the verge of collapse, I feel quite upset. May's emotions were very complicated. She could be said to have witnessed the beginning of this chaos with her own eyes. Over the years, she had contributed greatly to the divine nation being able to quickly control the various heavens and stabilize the situation. She had done many things personally. Just like that, she had watched the order of the various heavens collapse and the various universes fall into chaos. She still couldn't bear it. The once peaceful and stable situation really seemed to be gone forever. There is no such thing as an imperishable nation in this world. Rather than saying that this is collapse, it would be better to say that this is a new life. Order can be rebuilt. Even if the universe is destroyed, it can be reborn. This calamity may be able to bring new vitality to this world. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He swept his gaze across the entire vast universe, except for the territories of the divine nation and the heavenly court, which were still relatively stable. Various degrees of chaos had occurred in the territories of the other orthodoxies. Even in the immortal region, several immortal kings had gone to the vast expanse battlefield to guard it, leading to many battles in the various universes. Many true immortals fought, affecting many of the surrounding territories. Many innocent beings died tragically. Everywhere was a scene of doomsday. Bring new vitality. But many people will also die. May gazed at the vast sea of clouds outside the hall. The divine nation stood at the peak of the upper realm. It could overlook the changes in the various universes and feel the subtle changes in this world. This catastrophe had yet to truly descend, but its influence had already spread to the various worlds and universes, the 8 desolates 10 regions, and many of the surrounding ancient realms. The boundary monument sea was the sea that bordered the upper realm and the 8 desolates 10 regions. It was boundless. Only the many broken boundary monuments that stood tall told of its ancient desolation. Many ancient realms that had been destroyed in the Great War were buried amidst these waves. They floated up and down, but were showing signs of drying up. Many years had passed since the upper realms crusade against the 8 desolates 10 regions. Now, the 8 desolates 10 regions on the other side of the boundary monument sea had long returned to the upper realms territory. The orthodoxies that participated in the crusade against the 8 desolates 10 regions had divided the vast territories of the 8 desolates 10 regions. The true ruler of the 8 desolates 10 regions was the Empyrean Maiden, who sat on the shore of the boundary monument sea in heavenly Deer City. Her identity was very special. During the war between the 8 desolates 10 regions and the upper realm, for some reason, she submitted to Gu Chang'e. Therefore, as the guardian goddess of heavenly Deer City, her actions made many cultivators and beings in the 8 desolates 10 regions despise her. However, later on, it was indeed because of the Empyrean Maiden that the 8 desolates 10 regions were safe from the upper realm slaughter. At this moment, the Empyrean Maiden stood on top of a tower in heavenly Deer City, frowning as she looked in the direction of the boundary monument sea. After being brought back by Gu Chang'e from the immortal region, she returned to heavenly Deer City to stabilize her cultivation base. She had heard many rumors and news in the outside world, but it seemed to have spread very far. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. The boundary monument sea has dried up. During this time, there have been strange movements. The Empyrean Maiden looked in the direction of the boundary monument sea. Large patches of the seabed were revealed, forming terrifying rifts. Previously, because of the boundary monument sea's existence, it was filled with endless chaotic aura, and many broken ancient worlds floated up and down. Meanwhile, as that place dried up, those floating ancient realms were also destroyed, disappearing without a trace. Looking at it now, it looked like a pile of broken graveyards. Many places were covered with weathered corpses. They were terrifyingly white and hadn't dried up for many years. There were also places densely covered with craters, like an independent small world. It was hard to imagine that the Boundary Monument Sea would have such a scene. In the middle, it was a scene of desolation. This place seemed to have been destroyed by a shocking battle a long time ago. Stars fell one after another, smashing endless craters in this place. It was vast and boundless, like another universe. Death was the eternal theme, and the broken places were endless black earth. During this time, there were strange movements in the Boundary Monument Sea. Some people heard the sound of mountains and seas, while others heard soldiers galloping and fighting in the starry sky. This place used to be a battlefield. Are those old friends who fought side by side with me still here? If you all are still here, then I reckon you all won't be able to hide anymore. An old man whose entire body was as white as snow, and even his beard was white, silently appeared in this place. He carried regret and reminiscence as he walked through the dried-up Boundary Monument Sea. The earth beneath his feet was full of cracks, full of fiendish energy and killing intent that hadn't scattered yet. One could see just how bitter and terrifying the battle here was. The territory here was vast and boundless. One could see a bit from the craters created by the countless stars smashing into it. There were some world-shocking great rift valleys that directly ran through the entire ground. It was unknown where the white-clothed elder came from, but he walked through this place like a lonely ghost, heading towards the depths of the boundless territory step by step. He spoke many ancient words from his mouth, cryptic and difficult to understand, as if he was calling out to something. The deeper places were simply like corpse pits, large amounts of corpses buried within. Some of them still wore armor, underworld metal divine clothes, many parts of their bodies pierced through by terrifying weapons, the blood long dried up. He walked through the endless black earth, all he saw was destruction. Rivers of blood, corpses, and many coffins could often be seen underground. Finally, in a terrifying crater that seemed to have been formed by a terrifying giant hand, the white-clothed elder stopped. He looked at the small mound of earth inside. It seemed to be a lonely grave without a name, and he didn't know when it was built. Tu Ing, are you still alive? He looked at the small mound of earth and asked. Chapter 935. This place could actually be called Underworld Earth. There were corpses and ancient coffins everywhere, as well as shattered weapons and armors. Many places were small mounds of unknown origin. It was unknown who built these small graves, but they had experienced countless years. The white-clothed elder was like a lonely ghost, walking through this place. Then, he stopped before a small grave, speaking with a bit of sorrow and nostalgia. Tu Ing, are you still alive? His voice was hoarse, speaking a type of language that was difficult to understand in the present era, but it contained great sorrow and sentimentality. In the spacious underground depths, many small graves towered, but there were no weeds, nor were there any tombstones. It looked like a nameless grave, but just like this, it was full of sorrow. No one replied to the white-clothed elder's words. He was the only one standing here, all alone. Then, he released a long sigh, his figure gradually fading away. I guarded your graves for countless years, personally burying you all, but I know that one day, you all will return. Tu Ing, you were the general that was most valued by the Great One, your strength great, the one with the greatest hope of taking that step. I refuse to believe that you really died in that battle. You should be just like me, still alive, right? Back then, the battle against the heavens was so heroic. The white-clothed elder's eyes were full of sadness, reaching out his hand, landing on the small grave before him. His name was Ming, could only be considered an elder who guarded the graves of his past comrades, doing this generation after generation, never leaving. However, in terms of origins, it could be traced back to countless great eras ago, to the time known as the innate legend era. He was also like his past comrades, dying in the war against the heavens. His body was in pieces, weapons exploding, battle robes dyed in blood, falling from the sky. However, after countless years, he actually woke up here alone. What entered his eyes was the bitter battlefield of that battle. Only, it seemed like an extremely long time had passed. This place was completely desolate, without any signs of life. Everyone was dead, corpses piled up in all directions. Many ancient realms were struck down, falling to this place. He buried the corpses of many of his comrades, guarding their graves in this place, hoping that one day in the future, he would see them wake up. Only, this type of hope became fainter and fainter, not even knowing if it could be realized. Ming didn't know why he woke up after so many years. He clearly remembered that he had fought against a terrifying being from the vast expanse. In the end, they had both perished. That battle was too bitter, the heavens collapsing, the earth destroyed. The terrifying millstone of destruction was slowly pushing over from afar. Every time it rotated, the entire world would be obliterated, collapsing and exploding. Countless living beings would be turned into ashes. Powerful Khanate races were also annihilated by the millstone of destruction. Powerful beings like the true dragons and true phoenixes were also insignificant and powerless as they withered and fell. They used the power of the world to counterattack the heavens, intending to attack the heavens. Just how majestic was this? The boundless amount of creatures didn't care about their own lives as they slaughtered their way over. The entire world was shaken by this. What a pity. That battle was still a failure. Many people died, a bitter expression appeared on the corners of Ming's mouth, and her aged face was filled with unwillingness. When he woke up many years later, he didn't even know what had happened back then. He didn't know what had happened to the world after that battle. What was the result of the War of the Heavens? So what if there were living beings? This is the last time I'll sweep your grave. Old friend, it's time for me to leave this place. The living beings outside the vast expanse will descend upon this world again. Although I've decayed, I still have the power to fight. In the end, Ming sat there for a long time before he got up to leave. Before he left, he let out a long sigh and looked at the horizon in the distance, full of nostalgia. Although he had been guarding the grave of his former comrade on the dry seabed of the Boundary Monument Sea, it didn't mean that he didn't know what had happened in the outside world. The white-robed elder's figure flashed, and he left this underworld-like area and walked toward the sea outside the Boundary Monument Sea. He did not believe that apart from him, everyone else had died in that battle. There were many powerful Khanate gods, true dragons, true phoenixes, Kirans, and other powerful races. Even now, there seemed to be traces and bloodlines left, which meant that the result of that battle might not be as tragic as imagined. At this moment, a woman in a white dress was waiting on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. When she saw the white-robed elder's figure appear on the sea, she stepped forward and cupped her hands. Master, I've driven away all the cultivators and living beings that came to surround us. The Boundary Monument Sea hasn't been calm recently. Perhaps there will be some changes. The woman in the white dress was tall and slender, and her face was very delicate. If Gu Chang'e was here, he would be a little surprised. Because this woman in the white dress looked very similar to Gu Xian'er. Of course, he also recognized this woman in the white dress. She was Gu Xian'er's biological sister, Shen Xian'er. Back then, Gu Chang'e had personally gone to the Shen family in the Tianlan domain to find Gu Xian'er's biological parents. At that time, Gu Xian'er's parents had already given birth to a sister for her, named Shen Xian'er. Many things had happened in the Shen family. Gu Chang'e had taken advantage of the situation to get rid of Li Xiu, the son of Destiny who had returned from the War Immortal sect. The son of Destiny named Li Xiu and Shen Xian had a lot of entanglements because of the engagement. However, this was something that had happened before the conquest of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. The Tianlan domain was not far from the Boundary Monument Sea. It could be considered as the outpost of the upper domain when the conquest of the 8 desolates and 10 regions was carried out. Many years had passed since that battle. The budding young girl back then had now grown into a slender and elegant woman. The old man in white stepped on the waves and walked to the shore. All the nostalgia and emotions from before had disappeared. They had become cold and stern. When he heard this, he only nodded and did not say much. The woman in front of him was the disciple he had taken in after he left the Boundary Monument Sea and walked the world. As for why he had taken her in as a disciple, the old man in white thought it was very strange. It was as if there was some kind of connection between them. This was because this woman's appearance was very similar to the peerless female war immortal who had led them out of the vast expanse. At first, the old man in white could not help but feel a little confused. He was in a daze. It was hard to imagine, and he wondered if she was the reincarnation of that person. However, later on, he realized that he was just thinking too much. Perhaps it was just a flower with a similar face. That was all. Although he had woken up many years later, he had not returned to his peak. However, in this era, he was still a well-deserved peerless figure. His cultivation was unparalleled, and even the heaven and earth rules of the upper domain could not suppress him. Therefore, he only slightly revealed his unfathomable strength and took in the woman in front of him as a disciple. He taught her carefully. Her name was Shenxian Er. She was the favored daughter of the Shen clan in the Tianlan domain. Her cultivation was also considered to be the best among her peers. This also made the old man in white feel a little relieved. He realized that she was indeed a good seedling. Moreover, her heart towards the Tao was unprecedentedly strong and firm. After knowing that the upper domain was going to suffer a great calamity, she still did not waver. She was also not dejected like other cultivators and blamed the heavens. This temperament was very rare, and it made the old man in white very satisfied. Although it was impossible for her to be the reincarnation of that person, this similar appearance and firm Tao heart still made him feel very emotional. That person back then could be considered a rising star that he had seen with his own eyes. She was born to face the calamity. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time. If she was given more time, she might really change something. Let's go. There's nothing unusual under the Boundary Monument Sea. The phenomenon here has little to do with the bottom of the Boundary Monument Sea. It might be the weapon fragments that fell in the Boundary Monument Sea that caused the phenomenon. The old man in white called Ming came back to his senses and shook his head gently. Then, he took Shenxian Er and left. He planned to let Shenxian Er return to her family and say goodbye to her parents. Then, he would take her to the immortal domain and personally see the vast battlefield. What kind of calamity was this? Was it going to affect the world? Shenxian Er followed behind Ming. Her gaze was incomparably firm. She had already known her master's intentions and was not afraid at all. Her heart towards the Tao was very firm. A long time ago, she had told her parents that she would not marry in this life and would always accompany the divine path alone. The mysterious master in front of her had an extremely ancient origin and was untraceable. His strength was even more unfathomable. Shenxian Er personally watched him walk out from the depths of the Boundary Monument Sea. Many of the broken ancient realms that rose and fell calmed down under his feet. Even the aftermath of the great Tao was eliminated. This kind of method was beyond imagination. It was not something that ordinary immortal Tao figures could compare to. Therefore, after serious consideration, she agreed to take him as her master and cultivate with him. This time, the calamity of the world had arrived and shook the world. No living beings could be spared. This mysterious master had finally decided to come out. He was going to the vast battlefield and might not return. He asked Shenxian Er to stay in the Tianlan realm and not follow him. However, Shenxian Er refused. She was not afraid of death. Moreover, if she went to the immortal domain and personally experienced this level of battle, she would not have any regrets. Shenxian did not want to live under the halo of her sister Gu Xian. She also had her own goals. The great upheaval of the world. Scenes like this were actually happening everywhere. In some of the forbidden zones that had long been hidden from the world and had been sealed for a long time, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the depths. A huge origin stone in the corner cracked open. The layers of stone peeled off. The momentum was shocking. Then, thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious pillars, heaven and earth rumbled. The great Tao hummed as if an auspicious beast was about to descend into the world again. Thick immortal fog drowned that place, alarming all the living beings in the forbidden zone. In the end, a blurry figure walked out. He raised his head and roared, almost causing the stars in the sky to fall. Endless chaotic chi rushed into the sky and spread to the desolate universe. On a desolate mountain, there was an old temple that had been in disrepair for a long time. It was desolate and uninhabited. Now, there was a thick light diffusing from it. It was like a sacred pure land that drowned the nearby mountain range. The sculptures in the ancient temple seemed to come to life and began to crack. There were vague living beings that were about to walk out. In a remote mountain village, there was a sloppy old Taoist at the entrance of the village all year round. He often deceived the villagers. He said that he was actually the reincarnation of a great figure from ancient times. As long as he was given a hot bun, he would be conferred the title of a celestial lord when he cultivated again. No villagers were willing to believe him. However, there were children who often listened to his stories and were tricked by him into taking away the candied haws in their hands. Now, he was drunk and lying on a large bluestone mountain at the entrance of the village, looking up at the boundless sky. Under his messy hair, his eyes were extremely deep. "The sky is about to change," the old Taoist muttered to himself. He raised his head and drank all the wine in the wine gourd. Then, he smacked his lips. A villager passing by heard him and couldn't help but shake his head. "He's drunk again. He's starting to talk nonsense." However, as he spoke, the villager looked up at the sky and found that the mountain in the distance was a little dark. Many thick dark clouds seemed to be floating over. "Hey, the sky is really changing. I have to go home and collect the clothes," he scratched the back of his head. He didn't expect this crazy Taoist to be able to see the sky change. "I have to go." The crazy Taoist didn't care about the villager passing by. He seemed to be still muttering to himself. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a white waterfall. It turned into a small sword the size of a palm. It expanded with the wind and landed in the void in the blink of an eye. "This old Taoist is going." As his voice fell, he leaped up and stood on the flying immortal with his hands behind his back. He stepped on the air and left. His Taoist robe fluttered, and his sloppy appearance was swept away. He looked quite sage-like. "What?" The villager below opened his eyes wide and looked at this scene in disbelief. He almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. After a long time, he reacted and shouted to the surroundings, "Immortal, immortal, immortal." Many villagers heard the news and rushed over. However, no one was willing to believe him. They thought that he was crazy and talking nonsense. The crazy Taoist who cheated the children of candied haws at the entrance of the village was actually an immortal. And he flew away on a sword. What kind of joke was this? The sky and earth were changing rapidly. A catastrophe was about to descend outside the vast expanse. Different rumors appeared in many places. A certain mountain was shining brightly, illuminating 3,000 miles. Purple chi was endless, covering the sky and the sun. In a certain ancient well, a golden carp leaped out of the sky. It rode on the clouds and turned into a dragon. The sky and earth were changing, and the environment of the various worlds were also changing rapidly. Ancient myths appeared again. There were living creatures in the void that were gradually approaching the world. There were also worlds buried in the void that were beginning to appear and reflect the current world. Chapter 936. At this moment, not only the powerful cultivators, but even the ordinary people sensed the abnormality. The environment of the world was changing every day. Some of the originally barren mountains seemed to have a new lease of life overnight. They were full of vitality, and the mountains were covered in greenery. Withered old trees sprouted green buds, and rivers appeared in dried-up riverbeds again. Different phenomena were reflected in every universe. Something big is going to happen, many ordinary creatures were whispering, although they didn't know what was going on. But they all knew that something big was going to happen. Even some of the cattle that plowed the soil in some remote mountain villages began to speak human language. Then, they rode on clouds and mist and disappeared. To the ordinary people, it seemed like the records of ancient myths that were gradually turning into reality. This was a sign that the myths were about to appear in the world. At the same time, it was also a sign that the ancient powerhouses were reviving and returning. In the ancient orthodoxies, the scenes were even more shocking. Figures suddenly walked out of the ancestral halls that were originally unguarded, claiming to be their ancestors. For example, there were even more figures who had sat up in the mausoleum. No one knew how long they had been sleeping. Many of them were stained with mud. They opened the coffin lid and slowly sat up, frightening the later generations who were in charge of guarding the tombs. The world was in turmoil. Every once in a while, there would be an incredible rumor that spread everywhere. Everyone realized that if a catastrophe really descended outside of the vast expanse, they might be able to resist it. Because they seemed to have never truly understood this world. They didn't even completely understand the past of their orthodoxies. Some of the imperishable orthodoxies even learned that their founding masters were actually just the little Taoist apprentices of some big shot, who were ordered to leave behind their orthodoxies. Then, they faked their deaths and went to that big shot's place of seclusion to guard him. After countless years, their founding masters were still alive. They told them all of this through secret techniques and dreams, so that they could prepare to welcome that big shot's arrival. There were too many such things. Every time they spread, it would shake the world. It even overturned what many creatures had always known about their orthodoxies and clans. In this great era, the regulations of heaven and earth had already stabilized. The regulations of the celestial realm and the higher realm had completely merged, continuously raising the ceiling of battle prowess that the two realms could accommodate. Although it had not truly reached the peak of the era, it was approaching the era before the taboo era. If there was no calamity in 100 years, this would be the best era for all living beings. Attaining the Tao, attaining immortality, and even having a chance to become an immortal king. Many of the revived old fellows also discovered this problem. This world didn't truly suppress their strength, so it wouldn't affect them too much. Although there was more or less some impact, compared to their initial estimation, it was negligible. Such a great era was beyond their expectations. After the Forbidden Era, many people chose to use all kinds of forbidden arts to conceal themselves from the heavenly secrets and their blood chi fluctuations, and thus fell into a deep sleep. There were also some whose origins were even more ancient, able to trace back to before the taboo Great Era, that incomparably prosperous era. After they were revived, the first thing they did was to quickly understand the current world and the many things that had happened in the past. Many of them only woke up from their long slumber because they sensed something in the dark. They still didn't know what had happened in this world. Among them, there was no lack of people who were truly ancient. They had truly walked the path of reincarnation and were reincarnated after the first cultivation disaster. They retained most of their original memories and understood many of the secrets of this world. To them, there was no difference between the immortal region and the upper realm. They were both part of the true mountain and sea world. In this current era, there aren't many existences who truly understand the cultivation disaster. They don't even know what they went through. They don't know that after the first and second cultivation disasters, the current true mountain and sea world would become like this. In their eyes, just the taboo era alone is an ancient history that they can't touch, but before the taboo era, there were many even more ancient eras and epochs. Each of those eras and civilizations were once dazzling and prosperous to the extreme. These are all things that the people of the later generations don't understand. Some of the revived old fellows couldn't help but sink into nostalgia and sentimentality when they understood the many things of the current era. These words were spread among many of the Tao orthodoxies, and many cultivators and living beings suddenly came to a realization. In the eyes of these existences, the so-called ancientness was perhaps just a flash in the pan, a stream of light that disappeared into the distance. True ancientness spanned tens of millions of eons. Even the long river of time seemed to be unable to bear all of that. These ancient existences understood the truth of the world. They knew the reason behind the calamity. In fact, they even knew how the ancient history was destroyed and how the eons of the past were buried. Of course, there were also some living beings who survived after the taboo era. Once they understood the many things of the current era, they still found it difficult to calm down. I didn't expect that he would still be alive and control the current era. During that battle, the entire heavens were destroyed. All the universes collapsed. They whispered to each other in shock. At that time, they had accidentally fallen into eternal slumber. Some of them didn't even know how they had been resurrected. They had clearly been buried in the calamity. Many of them had clearly died, but after an innumerable amount of time, they would unexpectedly wake up in a certain place. They would look around in a daze, not knowing where they were. That battle had been too tragic. Everyone still remembered how the eternal celestial palace had abruptly collapsed overnight. How laughable. He was the one who destroyed the universe in the past, but now, he controls all the forces and established his own divine country and celestial court. What right does he have to deserve such a great demon? Some of the descendants of the celestial palace whispered. There was unwillingness and hatred in their eyes. It was truly difficult for them to accept such a fact. Time was the greatest power in the world, but it could not wipe away the hatred in their hearts. Similar scenes were happening in the celestial region, the higher worlds, and even the other world. The kismet of the various heavens increased, stretching out and surging. Gu Chang'e watched all of this in silence. Everything that happened in the various heavens was under his gaze, and it was also within his expectations. The pressure from beyond the vast expanse was approaching, and it even caused the will of the various heavens to awaken. It had faintly startled those old fellows who had been hiding deeply. This could be said to be an instinct of the true mountain and sea world. When it was faced with an insurmountable calamity, it would awaken the supreme powerhouses it had nurtured. In the eyes of normal living beings, there was no difference between the world and the universe. In fact, they would not realize that they also had some sort of consciousness. The cycle of life, death, and reincarnation was one of them. The true world and living beings had always been in a symbiotic relationship. This was also the reason why Gu Chang'e had used this opportunity to fish and startle those old fellows out. The various heavens are becoming lively. But what's coming next is the real show. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and lifted his head to look at the end of the true mountain and sea world. From where he was, he could clearly see that the end of the world was becoming fainter. It was as if a barrier was gradually disintegrating, turning into some sort of indistinct and incomplete substance. That substance was similar to a bubble. It enveloped the end of the true mountain and sea world and became a barrier that isolated the ripples from the vast expanse ocean. However, at that moment, that barrier was on the verge of crumbling. And this was just the sign of the hunters descending from the vast expanse ocean. At the same time, it was also the warning that the true mountain and sea world gave to all living beings. Gu Chang'e already saw an ancient and modeled ancient warship, rushing over through the great waves and black mist. Ancient realms were crushed one after another, thus exploding. That ancient warship was made of an incredibly rare metal. Even if it had traveled through the vast expanse ocean for many years, it did not show any signs of decay. The figures standing on it were like gods and demons. They suppressed the universe and had a presence that could devour the clouds. Of course, compared to the previous 2 eons, this disaster was nothing. However, the current true mountain and sea world could not be compared to the era before the eons. Gu Chang'e did not intend to do anything as of then. The 100 years had just begun. To the true mountain and sea world, it was not as if they did not have a chance. Now, it's time to use the other chess pieces, Gu Chang'e mumbled softly, and his gaze became incredibly profound. In the depths of the endless sea race in the immortal region. The immortal kings who had finished their discussion and were planning to migrate were all gathered in a majestic, ancient palace. The palace seemed to be made of bronze, and there were countless innate divine runes carved into it. Each rune contained a supreme profound meaning, and they were obscure and difficult to understand. Besides the immortal kings, only Ao Ling and a middle-aged man with an ancient face and an awe-inspiring presence stood in the palace. The middle-aged man was dressed in a golden dragon robe and a purple gold crown on his head. There was a dragon horn on his forehead, and his arms were covered in a layer of faint golden dragon scales. All the immortal kings of the endless sea race were incredibly excited and respectful when they saw the middle-aged man. They could clearly sense the terrifying pressure coming from his body and the terrifying pressure in the depths of their blood. Over the past few days, the ancient palace had accompanied the middle-aged man to the depths of the endless sea race. It was a former dragon palace of the dragon race. Just the formation patterns that were set up could easily defend against the attacks of immortal king-tier existences. From the way little ancestor Ao Ling addressed the middle-aged man, they could guess his identity. The third prince of the dragon race, Ao Teng, was the son of the ancestral dragon and Ao Ling's brother. His cultivation was unfathomable. He had always been sleeping in this palace. Until recently, when the depths of the endless sea race were filled with multicolored light and auspicious qi, it alarmed everyone. Many immortal kings, including Ao Ling, rushed over to see this scene. The world has changed, and we moved at 070. I didn't expect to wake up again, and after hundreds of millions of years, the middle-aged man whispered with a complicated expression. Although he had just woken up, he had already adapted to this era. He had also learned many things from his younger sister, Ao Ling. He stood there for a long time, and it took him a long time to recover from his shock. During the First War of the Heavens, his origin was injured. He was saved by his father, the ancestral dragon, and sent to the depths of the dragon palace to recuperate. As for what happened after that, he didn't know. I don't know why father sealed me and why it took so long for me to wake up. Ao Ting said softly, unable to understand his father's actions. Father left me a letter, telling me that my brothers will all wake up in this world. Ao Ling also spoke. Although she felt joy from reuniting with her family, she felt even more heaviness in her heart. It was as if there was some invisible net that enveloped all of them. The more they probed, the more they would sink into it, and it would be difficult for them to struggle free. She also saw the many changes in the celestial realm and the higher realm. Not only did she not feel any joy, she instead felt a chill run down her back. Why did so many people wake up at this time? It seemed like they had made an appointment a long time ago. Or was there an invisible and terrifying hand behind the scenes that pushed all of this to happen? Ao Ling didn't dare think about it. It was simply too terrifying, her hair standing on end. Since father said so, then he must have his own reasons. I have already woken up in this world, so there is no need to consider moving away from home. Although there are many dangers outside the vast expanse, it is not as terrifying as you think. In the past, I followed father out of the vast expanse and fought against the Reckoners. Ao Ting soon calmed down and did not dwell on this matter. To him, the most important thing was that the true mountain and sea world was about to face an external enemy. Dragons had lived in this world for generations. Unless they had no other choice, how could they leave their home? Leave for the outside world? The current situation in the true mountain and sea world is very unique. After the War of the Heavens, many things happened. That Lord even personally ended an epoch and buried it in darkness, Ao Ling said with a complicated expression. Ao Ling said with a complicated expression. She hadn't told Ao Teng about these things in detail. The War of the Heavens was too long ago. Even the immortal kings here had never heard of it. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.